And we're live.
Yay!
Hi, Paradigm Shift Radio crew and team. I love everybody so much, and I'm so glad you guys are all here. So hi to the people who are here in the Google Hangout, and hi to the people who are listening, and hi to all the people who watched the awesome show tonight. I'm hoping you all can fill me in. Yes, I have another event on Sunday evenings and it's conflicting. But anyway, let's start by just doing some quick introductions. We'll just take the next, we'll do about 30 seconds each. So we go through pretty quickly. So just a few sentences about your name and maybe what did you get or what are you taking away from the show tonight? And if you don't like that question, you can really say whatever you'd like in this 30 seconds, or you can pass. So I'm just going to go down the line and call people out because it's easier that way. Wildfire, how are you? Or actually, let's just popcorn it. Whoever wants to go, go for
Mm-hmm.
Well, nobody? All right, I guess I'll
it.
start.
Somebody wants to
Jeez.
go.
Yeah.
AJ wants
All
to
right,
go.
so I guess I'm AJ. I was one of the speakers in the show. I was talking about synchronicity and the things that related to me and going through the experiences that I had within the last day, really, that really honed things in for me and got me back on the path that I really needed to go. And one of the things that I got, this was actually because you guys weren't able in the show. This was I actually kept the psychic thing that I found on the ground, and this was what I found, which is purple and white, which is like my shirt, which is like my shoes that I was wearing that day. It was pretty crazy, but I kept it because it was such a moment of synchronicity that I had to hold on to it because I felt like it was just a message, and I felt like it was good to hold on to.
And so
So
what are you taking from the show? And you have another 10 seconds.
what I take from the show is that we all should listen or keep our eyes and ears open for those moments that you never know when the universe is trying to speak to you and give you a message, and internalize that and make that your own.
Awesome.
There
Thanks,
you go.
AJ.
You're welcome.
Okay, I'm gonna actually keep time on this because it's kind of nice to keep track of just to keep the flow so that just for the introductions we can get through the introductions in a timely way and then we can talk about whatever we want as long as we want. I also like to do time because that way like people narrow in on like what is it that is at the core of what we're trying to say. So let's keep that in mind too as we spend our 30 seconds to 1 minute. Okay, who wants to go next?
I'll go.
Sweet. Ready, go.
Okay, so I just thought it was really cool to hear other people's stories of synchronicity, and it was like very encouraging. And it gave us lots of things to talk about when we were listening. So yeah, it's just really cool to hear other people's experience and get reminded of our own experiences and kind of ponder that whole thing. So yeah.
Awesome. So, Christian and friend, what is your name?
This
Brittany.
Brittany.
Hi, Brittany.
Okay, so
Hi.
in one sentence from each of you, what are you taking away from this episode?
I bet
And
your
if you're not
last
taking-
name is Spears. Sorry.
What?
Just
I
I bet your last name is Spears.
Oh, you never heard that one before.
I've never heard that one. How did you know? That's so crazy. That actually is my last. No, I guess just it was encouraging because it's kind of sometimes you're like, oh, am I just imagining that this is a synchronistic moment? But yeah, so it's just nice to hear other people's experiences, and what I took away was to remain open, and it kind of makes it's kind of inspiring, makes me feel like, okay, I should probably meditate a little more and pay closer attention to.
Cool. Sweet. Thanks for sharing that. Who wants to go next?
I don't really want to go next particularly, but I'll get it out of the way. I'm Nodic, and overall the show was interesting. Just like Christian said, I'll sort of echo it. It was really interesting just to hear experiences from other people and, in a sense, relate to them in the topic of synchronicity. And yeah, just saying what I got from the show, what I took away from it. It's kind of hard with one sentence, but again, it's already been said, but just being open and aware feels like the key to this whole idea of synchronicity. And there was one more thing I was going to say, and is that Angela, yeah, that's your name. Your earrings look pretty cool. Just a random observation. So yeah.
Thank you. They're from a show actually. I wore them from my show. This one has a dream catcher. I don't know if you could see
That's
it.
pretty awesome.
And
That's pretty awesome.
it's actually an ear cuff, so it can come right off, which is really cool. They're like new. You can go on Etsy or anywhere else and like look up ear cuffs, and you'll find like all these different designs and stuff. It's really cool. But then the other one is just a feather. I wore them to my show for the White Feather Foundation because my show was in honor of the White Feather Foundation.
Awesome.
Yeah, cool bling.
Thanks for sharing. How do you pronounce your name?
It's Nodic. It's a soft rolling R, and if you can't pronounce it, just go Neric, but it's a little generic, so I prefer my actual pronunciation.
Nodic.
Which is Nodic.
Nodic.
There you go.
Well, thanks for sharing. And just so you know, the point of this is kind of just to get us starting to think. Well, there's lots of points of this, but one of them is, like you said, it's hard to put it into one sentence. Like, just start thinking about, what you got out of it, and we'll talk more about it after. It's just nice to get everybody through the intros first.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So we're just like kind of getting the feel of it. So just want you to know that you'll have plenty of time to share more about it soon. So yeah, keep
For sure. Cool.
doing that. Let's get next. Somebody wants to go next. My cat wants to go next.
I know, I hear meowing.
You could deal with the cat, but somebody go ahead and start.
I'll go next.
Awesome.
My name's Kristen, and I love listening to everybody's stories. I have a lot of synchronicity stories myself, and seeing the numbers, just sometimes I'm like, okay, what do these really mean? And I keep looking them up, and sometimes like I forget what I'm thinking about, or yeah. So while listening to the show, I saw 622, 633, 644, and 655, which was really weird. And so yeah, I just also think too, just to keep your mind open as well, to look for these things and to just what you're thinking about at the time, and or what you need to change, or yeah. So that's it.
Cool. Thanks. I love that. I love all of that.
Yeah.
Thanks for being here. All right. Anybody else want to go? I'm gonna be silent for 10 more seconds and hope that
You're gonna have to pick somebody out. You're gonna have to call some mofos out.
Keep in mind a few people might be able to speak, and they're just here to listen. So maybe
That is true.
True. Okay. Normally I'm just used to a lot of people talking on here, but yeah. Okay. Well, if you want to share. Okay, well, I'll go. I'm Bonnie, and I love Paradigm Shift Radio, and I love being a part of it, and I can't wait to go back and listen to the show. I love that it gets recorded, and I facilitate authentic relating games, so I actually love doing this stuff that we're doing right now, this like talking and interacting and relating. Yeah. So if nobody else
That's
wants to
cool.
introduce themselves, then we are free to discuss freely whatever you want to
Well,
talk about.
Indigo, congratulations. Indigo, did you win the shift buttons? Were you the one that won?
Oh shoot, I wasn't paying attention, did I?
I don't know. I don't know. I can't remember. But I don't know. But if you weren't paying attention, it might have been a wise choice. You might have won. I'm not sure, but Indigo Jones, is that your last name? Is that what you go
Oh,
by?
no. My
Is
name
there
is Brendan Persky.
Oh, okay, okay. It was a girl. Okay,
Yeah.
good. Okay, guess didn't know. Just trying to make sure. Didn't know if it was the same one, but what's up?
All good.
Good.
Hello?
All right. So
Hello.
All right, everybody's too quiet.
I know.
I'm waiting for you
Wait,
to introduce
oh.
yourself.
You waiting for
Angela.
me to introduce myself?
Yeah,
I'm not all that important. Why do I have to introduce myself?
you're super important.
You're always important. Angela, I love you. Shut up. You are important. I can't take you. I can't take
You
you.
just told me to shut up. How can I be important if you just...
Oh no. I was talking about the statement that you weren't important. I had to shut that down real quick.
Yeah, we can't take any of that. I would love to
You are
hear
definitely
what
important.
the show was like for you, Angela.
I don't understand all of it. I understand some of it. But I think that some people probably can feel like they don't. And then the things that I don't understand, I don't think that everybody necessarily is. I think that I have the capability of understanding some things that maybe some people don't have the capability of yet. Some people don't have. I mean, I don't even have a real fully functioning brain, so you can't really, you can't. Nobody can really say that I'm necessarily exactly like them. Nobody, actually, everybody's different to a point.
That's true.
But you matter.
I don't know half of the stuff that most of you guys already know. To tell you the truth, most of the stuff that I learn are from feelings, from emotions. Like a child, kind of like a child learns from feelings and emotions. A child knows already from their feelings and emotions, and as a normal human usually grows up, they forget how to do that. But I'm not a normal human. And when they gave me brain surgery and cut out a part of my brain, I was exactly like a child all over again. So in a sense, I'm only like 11 years old. Or however old, whatever. But
I'm curious why you feel like you don't resonate with synchronicity because of that, or is that what I heard you say, or?
I don't relate to it the same way as other people do, as other people relate to it. I relate to it, like, when I started the conversation, I didn't even know what the freaking meaning of it meant. Whereas other people would know the meaning of it. I mean, that type of thing happens to me all of the time, but I didn't put it down as a meaning. It's kind of like when I paint my paintings, I don't paint my paintings as them having a meaning. I don't, most of my paintings, I realize now that a lot of them do have symbols in it and stuff like that, but I didn't know ahead of time. I didn't know ahead of time that they actually had symbols in them.
That's really cool.
That came from some place that a lot of people aren't in touch with yet, and a lot of people are striving to be in touch with, and I understand that, but I'm already in touch with it, and well, I mean, some part to some extent. Am I making any sense?
Yes.
Yeah.
Lots of sense.
Yeah. I think it's fascinating, and I really appreciate you like saying all that. And I'm glad that you didn't talk during the time when I was cutting people off at 1 minute, so that we could hear everything you said because it was really great. And yeah, so I just want everyone to know there's no more one limit talking. So we're yeah. I would love to hear more about maybe like what the experience was like listening to the show, or if anyone just has any cool synchronistic stories they want to share. I'd love to hear about that too.
I don't know if my mic can be heard now, or
I can kind of hear you.
Yeah, it's really quiet. I mean, it's better than before, but
okay.
it's still pretty quiet.
Just yell.
Scream at the
Sing.
top of your lungs.
I can hear you. Feel free to join in at any time.
Okay, I don't know if anybody can hear this, but I'll say hi, introduce myself. This is the first time I've actually partaken in one of these discussion groups.
Yay! Yay!
Welcome.
I want to say hi to Bonnie especially. I know
Well,
I've heard of you from my boyfriend Ashton, who is also in Austin.
Oh yeah,
So,
from Paradigm
yeah.
Shift, Austin, Ashton.
Nice
Yay.
to meet you because he's told me about you, so that's cool.
He told me about you too. I'm so happy to meet your voice and like I mean more than just your voice, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm a little too shy to put my video on right now. Maybe
I
later.
understand. Neat. Are you in Austin?
No, I'm actually in Ottawa.
Oh.
Wow, that's a big jump.
Yeah, it's tough long distance, but
Yeah.
he's actually coming here at the end of the month, so really looking forward to that.
Congratulations. Did you
That's
listen to the
cool.
show tonight?
Yes, I did. Yeah.
Sweet. Did anything
Yeah.
particularly stand out to you or speak to you most, or you taking anything away from it?
Synchronicities, yeah, in general, just amazing. Like even like in terms of meeting Ashton and everything like that, everything we had in common, everything that so many times that I actually tune into a show because I'm usually too busy to. Like it'll often be a show that really speaks to me,
Mm-hmm.
and yeah, it's like there's too many to even just make a list of because it just happens like on a daily basis, and I don't
The
know.
synchronicity.
Yes, in terms of
But
synchronicity.
it's so fun to try and make that list. I had a
Like make
synchronicity
a journal
blog.
of it, but yeah, it's like it happens. I guess sometimes when I'm not really able to get a pen and paper in hand, sort of thing.
Totally.
But
That's
yeah,
true. Yeah, I love that. That's awesome. Did you guys talk at all in the show about synchronicity, like journals or logs?
Yeah, we did. I mentioned that because it was kind of this is kind of like how it went. Yesterday I went ahead and decided to get tarot cards and all that other stuff and get some stones that I really needed. And when I went to go do that, what ended up happening is as I left the car, I noticed that like on the side there was a sheet of paper that had like the psychic and tarot reading specialized, and it was this person that basically call for an appointment and do a reading and this and this. And it was just the right time at the right place, but it was in a parking lot. It was in a parking lot to where there was nobody around, and it was just crazy. And it just sort of resonated with me. So I kept this, and then I went and got the stones and got my stuff and got my thing about Reiki and tarot and really started writing a book. So what I did was I got a composition book. So this composition book is my dream journal and my dream journal / synchronicity / life journal. And then this one is my tarot and Reiki meanings and how it attributes to different, like after I give readings, there's certain things that sort of hit me. Uh, like let's say somebody was to have a divorce, and with that card represented, or I was able to see something and it connected to a card, or something gets hit, I'm going to start writing all of that down to create a broader spectrum as for people that are trying to interpret cards or find out different meanings for things. I'm gonna start building a sort of a broader spectrum and get down into more basic things, as in abuse or different things that don't really get talked about with cards in interpretations, but using that intuition and being able to see and what correlates with that, really attribute that to the cards, and then write about that and start my own thing on that. So it was a good thing all together. It was good.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Good.
Awesome. I think even just like that's super awesome, all of that, but also just having the synchronicities log brings. I was doing that for a while, and it did add a certain element of magic to my life.
Well, I went through a whole thing that I had written, and you missed that whole part. You're gonna have to go through the show. I talked about like the different, like the starting point. There's 17 categories of synchronicity, and I went through briefly the different categories, and numbers are one of them. And I went through the numbers and explained what the numbers represented, which then led to the conversation of.
By the way, if anybody wants to do like any quick breathing or meditation at some point, let me know.
But it
Sounds like a great idea.
I just felt like I wanted to
I
put that out
concur.
there. Like a breath could be nice, but AJ,
I
finish
like that.
what you're saying, and we can do it. after
Okay,
that.
that's cool. Yeah, but it just was about that, and Nate went ahead and called in and just spoke about things that were tuning with that. So it was just a good conversation. It's really good.
That was cool, and you said something that really resonated with him. Like you were like kind of reading.
Right.
I was like, oh yeah, I know what's about to happen right now. I know what's about to happen.
I was going in. I wasn't
Because he's been one of the people who have gotten an impromptu reading from AJ.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I wasn't ready to like read. I didn't know what was happening, but when that time comes, I don't ask questions. I just read.
Right.
So it was one of those things to where I just knew that it was a message for him and he would understand. But that's the synchronicity. I can't take credit for that. You know what I'm saying? It's like it was meant for him. I'm just the messenger. So that was meant for as a gift for him. As a matter of fact, he just wrote me. So like it's good. I mean, we all need that sometimes. And
Oh.
that's good.
Do you want to do a little bit of breathing? Yeah. He said
Sure.
Okay, sweet. Well, if we're gonna breathe, let's go ahead and wiggle first, because it's always, I like to start my meditations with like moving my body. You guys that are in the same room together are like, what, you want me to wiggle in front of them? It's kind of nice in your own little computer square to wiggle. So now you can like even do things like shake your arms or lift our arms up and then experience what it feels like to just drop them and just release and just allow them to just fall to the floor. Like we're picking something up and then we're just gonna release all the control of the arm to the floor and allow the gravity to take it down. Good. And then we can do some shoulder rolls. Backwards, and when we're ready we can move forward, shoulder rolls, and we'll feel and notice the sensation of the tension releasing as we roll our shoulders. And we can take a nice first we'll exhale our air through our mouth, and then we'll inhale through our nose and allow the air to fill our bellies, and we'll exhale through our mouth. We can say the word ha, or release any sounds we feel like releasing. We'll do 2 more breaths like that on your own speed. Inhaling big, exhaling. And we're going to do 3 total. So again, we'll have our nice big inhale and exhale. And now we'll allow our breath to flow to us how it wants to.
For some reason, I cannot relax.
Well, there's a lot of movement meditations that help for things like that, or I can offer a mantra, which helps often. So, well, first we'll just feel our breath for a second. What is the temperature of it? Is it warm? Is it cold? Where is it going in our body? Allow ourselves to be the observer of it. And if we like, we can close our eyes. And recognize the feeling of all points of our body that might be touching the floor or touching the chair we're sitting on. Become aware of each cell in our body, what it feels like sitting in this chair. We'll allow ourselves to become present with the sounds around us. Not judging, but just observing. And we can always pick up a mantra that we like. One is I am, the I am mantra. So I am peace, I am love. Whatever it is you want to be, simply put the words I am before that. And we can inhale, I am, mentally saying the words I am, and exhale, mentally saying the word of the character we wish to embody or the gift we'd like in our life. And we'll take just a few more moments feeling our breath come in, and as we exhale, feel what it feels like to release the shoulders and feel that relief that comes with the release. And since we're all here together in this container, we'll allow ourselves for just a moment to feel connected. And set the intention that this container is for each of our highest intent of good that we can experience here tonight. And of course, bring it with us into the rest of our lives in the world. Also, feel free to notice the point of light at the third eye and direct our energy up to that point of light. And just allow ourselves to feel for just a moment. All the feelings, all the sensations that come with experiencing our breath. When we're ready, we can allow ourselves to be grateful that we can come back to this place anytime. Discovering that place of peace within us. And we can do a temperature check and open our eyes and see if we want to discuss from here or stay in a more meditative state. So I invite you to do whatever feels good. And that might be opening your eyes right now and coming out of this meditation. Or not. And either way is okay, because that was, I don't know how long that was, but good job for, sometimes when meditation is new, it can feel like longer. But I actually don't have a real awareness of time during my meditations, especially when I'm guiding them. So I usually look at the time, but I did not do that. So I have no idea how long that was. So I figured I'd let us open our eyes in case I had been talking for like half an hour or something.
Definitely wasn't that long.
Okay, good.
It felt nice then. I have a quick question or two just about the topics that were being discussed, specifically about something AJ said and also about journaling the synchronicities in your life. But first, I'll ask a question to AJ that just got me interested when he said he does impromptu readings. And I'm pretty sure I heard him do one during the radio show today, but I'm not sure. I might have missed parts of it. I just have a question for him if he's available to answer. When he feels this urge or this calling to do a reading, does he just go straight into it and tell the subject of the reading what the reading is about? So if AJ, you could.
Oh yeah, I can expound on that. Whenever it comes to me, I'm a very straightforward person. I think that anybody that knows me knows that I don't. There are no holds barred. I am very straightforward, and if something comes to me, I am the first person to say, "This is not for me. This is for you." So why would I hold that? That would be like me stealing from you. So I find that it's necessary on certain information that needs to be given for me to give it away, because it's not, like I said, I'm only a conduit, so I only give the message that is given to me. So when I was reading Nate, it was just something that it was something that sort of hit on before. It was something that I was thinking about, and when he spoke, it was the automatic. The reason why I had thought about it was for him. And it made sense. Now, I didn't know his situation, but when he was starting to talk about certain things, I was like, bam, I need to let him know. So I need to let him know what's up. So that's sort of like the way that it works. So I really don't hold too much back when it comes down to that. And me writing in a journal, I find that it's very important to find similarities between dreams and synchronicities that happen, because they're both channels for the either higher self or the higher power to give you messages. So, I get messages in dreams, and there are certain dreams sometimes that I have that are I wake up from the dream and I'm like, this isn't a normal vivid dream. This had a message to it. This meant something deeper. So then I go back and analyze. No dream book, no nothing else. I analyze what it means for me personally in my life, or where there were certain things in a dream that might have correlated to something that didn't make sense. It wouldn't make sense to anybody else, but to me it made sense. And I try and figure out what that message is. And it's the same way sort of with synchronicity. I think with synchronicity it's a little bit different. With dreaming, you go to sleep, and then it speaks to you. With synchronicity, I feel that in part, you have consciously made a decision to do something. And in you doing that, you might not know why you're doing it, but sometimes you look for confirmation, sometimes you look for validation, And it comes in those synchronistic moments that it's like, man, this is exactly what I needed at the right time because I placed myself in that situation, or I had intended myself for it to be in this situation. So when you get that signal or you get that sign, it makes total sense to you, and that's your higher power, your higher self saying you're doing the right thing, you're on the right path. This is exactly what you need for this time. And so there's a bit of comfort in that, and knowing that you're going on that right path, or that you're trying to do the right thing. So that's kind of like the way that it works for me.
Cool, cool. And you shared a lot of insight, but one more thing I'd like to touch upon was like the reading thing. What I was just trying to say, you like did a great reading. It seemed like the person resonated a lot with what you said, and that's really awesome that you're like doing it for free in a sense. But I was just gonna suggest like make it more consensual in the sense that like ask before saying the reading to the subject if they'd like one, because just from my experience, sometimes readings become self-fulfilling prophecies in a sense. So maybe the person's on the path that, even though it may not be the best for them, they need to like play out that path. And even though you're just trying to offer assistance for like their best, their well-being, they may not be. I don't know. All I'm trying to say is maybe try to make it more consensual in a sense, but I feel like you
Well, I
already.
did ask. I did sort of ask if it was okay, before I stepped into it, because it was something that was sort of spontaneous, but it did correlate to the topic. Now, if I'm going to give somebody a reading based off of just a regular reading, usually people will come to me more or less. I usually don't put myself out there as much, but I do appreciate that because that's a good thing, because it is always good to ask because there are certain things that people aren't ready to hear. But I gotcha.
Yeah,
I
for
appreciate
sure.
it.
Of course, and I didn't hear when you said you asked, so again, it's
It was
just
sort of it was sort of in
on my
brief.
part.
Yeah, it's cool.
And about the journaling, I don't really journal myself when it comes to synchronicities. Does it ever, in a sense, feel like it's putting it in a box or labeling, or as Bonnie said before, does it make life more magical just from experiences of everyone here? Just because I don't really have something to relate to in the sense of what I've experienced when it comes to writing down synchronicities.
I find that when it comes to journaling in general, I think it's more for, you're looking at aspects of when certain things happened. And for myself, what I'm trying to find something through journaling. What I'm trying to find is the singularity. I'm trying to find something that is what was going on in my life at this time. Why did this synchronicity happen? And if there are certain times that I notice that maybe I go through the same sort of either depressive state, or go through a time of a little bit of chaos, and certain things need to be put back into place, I want to be able to look back through the journal and say, I was feeling this way, and this is what sort of happened in this situation. What did I pick up from that situation? What was it that was brought to me to understand? So that way it helps me out in further situations, so I can stop the cycle of the craziness sometimes, and try and mold my life to where I can live 100% whole and not have to deal with the drama. You see what I'm saying? So that's the reason why I'm doing the journaling for myself, because I just want to see if there's similarities with dreams, with journaling, with things that are going on in my life, or the way that I feel. And I find that people that do start journaling and putting things down, they notice a lot of similarities, not just with themselves, but with other people as well.
Christian, talking stick, go.
Oh shoot!
Oh, I'm sorry. It looked like you held up a talking stick.
I just rattled the rattle as like
Hey, that's kind of a good idea though. We could do a virtual talking stick. So that way, if someone wants to talk, they could
I can tell you my
hold something up.
if you want, I can just say something about like synchronistic experiences or whatever. I don't know.
I would love that.
Some of mine. I don't know. There's just like some little ones that happened the past couple of days. Like, I went to this Chinese place and I got a Sobe, and on the cap it had like some of the liquid covering part of the like code on it, and then like it separated out, so it was just 222. And then I was like, that's really cool. I mean, I see 222 a lot. I see a lot of numbers, but I was like, wow. And then 222 adds up to 6, and there were 6 droplets of juice in the in the cap. So that was cool. And then today I got another drink, and it was just like a soft drink, whatever, paper cup with the plastic thing on top, and it had 222 on it. So that was kind of cool. So drinks are showing me 222. I don't know.
That's awesome.
But and then the other day, oh yeah, the other day I was like thinking about cars. I was like, I need a new car, like, because my car is really kind of a piece of shit. So, and anyway, and then some guy just like shows up randomly. Is like, hey, are you thinking of selling that car? And I was like, yeah. So anyway, we talked to, and then his name was King, and then like, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes later, this like random dog comes up to us, and his name is Simba.
His name is Simba?
Yeah. So like, I was like, oh, Simba's the king of he's the king. So
Wow.
I don't know. It was just weird, but
When did this all happen?
this was a couple days ago.
Interesting.
Yeah, but also just yeah, I've been seeing like increasing numbers. I've also been meditating more, but just like been feeling like the energies are really super intense right now, especially like right around the blood moon eclipse time.
Yeah.
You know what that's telling you?
What?
You know what that's telling you?
Huh.
It's telling you that you need to learn more about the circle of life.
Oh.
Oh, what? That's awesome.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
that's what-
deep. That's deep.
That's good.
I like that. I like.
Oh, that's
Click on that.
awesome.
Click on that one. I like that one, Angela. Wow. Boom.
That was good.
Wow, that was good. That was good.
Yeah.
That was
I
good.
want to learn more about that.
She just blew my mind. I don't know what to say.
More about sacred geometry. That's what I would like to do. I'm sure.
Sacred
In the
Geometry?
local Amazon bookstore.
Watch the Sacred Geometry movie by Spirit Science.
Yeah, I've seen that. I'm feeling like I
I know,
won't.
we've probably all seen that, but or most of us have probably seen that. But
Yeah.
yeah, I've been thinking about Sacred Geometry a lot lately too. I don't know. You and I are pretty synced up usually, Bonnie. I find in our thoughts sometimes. At least
I
when we're
know. I feel totally, yeah, like that's true. And it's always interesting. It's always an interesting experience. I mean, yeah, I feel like a synchronistic connection to each of you right now because we're all here in this moment.
Yeah, yeah.
And yeah, I think that's really cool. And synchronicities, let's see, I had
Ooh.
something to say earlier, but I forgot.
Okay. Before you remember, because you are going to remember, one synchronicity that happened today has to do with this right here. So I wanted to go to the lake with her, or we planned to go to the lake, but it just didn't work out. Like the sun went down, but it was like she got here right when the show started, and I was
Yeah.
like, all right, we're gonna listen to the show, and then, like it was so synchronistic. So
It's true.
That's
Yeah.
awesome.
yeah.
Yeah. That's awesome. That is also funny to me. And like it's like I need a word for like not surprising even though like it should be surprising. But I'm so used to like the universe
I
working in this
know.
synchronistic way that I'm like not surprised by synchronicities anymore. I
Yeah.
actually am almost like sad when they're not happening because I'm like something's
Yeah.
not right here because there's not a
Yeah.
bunch of magic synchronicities going on. Like, what
Right.
do
Okay,
I change about this?
I have a question for the group, I guess. Okay, maybe I can tell a story and then see what you guys have to say. But I'm curious about, because I find a lot of things are manifesting quicker lately. And
Sure.
okay, so I've had I'll tell you an experience. So several months ago, I was at the beach and I was reading this book on it was an Abraham Hicks book,
I love it.
about manifesting, and I started to kind of get pumped up on this whole thing, and because I've manifested a lot of things, but it really kind of, anyway, made me feel more confident, I guess. And I was thinking about somebody that I wanted to see, that I never really see, and I was like, man, I really want to see that person. But I was kind of nervous to reach out. So I'm reading this book and I'm thinking, I want to see them today. I want to see them. I'm gonna see them today. So anyway, I ended up leaving, and I almost went like 4 different directions, right? Because I thought I want to go here to eat. I'm gonna go here to eat. No, they're not answering the phone, so I'm like, I'm gonna go here instead. So anyway, I almost made a bunch of different turns to get where I was gonna go, and anyway, I ended up at a stoplight, and they pulled up right next to me at the stoplight, and it actually ended up completely freaking me out. I guess I didn't expect it to happen that fast. I mean, it was like within an hour, and I've never, I mean, things have happened fast, but I mean, I've never run into this person on the road or anything, and it wasn't American or anything, and I was like, what the hell just happened,
What was the amount of time?
Yeah. So
What was the amount of time like that you thought about this person? Do you know? And
Yeah,
then
and it actually.
What was the?
It,
She asked me how long were you thinking?
how long was I thinking of the person? Like over time, or you mean that day?
I'm wondering, like, was it all the same day? Like, did you think like about this person and then the same day run into them, or what was the time?
I think about the person often, but it was a day where I was reading the book and I was thinking, I want to see them today. Like, I kind of like declared it,
Uh-huh.
that intention, and it's actually happened another time with the same person, not at the stoplight, but just I want to see that person today, and then we just happened to both have friends that were having a birthday party at the same place that we never go to. So just like weird. So, but the thing is, instead of embracing this, like the synchronistic situation, I kind of freak out because I'm not really expecting it to happen that fast. And I'm wondering if you guys ever have situations like that where something synchronistic happens and it's almost scary because you realize how connected you are with everything else, and if you have any kind of, I don't know, tips and tricks, or just, I don't know, what do you guys think about that? Or maybe when you first started getting into this stuff. I mean, it's not like I'm just getting into this now, but I'm noticing things increasing, getting stronger, and just kind of more powerful. And I'm just wondering, yeah, does anybody else get weird?
That I feel like it's interesting to mention it because it's something, it used to happen to me more, a lot more.
Yeah.
and I would like
Great
run
that.
from it. I would like run away. I'd be like, whoa, like how I would be like, there's no way that I would either discredit it, like,
Exactly.
or figure out a
Yeah.
way to dance around it, and it felt bad. And actually, like, it's helped me to working with different mentors who have guided me towards feeling whatever you're feeling, and just like doing things like lighting a candle and sitting with like how that feels to feel like not okay about a situation, or the fact that you possibly could have manifested something, or sitting with the fear, essentially, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, yeah.
And just feeling that, like, what does it feel like and like observing, like, what does this fear look like how does it come? And I feel like that is helpful. It's hard to like sit with it, but after I sit with it, I'm like, oh, okay, like, I don't know, I feel like I just have a different perspective on it, and I'm able to like not fear it anymore, like I'm not running away anymore.
Yeah.
And that's been able to transform my energy so that I don't feel fearful. And the other thing that I do is I say things like the mantra often. I am the light is within me, the light is all around me, the light protects me, I am the light. And I also do things like put out a constant intention that I am creating only the highest of good for myself and everyone I'm involved with. So putting that intention out helps me not be fearful of the synchronicities that happen, because I'm like, this is like in divine alignment with like my purpose and their purpose and whatever the hell is going on in this crazy universe, you know. But also having to work with that weekly. Like I do Reiki, which is essentially the highest intent of good for all, and so
yeah, I do too. I need to do it on myself though, I think, a little more.
Yes, after I did my Reiki master level training, attunement, I did 21 days of self Reiki for like 45 minutes plus to like an hour and a half, sometimes even like 2 hours it ended up being, and like it was transformational.
Yeah.
Just 21 doing a 21 day, like committing to 21 days is amazing. And even if I've tried to do a second one and not made it the 21 days, but it's still amazing even just to like be like, okay, I did it for 3 days in a row. That's so cool. Self Reiki for an hour 3 days in a row.
Yeah, I really need to commit to something like that. Yeah. I need to commit to that.
Yeah, and I mean, you don't have to see it as this big, crazy commitment, but just like laying down, and it doesn't have to be an hour. Actually, some of the days in the 21 days were like 20 minutes because I didn't have an hour.
Yeah.
But,
something.
Yeah, and it doesn't even always have to be Reiki, you know? I mean, it can be whatever. Like for other people listening to this, like it can be anything that resonates with you that is providing like self-time and care and love.
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I'm like, I'm sorry it took 25 minutes to answer that question. Anybody else?
No, I'm sorry. It's like 25 minutes to ask that question.
There's something magical that happens when we're talking and other people are listening, and we just don't realize how much time has gone by, or that I've said the same thing probably like 3 different times, 3 different ways.
I say it all the time, though. All the time.
Does anybody else have things like that happen? Do you feel fearful when synchronicities happen, or?
I have things like that happen, but I don't fear them.
Yeah.
I get goosebumps, but I don't fear them.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but I just don't. Sorry, I didn't.
Oh no, I actually like synchronicities. I think it's cool to be able to experience those, and yeah, I love them. I look forward to them.
Yeah.
Me
There,
too.
there
I
was
get really
About
excited.
Reiki and
there was an.
how it was a
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
huh? Oh, and how that was a synchronistic thing for you and stuff. And when I went to the festival at Transcendence, I came across the sound healing booth, and I absolutely resonated with that. I love sound and the power of the sound, and it just made me feel awesome. And I want to continue doing sound healing, and I also want to go to school for it because I feel so passionate about it. And just how it makes you feel, and then when you're dancing to music that you love to dance to, and you're just moving your body and stuff, it's awesome. So I get like the whole Reiki. I also want to learn how to do the Reiki, and Ariana, and so we're gonna do it together, and we're basically manifesting together on trying to open up a business. I'm going on a partnership here in Vacaville of like a healing place. So I'm doing sound healing, and she'll do the Reiki healing, and her other things that she's going into, and then we could create like a lounge for people just to talk and read books, or do some crystal healing and stuff like that. So I think that's awesome, and I can't wait for all of this to happen. It's just gotta manifest it.
Very cool. Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
It's already in play. It's already in play. It's already done.
Yeah.
That is cool.
Hey, Bonnie, was
Hey.
your earlier question... Oh, sorry, go ahead, AJ.
Oh, no, you're good.
Okay, Bonnie, was your earlier question, does anyone else feel fear during synchronistic events? Or am I remembering that correctly?
Okay, yeah, I did want to elaborate on that one. I did want to elaborate on
I
that.
mean, I feel like that is the question, but you can answer the question. It doesn't have to be that exact question, or like.
I was just gonna...
But
Well,
I also want to let people know I don't always like feel fearful of synchronicities. Actually, now I tend to feel like they are guides that I'm a little bit. But anyway, go ahead and answer the question however you feel resonant with.
Yeah, so I was just going to say, like, I've had experiences where a synchronistic event has happened and it's sort of manifested from my earlier intentions. And I too felt that fear. And mostly just from my perspective, that fear stemmed from that realization of, like, if I manifest that, that means I sort of manifest more or less everything in my reality, and just the responsibility that, like, flooding my being would cause fear in a sense. And the way I get through it or got through it or whatever is just sort of accepting the synchronistic event without trying to think about it too much, just going with its flow, and overall just accepting it and being at peace with it in a sense. But yeah, that's just what I was gonna share, I guess.
I like
Nikolai.
that a lot. I really do like that. You're right. I can't
That was
get
awesome.
over analytical about things like, oh, this happens, so that means this and that. Actually, I've been, that metaphor has come up in my life recently of like, don't believe everything, but.
Up, AJ?
Well, that's one of the things that I was talking about before when it comes down to what I was talking about was numerology. Basically, when people look at numbers or they find out about secret society and then they become engulfed, that becomes their life, and everything has numbers to it, and it means this and it means that. But it might mean that, but they don't take anything from it. So it's a whole bunch of you getting off your path for you understanding or seeing synchronistic patterns, but it not really attributing to your life. So I think that there's different levels. I think there's a level of synchronicity to where you understand that was a message directly towards you, and then there's synchronicity to where you see specific things and that becomes sort of like your world, and people meditate on that. And I've seen it happen a lot of times, especially, like I said, when people start learning about secret societies and specific numbers, and this means that, and this means
Yeah, it's
this,
almost
and they
like
start.
you're just making it happen because you're so focused on it
Yeah,
that it doesn't
you're focused on
leave
it, but
anywhere.
it starts consuming. It
Yeah.
almost eats at your spirit, and that doesn't, and it's not health. And at that point, it's not healthy. It's because I've
Right.
seen a lot of people almost lose sanity over.
Wow.
Seriously, almost lose
Not
sanity
good.
over them being so enumerate, like, oh, but this has this meaning, and this means this, and I'm afraid to do this. So then they get bound by
Yeah.
what they feel that the synchronicity is, when it's really just, it's always been here, but you have to have discernment on a certain level on what certain things mean for certain things. I mean, it's a touchy, and that's where I was trying to say before online when I was talking to Nate. I was like, it's important to make sure that you might see certain things, but you don't want to overly consume yourself with it. You just
Yeah.
write that, if you want to write it down, see how it adds up. All right,
Yeah.
but you also have to live your life as well. And you can't make that your whole existence. And people do that. And that's something that doesn't get talked about very often, but it happens. It
Mhm.
happens.
Yeah.
I could see how that could happen.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Hey, this may sound like a really weird question, or not, because this is Paradigm Shift.
Because
But,
fear does
but
not exist here.
yeah. So, has anybody hit their head this month?
I don't know if I can say I have or not.
Okay.
No.
Maybe he did and he forgot.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of
Oh,
those
I
things
lied. I did. I have a scar. What am I talking about? Yes, I did.
You did? Oh, man. Okay.
I have a scar. I have a scar on my forehead. You probably can't even see it. It's like right by my eye. It's a little darker in color.
There's not enough light where
I know. It's like right here. It's so bad. I kind of fell.
Did you bleed?
I did. No, I didn't bleed really. It was more
Okay.
water that came out than anything. It was like,
Water?
it's weird. Yeah, it was
You
weird.
guys want to see something that'll scare the crap out of you?
No.
Oh.
I
Okay.
want to
No.
look away when you
Yeah. Okay, because the reason I asked that is because I hit my head like 4 times. The first time actually drew blood. Second time I like hit like right at the top of my neck, the base of my skull, on my door as I was going in my car, and then I just hit my head again. And then my one of my friends, he got in a car accident and hit his head, and like he's got like a big gash. And then my cousin's wife, she just got a concussion, and like so many people are hitting their head. It's crazy. I just noticed it, but it must be the Mercury retrograde thing. I don't know.
wear a helmet.
Yeah. Good advice.
Yeah.
You just get out. Just wear your bike helmet. I'm so dying to make sure, like, Indigo, that you are like, do you have anything does your microphone work? I'm like dying to make you included in this conversation. Like, not dying, but, making sure that, we would love to hear anything you have to say. And maybe your microphone just doesn't work.
Hello?
You
Hello?
Is it working now?
I can hear you.
Oh, okay. So it was my headphones that was screwing up my microphone. Now I understand.
Oh, okay. I'm like, I hope that he's not trying to talk and we can't hear him or something.
Well, like, I actually did hit my head.
You did.
Awesome.
4 days ago, I was emptying groceries out of my mom's trunk from her car, and so as I was grabbing like 2 bags, it swung down and like hit me in the head, like right here. It's crazy.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Huh. Wow. Now I'm going to be all cautious, too.
Yeah.
Synchronicities that have happened to me. I had a dream that I was given this black kyanite crystal by like an angel, and they were like, look at your hand, and I looked at my hand and I was holding it, and they were like, we're giving this to you or whatever. And then someone just yesterday, well, my friend's mom, my friend gave me a crystal from his mom, who I do Reiki with. That was a black kyanite crystal, so I just felt
Wow.
I felt like that was some kind of synchronicity there.
Maybe that was from that angel.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, whoa. And like black kyanite's like the protection stone and the charger, like energizer, and stuff. And I also want to say about crystals, though, while we're on the topic, remember not to put all your faith in the crystal. Remember to put your faith in yourself. And we can use the crystals as like enhancers and things, but they're not the ones making things happen.
They're just tools. They're just tools.
Yeah.
Do you have any? Speaking of crystals, but yeah, that's a good thing. You don't want to get all like obsessed with your crystals and yeah.
I mean, I feel like it's the word might not be obsessed, but just like you don't want to put your power.
Okay, yeah.
Something outside of ourselves.
Yes, yes. Do you have any advice for like recharging your crystals?
Yeah, that's a great question.
Because I find that I'll get a crystal and I'll like suck all the energy out of it, and then I'm like, well, crap. Now it's just like nothing.
So, all right, the first thing, it goes along with what I was just saying, which the main way I like to do it, and that some of my mentors and stuff have taught me, is just hold it in your hand and take your other hand and wave it over and put the intention to restore the crystal to its highest vibration. And you can take a few breaths before you do this, but just like take some breaths and like allow yourself to feel the power of intention, and hold it in your hand and wave your other hand over and just say, my intention is to restore these crystals to their highest vibration. I like saying that more than saying like clear, because sometimes they could be holding positive energy, and clear, I don't want to clear it all away. Maybe
right.
Right. You know, so I like because then also it's kind of like already perfect, and so it's like you're like maybe like restore it to its. I don't know why that was.
There's other ways too. I mean, some of them are.
There's lots of other ways. Like, but when you do another way to clear crystal, something like white sage, which I like white sage more than regular sage. It's a little bit different. So if you can get the white sage, but you know, white sage will restore crystals to their highest vibration, and also, but putting your intention into the white sage. So like, my intention for lighting this white sage is to allow this crystal to restore to its, or these crystals to restore to their highest vibration, and then like, you know, lighting the white sage and putting it over it. And also moonlight. Like, actually, my crystals are still, well, half of them are still outside right now because I had put them under the full moon, and I haven't gotten them. I've been like letting them chill out there.
that was one thing that was in the day. Moonlight works, and putting them in the ground too.
I was just thinking that in my head. I didn't say it out loud, but yes, putting.
I know that in the ground takes all the negative. Like, say, I have an obsidian pyramid, and my friend it absorbed all his negative energy, so I had to like put it in the ground, and that worked, but I didn't know that it actually like recharged it as well. But
I can recharge it as well.
Okay.
Yeah, just don't like bury it and forget about it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, right.
Wait, what?
Don't bury it and forget about it.
I also like to believe that a crystal's always in its right spot. So if I lose a crystal, it's like, well, it's where it's supposed to be. Someone will find
Yeah,
it.
I agree.
I've had plenty of friends tell me stories about finding crystals in random places and be like, all right, I'm sure I've left a few crystals in some random places for someone. And that's also something I would like to do intentionally, like with a note, like a paradigm shifty thing, like leave
Oh
a
yeah.
crystal note out somewhere in the universe, like at a park under a tree or something. Like
Yeah.
I've done this before with notes, but it's just suddenly occurring to me to put a crystal in there too. But notes, and I'll say like I'll put it under the tree and it'll say to, and I put you.
That's cute.
And then someone is like
So
walks by
cute.
like, to
Doesn't
you?
Jim Carrey do that too? I heard Jim Carrey likes to do that.
Jim Carrey does that?
I heard him say that
What?
once.
Brother and sister. I knew we were related.
Yeah, has anybody ever used I was at this shop recently. They had like Palo Santo and they had sage and things. But they also had cedar. I think it was cedar.
Oh.
Has anybody used that to clear energy? Like, do you guys have any experiences with that and think it's
I know cedar keeps away moths.
good, or what's the deal with that?
I haven't personally used cedar, but so I'm not really sure.
I've heard it in combination with white sage and sweetgrass in terms of cleansing homes. The three of them used
Ooh.
combined, but I haven't really heard much of it on its own.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I haven't either actually, but that sounds like a nice combination, doesn't it?
Yeah, the sweetgrass is supposed to invite positive
good.
energy. The white sage is supposed to clear the negative energy, and I think I'm not quite sure. I can't quite remember about the cedar, but I think it is more about clearing negative energy.
Yeah.
But it might have.
Yeah, I know it keeps moths away from your clothes, so that's positive. That's positive.
You go like there's some. Yeah. I wanted to recognize the person who just jumped on here, whose name reads as Our Evolution. Feel free to say hi and introduce yourself, and whatever. Jump in here anytime. And carry on if you, or sorry, I couldn't tell if you didn't want to talk or if your microphone was just being slow to. Oh, never mind. I'm gonna stop talking and hope that someone else talks.
Have any of you used selenite to charge your crystals? Like, how do you find it's effective or?
Selenite or selenite?
Yeah.
That's a crystal. So
Yeah.
like using it to charge crystals.
Yeah.
I have actually done that. Not like purposefully. I do use other crystals sometimes. I'll pick up a crystal and draw the Reiki symbols over the crystal. That's how I clear crystals a lot too.
Okay.
So yeah, but I would also encourage like doing the trick where you just use your mind and your intention to restore the selenite crystal.
Yeah.
And then restore the other ones.
Yeah.
I'm all about just like, don't put your faith into the crystal though. Put your faith in yourself.
Yeah, I identify with that too, because as Christian said, it was just a tool, helpful tool, but still a tool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
They do make me feel really interesting though.
Okay.
I'm secretly hoping that Our Evolution jumps on and says hi.
Yeah, we need.
Yeah, Tony's been trying to get me too.
We need another person with a beard to be talking.
Nikolai, how are you doing, brother?
I'm doing good, brother. How are you doing?
I'm doing well.
That's
No
good.
complaints. No complaints, man.
I want to hear your crystal story, Indigo.
Okay.
And Soul says, awesome combo, everyone. Just want to say hi. I'm heading to sleep soon. I guess I can do that soon. But I want to hear story, Indigo. And Indigo, if you have another name you want to go by, I just am reading the name on the thing, and I don't know if I ever actually got your name.
Okay. I don't think I introduced myself, but my name is Brendan.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, there's a couple people who were here last.
I think you cut out. Oh, we lost.
Uh-oh. Tony is trying to. Tony's gonna get in. I guarantee. Sometime soon.
I want to use this lull in time just to announce that I am going to host an Authentic Relating Games Google Hangout, and I'm going to put up the information for it tomorrow. I'm still planning the exact. Would you guys, if anyone would come to a weekend Google Hangout, raise your hand. No, I'm trying to see if I should do this on a weekend or a weekday. All right, we got one. Authentic Relating Games online. It's going to be awesome, and we're going to play a bunch of really cool games that help us stay in the present moment with other people staying in the present moment. They're really fun. Okay, anyway.
So what was that?
Oh. Authentic Relating Games?
Like,
well, for people that don't understand what it is.
Oh, so it's different games that are played. I facilitate a series of different games, and the games are designed to help us stay in the present moment, but also like authentically relate with each other about what it's like to be human. And they're really fun, and we could play one now, but I honestly don't really feel like explaining and going into like facilitating one at this moment.
That's okay.
But we're gonna do some online. Like, it's a practice that I do in person here in Austin, but we're shifting it to it can be played online, like it can be played right now, like through Google Hangouts. So yeah, it's gonna be really awesome and fun to do it. We've already done it a few times, and it worked out really well. We played the Guru game, and we played the Shadow game, and yeah.
What's the Guru game?
It's where one person, well, everyone gets a turn, but you start, and one person is the guru, and that person fully embodies the guru, and you take a moment to like drop into your inner guru. And everyone else asks the person questions that like they would actually are interested in, like asking a guru, and the person answers as if, they're a guru, like as if. And so, like, it's kind of like channeling your inner wisdom. And they can make up anything, they can say anything, and it's lighthearted and fun, It's not like, just like if you were a guru, how would you respond to that?
But I think a lot of times when playing those games, you start realizing that a lot of the answers you have inside of yourself, and because you don't ask questions sometimes, and I'm not speaking for everybody, but I'm just saying, for people, I think sometimes we don't really take time to listen to ourselves or have our self-talk moments. I remember the other day I was outside and I had a really good conversation with myself, and it was almost, I felt like it was my higher self was speaking to me and giving me like straight up, no BS stuff that I needed to hear. And it was unfiltered, and it was what I needed, and it was better than anybody else could have said it. But if I wouldn't have taken the time to spend time with myself, I would not have been able to realize exactly that thing. So I think that that's probably one of the good things that the game kind of creates, is that sense of a lot of the times you know what the answer is to certain problems, but it's just you never asked yourself.
Yeah, man. I totally agree with you. Like, I love doing that. Just going on a walk in just nature, and you just walk by yourself, and you just kind of go for a stroll, and you know, it's so like just have a moment to yourself to really kind of think your thoughts through with kind of like, and in nature it's just great doing it in nature because it's so
Yeah.
it's just the best. I mean, you know, or like walks by yourself. That's a good thing.
I like to do that a lot. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's really great. But also
Indigo, you got a crystal
when
story?
you said the Guru game, Bonnie, it reminded me of. Have you ever watched Elijah Bray? There's videos of him and that guy like being gurus, and then they like.
Yeah, whatever.
Oh.
I don't think I've seen
Oh, okay.
them. Like I saw the challenge, the video challenge, but
Yeah, it's funny. It's just like them in front of a bunch of people, and someone asks a question, and they're like speaking in an Indian accent, and they'll just say words. The other person has to say the next word. The other person has to say the next word. So they just like make a sentence, and it ends up being really funny, and sometimes really wise. But you should check that out.
that's
You
how
like-
I want to look it up. We'll find the links. Go ahead, Indigo.
So for like a couple months, I had a serpentine rock, and it was really like helpful because when I found it, I had just kind of got drawn to this one, and then so a few weeks ago, I was in Thunder Bay for an ayahuasca retreat, and a few days before I had left, I had noticed that it was time for it to kind of go. I wasn't really sure who to give it to because nothing seemed right. But on the second day of the retreat, there was somebody I was talking with, and we had just had this really good bonding experience while talking. And so I had just given him the rock, and so that night he was having like a really, really intense ceremony. But when he meditated with the serpentine crystal, it took away the pain, and it was like able to ground him. And like, I don't know, it was one of those things that I was just thankful that it happened.
Yeah, it's really
That's
cool.
right. Yeah.
That's really cool.
Sweet.
That's definitely a
Mm-hmm.
a synchronistic moment. Definitely.
Yeah.
I think it's cool what you was touching on, AJ, whenever you mentioned about just having some time with yourself and talking to yourself. I think that's so important. People shouldn't really just look at it and see it as, I don't know, something bad. You know, it's like, what are you doing? Oh, I'm talking to myself. You're weird. You need to be checked into an asylum. So I just say, no, I'm thinking out loud.
Right.
But yeah, absolutely.
Talking walks.
I think it's Bonnie.
Talking walks. I heard that term the other day, and I was like, yes, it's awesome. Talking walks. I feel like I used to kind of do that a little bit, and then I was like, oh, this is weird. I'm talking to myself. I like stopped doing it. So then when this person had just posted on their Facebook status about talking walks, I was like, all right.
Yeah.
I
It's
take talking drives.
Yeah.
I thought myself in the car.
Yeah.
What?
talking drives. Yeah, I mean, just
Yeah.
talking drives. As long as you're speaking, as long as you're really talking and trying to get answers, and you'll get the answer back. It's not like your higher self isn't going to speak to you, but be prepared for what your higher self is, because it's going to tell you to do. Sometimes it's going to tell you to do things that you aren't going to be ready for. You're not going to feel like you're ready for it. So, I mean, some of the stuff that was given to me, I have not done yet. It's soon to come. I don't know what I'm waiting for, but I'm a little like I'm a little scared because it's not about necessarily me, but it is in a certain facet. It's more about my family as a whole, And so we have to take this journey together and be as a unit, as one. And so it's stepping into the precipice of not only, now that my father, he's up in New York, and he's for work, and now I'm helping my mom out. I've sort of become my first my it's almost like my birthright, since I'm the firstborn. It's like certain things have come into play that I need to be strong in, and with that, that was some of the stuff that came up in the talk with myself, that was like, you're the firstborn, and this is something that's been passed down to you. You need to step into this role. This is something that you need to start, you need to start really getting into. And there were certain things that it was just kind of it was just kind of crazy, and I was like, oh, like I was like, I don't know if I'm ready for this. I don't know if I'm ready, but it was all stuff that I needed to hear. And sometimes, you can go to other people, but I think that your higher self sometimes will give you the best answers when you're looking for them.
Yep.
Can I tell you something, AJ?
Yeah, what's up?
I think that you just need to be patient and wait, and it has to do with the world. It has to do with other people, being ready for that move. You have to be patient and wait, because it's not all up to you. It's not all up to you.
I feel you.
And you have to, whenever you feel like really, really depressed, just remind yourself that it's not, even though it feels like it's all on your back, that it's not something that you can change, that you personally can change. It's not your fault, if that makes any sense.
Right. Thank you, Angela, for that, and I appreciate that. I think that at some points it gets, I find that, especially in a work environment, that I'm the most giving and caring person. I'll do anything for anybody, but I find that when it comes to a level of me moving up job-wise, that people will start hating on me left and right, and because of either however long they've been at the job or whatever else they've done, the managers will listen to them and will discredit the work that I'm doing in front of their face, and will take heed and listen to somebody else's BS, and then it comes down on me, and it gets frustrating sometimes, and I'm just like, is it me? Am I doing something wrong? No, I'm doing the same job that I've done ever since day one. I do it well, and I help everybody out. What is the problem? Why is there an issue? Is it maybe I'm not supposed to be doing this at this time, and I'm trying to buck the system? So I take a lot of things into consideration for myself, and that sort of leads to me being upset or angry, me not understanding exactly what purpose I really need to step into, which is a reason why I found it very interesting to where I picked up the tarot cards and the stones and all that stuff, and then I found that, and it just all sort of made sense. Which then I wrote something about it online, and one of my friends that I haven't spoken to in a long time, he said, "Why don't you think about doing massage therapy for a living and then getting into Reiki? I think that that's your calling, and I think that that's what you need to do." And then everything was brought to me, so then it made a certain sense. So it's like, maybe I do need to branch out and get out of my comfort zone and do something different, because I'm being complacent, and because I love doing what I'm doing right now. It's great, but it's not what I don't think that that's my main purpose in life. So I'm gonna have to sort of cut ties, but that's all self-talk that I've done with myself. But you did bring up a good point, is that you can't change everybody, and you can't change certain things, but things do need to be brought up to awareness, I would say. And I think that in that awareness and that being brought up, they can take it or leave it,
Yeah, man, I totally agree with you. It's I think it's really about like self-acceptance. That's the thing that will catalyze what you just said, how you bring that up. But yeah, I was just like, yeah, I was gonna say that, like, human beings in general, just like the interaction between another human being is just like so like it's just so powerful, you know?
Hmm.
Because like once you start like talking to another human being, and you understand, because at first you're not quite sure why you're not quite sure of the person you're interacting with because you've never really, but yet when you meet that person and you start interacting with her or with him, or you know uh you feel this like presence, you feel this powerful presence where you started feeling their emotions, and they start feeling your emotions, and you somehow, it perturbs your brain chemistry in a certain way that is very beautiful. Um, no, like like just by talking, I remember, I was talking to a friend who works at my college, and she's like, she's a teacher uh, for organic chemistry, and like we were talking, and she's just like, like I could like feel her because I was so interested in her, what she was interested in, and this interest of just going somewhere, through conversations, it just
Hmm.
turns in like, theoretical language could definitely take you somewhere where you will find out so much about one person's psyche, one person's emotion, and the person's behavior, and how it's so how that person interacts with the atmosphere, and it's like it's so like it's so beautiful, like I don't know, because a person is like full of just like rich knowledge, like you just said earlier, AJ.
Hmm.
It's like it's like a person is filled with so much neurons, so much like our body is made up with millions of atoms, and that those millions of atoms have information, encoding, and different all kinds of it's very rich knowledge that people people don't realize, like people don't if you look at, like, I'm sure at some point we'll be able to look at a human being and see what kind of things they're made up of. I mean, we're evolving towards that step where we will eventually see it all,
Well, I think that that's the reason why a lot of times people say you need to look inward. You need to look. You need to look. You need to look deeper. You need to look inside yourself. And being yourself of trillions of atoms that are going through your body, that is all. There's answers that sometimes you don't even know, which goes back to the
Oh
whole thing
yeah.
of the games, which
Hmm.
goes back to the game and why I think that it's such a
There's a
valid.
lot to, yeah,
It's such a
absolutely.
valid thing because you're giving yourself permission to go ahead and speak on something that you might not think that you know anything about. But then once you start speaking, it starts coming to you, and you're like, "What? I didn't even think. Where did that come from? I didn't even know I knew anything about that." But it resonates with somebody else because you start realizing that, okay, wait a second. So then that gives empowerment, which then that leads you on a spiritual path to where it's like now there's other understanding, and I do have some answers, and I do need to go ahead and so I think that there's a deeper message with the games that are intrinsic and
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if you look at it on a really like deep perspective, what you just said, like answers, I feel as if like answers lead to other answers, because look, when you were born, came out as a newborn baby, and it's kind of like it's a very interesting like experience, because when you're looking at a child that's just being born, you're really wondering what kind of personality that human being is going to have, how it will interact with other human beings, and You know, I feel like answers lead to other answers. Like it's just a network of. It's kind of like, like if you look at a tree, it would start growing and it would create a branch, and it will create all these other branches. You see this kind of pattern, and like this kind of pattern is in a lot of places. I mean, it's in the universe, it's in nature, in plants, it's in our brains, neurons, like all these networks of neurotransmitters. It's a very similar pattern. I do feel like personally, if we mimic somehow, repeat that pattern, I feel like I honestly feel that that's the way to go.
Hmm.
I like basically getting back to, I guess, geometry. It's kind of like the flower of life. You know, I think it was Enochian physics or Enochian. I think it was Enochian physics. It talks about the subjective and the objective, and uh, in our in our circles, our world exists within our own perception. Like whenever you look up at the sky at night and there's stars, and you see that one particular star that you're looking at, you bring it into your conscious awareness. You reach out to that star and bring it into your consciousness awareness light years
Yeah.
away.
That's a
But
mind
that
thing.
conscious
Yeah.
awareness, that circular of your world, that circular perception of your world, whenever you go and you meet somebody else, those two circles intertwine, like on the flower of life. And that's when there's a joining of worlds, a joining of perception that
Oh, I like
creates a
that.
world.
I
So,
like that.
I mean,
in
as far
in that sense, yeah, it really does get down to the basic geometry. And what you're basically doing is that exactly you're sharing worlds.
yeah, that you're sharing a lot of things, and a lot of things share, like like for example, like if you go really quantum, atoms have, if you imagine an atom is just like one little thing, and in order for it to share bonding, it needs to connect with another electron, and they share this mutual thing, and you see that on a quantum level also. And I was gonna say also that yeah, like you were talking about stars, how you look at a star, and I feel honestly the reason why you get such astonishment from it all, because it's really because of just the process and the complexity that a star has. That it brings, for example, it brings light to planets. It creates ozone layers. Ozone layers are kind of like the reason why there's heat, and it creates like basically all the molecules, like on Earth. I'm talking about like a carbon dioxide to a living planet. I mean, it creates water, and it creates just algae, and it's just like synchronistically somehow forms life in a very beautiful way. And I feel like you know it's really about like realizing that on a fundamental level that you are that synchronicity, and we're all this synchronicity. And once you realize that, I feel like just you're one happy man or woman.
You guys made me think of a hymn. You want to hear it?
Yeah.
Okay. The tree of life, my soul has seen. There, I sound like shit. I went off. I'm going off. But I can usually sing it. You put the music by my ear, and I can usually sing it.
For sure.
Laden with fruit and always green, the fruit of nature, the something nature, fruitless be. compared with Christ, the apple tree. This fruit doth make my soul to thrive. It keeps my dying faith alive and makes my soul in haste to be with Jesus Christ, the apple tree. Okay, that sounded
awesome.
That's cool.
Awesome.
But at first it sounded like crap.
Oh,
Hey,
is that a evangelical opera or
What now?
That's what they call it.
evangelical opera.
I was just asking.
Stop
Is
it.
it some
Stop it.
That was a hymn. That was a hymn that I learned in church.
There we go.
I don't know where the heard.
Interesting. Cool.
Well,
Why do they call it?
I don't really go to church anymore, but that was a hymn that I learned when I went to church.
For sure.
Just be
Interesting.
What kind of church was it actually? Because what kind of church was it? A Methodist? Okay.
Methodist.
Mhm.
Yeah, we used to sing pretty similar hymns to that at Baptist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
I've
had
got
a
that
friend of
script.
mine that was Methodist also.
I was raised Baptist, not / non-denominational, so.
I can't believe I sang that live. I sounded like crap at first. I can't believe
Well, you went for it and you went big, so it was all good. We enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. It was all good. That's the great part of that's the great part of Paradigm Shift Radio and the understanding that we all have for each other. You know.
I think we've all broken out into song at some point or another.
Oh, most definitely.
Oh yeah.
I heard that. We all have. For real.
That's cool. I had never heard it.
Sometimes
But yeah,
it
I've
just
noticed
girl.
there's a lot of hymnals, whatever you want to call them, and they speak quite a bit more on spirituality than the Bible does. And you can actually find some of the, just absolutely beautiful hidden information or paths or breadcrumbs or whatever, in these songs that people sing every single Sunday at church, and it's nowhere in the Bible, nowhere. But they're accepted as
Irish Trinity Nut.
So, and they're beautiful. They're absolutely beautiful.
A lot of it has to do, because a lot of, in the Baptist sense, a lot of the hymns that you hear, a lot of them are old Negro spirituals. So that goes to the time of slavery. So there's a lot of, because there was a lot of coding that was supposed to be done back then, on just like the Underground Railroad and other things like that, then that connection. But I find it funny how in a lot of hymnals, a lot of the songs were really created by black people. They really were. They really were. I just find it.
Yeah, a lot of them were.
A lot of them were.
Yeah. Of course, you're also talking about songs that are old too. So some of them might have come from over in European, and then you get to go into the bards and the barons and the oak.
Exactly.
There's so much. Yeah, it's so in depth.
Oh, I miss you, Tony. I haven't talked to you in so long.
Oh, no doubt. Yeah, it has been a while.
Yeah, we need like a reunion.
I know, for real. It's been a while. It's been a while since I've talked to Christian as well. Like, I miss Christian.
Hey, Bonnie, do you put something on to make your skin shine? Because you're all pretty.
I put on my I was just looking at my Facebook, and I think it was making the screen reflect because the bright light from the screen. No, actually, I'm allergic to sodium lauryl sulfates, which is in basically all types of soap. Not all types of soap. So I can only use really good organic and
Well, you really can't look at you and tell.
Well, because I have to use the expensive, like, good kinds, or, yeah, or just,
Oh, okay.
or,
Dr.
you know,
Dr.
anything
Bronner's.
without sodium lauryl sulfate, which is, like, not a lot of stuff. So,
Have you heard of Dr. Bronner's soap?
yeah.
That's a good one.
Yeah, it's a little too drying for me, but it is a good one for a lot of
Yeah.
people.
Like,
Um,
I mean, that's what I would like totally use. Like, I would like go to festivals, and because like people would like kind of color my face and like do all kinds of paint, and like I would have to eventually wash it off, and like that just does the job right there. Because like some paint doesn't come off like not easily, Like, but this is very very effective, and it's a very organic
I
thing.
think another thing that's cool for beauty secrets, if we're talking that, putting like intentions into my water, I do that sometimes, and sometimes I'll be like beauty if I'm like feeling like not beautiful, or I do it with
I do that
other
with
things.
my drinking
Like
water.
beauty.
Focus on health.
I
do.
don't think it's
Focus on health, and the beauty comes with it.
There you go.
Yeah. But I say other things. I say all kinds of things in my water.
I talk to my water too.
Oh, good.
You're not the only one.
I know people are like,
No, I
you
mean,
know,
but
studies
we're
were.
comprised of water,
I
you
don't do
know.
it for necessarily just because of the studies. I do it because I think it's.
But I mean, but it's what we are. But we are comprised of water, a lot
Yeah.
of mainly. So I mean, and speaking to water, we're speaking to ourselves in a certain sense, and it has a feeling and emotion that it resonates with that, and it it definitely kind of changes the environment around it as well. Um, it's just like, if you want to do a rice experiment or whatever, and you put the intent and you say bad things to rice that, every day you walk by and say, I hate you. Well, the water is what's really picking up on the resonating vibration, and it's sending it to the rice and causing that to decay. So it's like, it's very important to know that, that we have to set out good intent for ourselves as well, because it does matter. And
But
what
we
our
also
thought,
have to have faith because,
Yeah.
like, all the people who talk about, those studies weren't able to be, like, repeated. Like, they haven't been able to repeat some of the
Yeah,
studies.
right.
I would like
they
to.
have there's certain studies that they have on rice, on if you like, there's like the rice experiment that they do
I
online. And
wonder if that's true. I would
well, why
like
don't
to.
you try it out? I say, why don't we do an
Why
experiment
don't
for
we just
ourselves?
do a test? Because don't we need some
For
type of
plants
like
too.
not magnifying glass? What is the word for this thing?
All you need is a mason jar. You need a mason jar, you need rice, and you need water. That's it.
Yeah, and tape and pen.
And tape. Yeah, that's it. That's all you need. It's been proven. It's not like
I
no.
want to do it, but the outcome of it is not gonna change. I feel like, for
Change
me,
what?
I do have faith in. I don't know. At least the placebo effect is going on.
Well, I mean, no, but the thing is
And
that
it's
if
more
you,
than
but
I
it's
know.
just, well, it's the same way that you look at when you're talking to a plant or you're talking to anything within nature. There is a certain vibration that it carries, and with that vibration, with you speaking something into existence, it does play a major role in the way things are affected by that. It's just the way it is. I mean, if I were to say, I hate you, I really hate you, I really don't like you, I never like, now I can say it in a joking manner, and you might take it one way. That's the way that it might resonate with you. But if you take it personally, you're going to feed off of that. And then what happens is that thought process then becomes, well, why does this person hate me? I don't know why this is. And then you start becoming depressed. I just spoke words to you, but yet I controlled your whole being. I messed up your whole life because I just spoke a few words. A few words. I guess that's all I said. And
Well,
your whole being has now been shifted and transformed into something, thrown off from your path totally. But again, that's the way water. That's the way that we retain certain things. That's the way it is in nature. So I mean, our words are very powerful. Words are very what you send out there is very very powerful.
Yeah, basically, that experiment, all it really is just proof of what we already know.
Exactly.
We know that water has a crystalline nature, scientific, proven. We know it can carry frequencies, scientifically proven. We know that crystals carry energy, maybe not necessarily proven in the metaphysical field,
Metaphysical
but back
power.
in whenever they had citizen band radios, if you wanted to add a channel to your radio, you would plug
Use
in a
crystals.
crystal. Right,
Correct.
because they hold an energy, they hold a frequency. So, if you go back to that and say, okay, rice in water. Water is a crystal. It carries an energy with it. Our voices vibrate. If
Right.
it carries that energy into the water resonates with that vibration, and you have that energy in that water affecting that rice.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about like if you're going into the crystal structure terms, which is basically a unique arrangements of atoms or molecules in a crystalline liquid or solid. So like it's basically how atoms are arranged, and they have different patterns. Like if you look at a diamond, it's like the carbon are arranged in a
Right.
very
They're
very
arranged certain way.
pattern. I mean, they're very, and it's yeah. I mean, it's really it's really beautiful. I mean, I don't know if you really look through the like the naked eye and you just absorb all this just beautiful knowledge and all the meaning and the relativity of things, and it's I love it. Like you guys were talking about like nature earlier. I mean, talking to plants. Like I just like grow this like little cactus of mine actually.
Oh, cool.
It's a very it's called Trichosaurus peruvianus, and it's very awesome because it's made up of a lot of alkaloids, and it's and it's actually like if you let it grow when it's fully grown, it just forms this beautiful like flower. But it has other uses too. But I mean it's pretty interesting. I'm very interested.
I think one of the better experiments that I've seen, it was on it's on water, but it doesn't really have to do with rice. They actually froze water and looked at it under a
Right.
microscope.
Yeah.
And
Very,
they
that's
and they did that. They exposed it to certain treatments, if you will,
right.
and when they crystallized it, the water could not hold its crystalline form in some areas, or its geometric form in some parts of it, depending on what they called it.
Right. Like I hate you or I want to kill you. It
Right.
just was a big blob. It was a big blob of just there was no beauty from our perspective of seeing just how things were created. But then when you said I love you or I'm happy, it had a resonating frequency that went with that. And I think that, there's a lot more to a lot of things than we see, and but I think that we all understand it, and I think that we say certain things and don't realize the depth or the true meaning of what they really mean until you understand the metaphysical level, and you're like, wait a second, that's why they said, oh, now it makes sense. Now it makes sense. I get it.
Yeah.
You are what you eat. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just a stupid phrase like that. You're like, what are you talking? You are what you eat. Well, you are the way you intake. You know what I'm saying? So it's, it has several different meanings to it, but it rings so true.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't eat wheat or carbohydrates. I think, or I mean, I eat some carbohydrates, but
I love carbohydrates. I'm
You
sorry.
have to have
I love me some.
carbohydrates.
okay, I eat some carbohydrates, but I'm just not into the carb thing. When you're talking about what you are, what you eat, I'm just
Oh.
anyway.
Well, but let's
Carbs
take
are
it.
your fuel source for energy.
Okay, but
But
we
let's
get
just take that.
carbs through like fruit and through
Yeah, that's what I mean. Good carbs.
vegetables. Like I'm not saying I'm not eating carbs. I guess I'm saying I'm not eating wheat.
But
Anyway,
okay.
green.
But let's take this into a broader spectrum. You are what you eat. You are what
Actually,
you and
let's take
you are
like
what
a
you
different conversation.
I know she is.
I want to talk about something fun. And hey, look at that magic mushroom picture.
Yeah.
Nice picture.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
trying to get our
You hear me
revolution
now?
to talk.
that bright fluorescent one. I used to have something like that. I mean, it's those blacklight posters.
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
Yep. Right, can you hear the talking yet or not? Or is it still stuffed up?
Oh, I can hear you a little bit.
Oh, now I can see it. Awesome.
It's pretty dodgy.
That's a badass beard. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, it's kind of not.
Do you have another name,
Yeah,
or do you want to
thanks.
go by our revolution forever?
Jack's my name. If you want
What?
to call me that.
Good to meet you, Jack.
So
Jack.
yeah.
Welcome, Jack.
Thanks. Can you hear it okay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Pretty stuffed
Yeah, you
up.
sound great.
Okay,
But
cool,
now,
cool.
but don't
Awesome.
warn anybody else.
That's good. Yeah, I'll be able to join in now, so that's great. All
Did
sorted.
you listen to the show tonight?
I did, yeah, I tuned in. I woke up, actually, I slept for about 12 hours, and I had all these crazy dreams, and I woke up probably about 5 minutes before it started, and it started at 11 straight up right there.
You're
Nice.
like, hey,
Look,
I'm sleeping.
So are you
Yeah.
calling from Australia? Are you Australian?
Hopefully not New Zealand.
Queensland, Australia.
What's up?
Awesome, Australia.
Well, because
Yeah.
most Aussies don't like being called New Zealanders and the other way around.
Yeah, right.
It's funny. I can't tell
Yeah,
it.
no, New Zealand's a little island.
What's that, Jack?
Yeah, New Zealanders, I don't know. Some people can tell the difference in accents between them and some can't. If you're Australian, you can definitely tell.
Yeah.
I would imagine so, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I have some friends from Australia, so.
Do I have an accent?
Oh?
I
Yeah,
thought
you do. Yeah, you do.
yeah, I thought he was from Czech Republic. I thought you were from Czech Republic, to be honest with you.
Republic.
Yeah, honestly.
That's like specific. Interesting. I've never received that comment before. But
Czech Republic.
Boy, shut up. Shut up, Tony. Tony, shut up. Just shut up. Never mind. Never mind.
no, accents are cool, man. I don't know. Like when I'm here, like because I live in the U.S., I would sometimes try, to speak like, completely in a very in a very Californian kind of accent, and I would totally start speaking like this, dude. Like like can you tell if I have an accent now? Like, can you guys tell? Like,
There's no.
if I came up to you and started speaking like an American person like this, would you be able to distinguish like my accent?
No, I was still. Yeah, you were still here.
Would you be able to talk like that without talking slow?
Well, the deal is that like there's different dialects.
I have to improve that.
Your dialect is like my thing of California would be like, yo, bro, totally tubular. Now we're going way back.
Yeah.
Surf dude.
Flags,
I have a
Totally.
coast accent.
Totes.
I keep wondering if I'm gonna like suddenly one day wake up and have a southern accent because I'm in Austin, Texas. But nobody in Austin has an accent, but people like in southern
move to
Texas.
Dallas.
Bonnie,
But
question. I meant to ask you this earlier too.
Really?
So,
Next,
so how are you
go ahead.
feeling about the Ebola virus being so near you?
oh well,
Oh.
it was in Dallas, which is like
It's
4
that, but
hours for me.
that's still close.
Yeah, it's fucking nuts, dude. It's totally crazy. The whole fucking thing is totally crazy. I live in Austin, 4 hours from Dallas, and it's really surreal.
It's going down. Yeah, it's going down.
I mean, I don't think that like anyone else has gotten it in Dallas, so
No, there
I'm
is. There
kind
was a
of
nurse. There was a nurse that got it. You apparently you haven't been watching the news. Yeah, there
I have not
is.
been watching it. But I
So-
feel like if it got anywhere near Austin, it would
Nah,
definitely.
that shit went viral. I know what you're talking about. Like,
I haven't really given it much thought. And Texas is a big state. You know, so
It
the
is.
difference between Austin and Dallas
Yeah,
is actually
thank you.
further.
Texas is a huge state.
Then-
You know,
then-
like,
It's quite
see, that
substantial.
happened in North Texas, and I'm in South Texas. However, it is still kind of freaking weird.
Yeah. But yeah, it's actually closer to Oklahoma City than it is Austin. But I really
Yeah,
haven't
it's closer to
given much
Tony.
thought.
One episode.
Well, but this whole thing.
Yeah, it's closer to Tony.
Oh no!
Dude, no, this thing is fucking nuts. The whole thing is fucking nuts. I'm sorry. Like, I don't really know what to think of it yet. I feel like my mind is jumping to, like, end of the world movies. And, like,
Like I said, I have to leave.
I don't know.
I find it funny how self-consumed we are as people living in the United States, knowing that there is an epidemic that's going on in Africa, and we don't care because it's not on our soil. But then all of a sudden, when it's over here, it's become the #1 concern of every humanitarian effort. We have to make sure that we get this under control. And it's like, oh, so now it becomes an issue? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
You
but
know?
AJ, think of it like consciousness, law of attraction, people understanding these laws and owning corporate media. They covered it over in Africa. They plastered it across the television. They wanted people to see it, and they're continuing to want people to see it. Shut it off. Raise your
Yeah.
vibration. Don't let them affect our nation.
hmm
It's great. I mean, oh gosh.
Well, I don't fear it because I've always been the type of person to where whatever happens to me is going to happen. I'm okay with that. Like
yeah.
it's not going to bother me either which way. But what I find is that what I'm talking about is just the consciousness of the people in the United
Good
States.
theory, Tony.
I feel like as a whole, we're just self-absorbed, and I think people are self-absorbed more than anything. But I think that us as America, we worry about, I gotta work my job, I gotta take care of my kids, I gotta do this. But there's never really any time to say what efforts can I do to create change, or I see that there's a need somewhere, and it's not really being addressed by anybody. And there are people, but it's a very small amount compared to the whole. And
I think that what you're saying has like truth and validity, but I also feel like I'm just happy that something is now being created. Like through the turn of events, now hopefully more people will be able to have a cure, like because the awareness has been raised. And so I guess I'm more on just like the attempting to be optimistic about it instead of just like angry at myself.
I'm not angry.
At the rest of
I'm not angry.
America for not like doing something about it. It's something that you know, like I'm just happy that something's happening about it.
Yeah, that's
Like
true.
in whatever way that had to happen to make it happen.
Yeah.
It's good. I also just feel like this whole pharmaceutical thing is totally freaking nuts too, and so to try and like know like what is best and what kind of help we like I can personally help with is kind of I have no idea. I have no idea how I can help with Ebola. I didn't even know what it was, honestly, until all of this happened. So I'm in that category of people who had no clue what it was not doing anything to help the cause. Now it's right here near in my state, you know, and so I'm suddenly aware of it, and I'm suddenly wanting to help in any way I can. So
Yeah, I
This is
feel like,
so true, Christian. That's
yeah,
really what you wrote.
I feel like,
I think that could be taken too far. I think that that's true, but I think it could be taken too far. Like,
Right.
because if they hadn't have given me brain surgery, I would still be having seizures right now. I mean, I had up to 100 seizures a day, and we're not talking about little ones. We're talking about the kinds where you break bones, where you bruise yourself up. We're talking about huge seizures, where kids nowadays that have those type of seizures have to wear helmets every single day.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying I hate all of like Western medicine. I'm simply saying that I don't know a lot about it, and I do know that it is a business, and I just feel like
Yeah,
it's
I
worth
would just
exploring.
have to piggyback on what you was saying, Bonnie. Is like it's not necessarily that it's a hatred. I try not to hate anything anyway, but it's a distrust. It's a cautionary tale, one to be understood about the puppet strings that guide the situation. You know, yes, there are people out there that are doctors that are willing to help. They went to school for it. They want to help. They want to heal. But there is also other ones out there that went to school to make money, and you
Right.
have
Right.
to have a spirit of discernment to be able to,
Right.
you know, and pray for that if you need to. You know, pray for that spirit of discernment to come into your life so that it can bring the people who are beneficial to you and keep you away from those that just want to devour you.
yeah, I feel as if you know, there's a big distinguishment with because I do have friends who work in pharmaceutical companies, and they tell, you know, there's a big distinguishment because you will, you know, there is the economist and there's, you know, the actual chemist, and you know, the thing is, here's the thing: the economist is gonna invest in the research. You know, he's gonna pay for the research. He's gonna pay for the things to be made. And the chemist is the most important one because he's the one that's gonna want to discover that. So I feel like if there is some kind of regulation, I feel like the problem is actually it's an abuse of consumer capitalism. If you get you know, the economist that leads the research, that's not a good thing in my opinion. I feel the chemist is the one that should be leading the research, not the economist. Because if it's the economist, it's going to obviously be you know, distributed in huge quantities, and it's gonna, you know, it's not gonna look like a pretty picture in my opinion.
Right? And they want it to be economically efficient also.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Yeah.
so if they do come up with a treatment, they would, or if they do come up with a cure, they would just kind of keep that off into a golden box for whoever and start putting out the treatment so that they can make money off of it.
Yeah, that's totally true. And you know, the chemists, you know, they're just interested in the research, and they're people that good 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 down to earth people that want to do research actually, you know, because they wanna see they wanna obviously do the research and sometimes the research is not like, it can be, like misinterpreted, or it could be misused, and that's when you get the problems. That's when you get scientists creating diseases and, trying to figure out, how to cure them. And I feel, but the beautiful thing about all of it, if you look at it from an outer perspective, is that if you look at it as a collective humanity, we're learning from these mistakes, and I truly feel that that's a very important factor. Because if we're learning from the mistakes, we know, we know what not to do. Because if you're learning from, wrongdoing, you're eventually not gonna do that anymore, and that definitely like puts you in a very, kind of, I feel like if we learn from our mistakes, we acknowledge them, and we talk about them. Talking is very important about, these things. I feel, we're gonna get where we want to get.
If you guys are overlooking something. You guys, when you've been in the medical field for 23 years, which I have been, I've been forced into it, but I've been in it. Doctors have to go through medical field and research because they all want to help these people, and then after they get into the medical field, no matter where they are in the medical field, there's this energy that's passed around in the medical field, and over years, that energy is going to affect you. It's going to affect the way you think, whether or not you want to help people and you have a good heart, you're very, very good, or not. It's really not. It's no longer going to be in your hands, if that makes any sense.
It's an interesting point of view. Yeah, I could see that totally. Yeah, that's the problem of I feel like if there was more independent researchers and just researchers that did, like, I mean, I feel like collaborations are very important, but I feel like there needs to be researchers that want to do what they want to research, and because they might not get the proper funding for that research. Still, if a researcher thinks outside and wants to try new things. I mean, I feel like in America it was definitely like in the 50s it was like that, because because people were discovered so many beautiful things in physics and chemistry, and people had a lot of freedom, but I feel like it was misused also in the 50s, and in the 60s also, but I don't know. I have a faith. I have a good compassion for humans.
Sorry, I'm like catching up on this. What this Ebola case thing? Since what I haven't read yet.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it this way, like, there's definitely things that could just wipe us out just like that, and no one's gonna, we're just, kind of a planet that's, not, near any kind of life form that we know of yet. So, I mean, I really, I really don't see why, I mean, our star explodes, we'll wipe out, and the universe is just keeps going. There's really nothing to it. I mean, it's a scary thought, but
One of the things that you guys aren't thinking about, that a lot of you guys aren't thinking about, is that you guys are telling people to think about positivity and to share positive energy with everybody. Yet you're talking about the end of the world and these bad things. You have to not dwell on that. You have to not think about them. You have to think about the positive energy. And if you're going to practice, you need to start practicing what you preach. And I need to do that too, to tell you the truth.
I see what you're saying, but I also feel like in part of the practice of feeling all of our feelings and exploring the culture that we live in, like like I'm not gonna not talk about Ebola or Ebola because I don't want to like attract it to myself. Or I mean, I feel like I see what you're saying, and I think you're right. But I feel like it's a judgment sort of thing, I guess. But I mean, yeah, I don't like sitting here and talking about negative things. But I'm not going to run away from them, and I'm not going to fear talking about them. And
Yeah, I think that there has to be a
if you want
conscious
to talk about
discussion
it,
about
feel
everything. I mean, I think that everything. I mean, if there's something going on in our society as a whole that's affecting people in the society, then those people are us. We are those people. We are people that are affected by specific things that go on. So I think that not saying that you have to fear anything, because I don't think that we should go into anything with fear, but I think that uh, it's a good topic for conversation, just to see what your take. I get like, and I mentioned it, just bring it up, and I just wanted to see what her take on it was, just because I was just interested in seeing. It's definitely something that's been in the media recently. So, and because us as the United States, we feel like we're immune to everything because we pretty much have been for a long time. And it's true, we have been. We deal with our own matters, and that's pretty much it. And so for us to deal with something that didn't originate here and has come over here, um, it's just one of those things that it's good to have a little bit of knowledge on, and to learn a little bit about, just so you're knowledgeable, just so that you can maybe take preventive steps, or do certain things. I'm not saying that it needs to be done, but it's definitely something that I feel should be talked about, because if you look at it, let's look at if there was, when 9/11 happened, a lot of the times, this is the way the media works. The media works in a facet to where they will create a level of fear. And once they create that fear, what they do, and this is government, what the government tries to do is they say, okay, we'll go ahead and we'll let this fear resonate with everybody, and then we'll step in and create a way to take away their freedoms, but in turn make it look like we're protecting them.
Yep.
But then you lose you lose like certain freedoms that you were able to have before, but now you're pigeonholed into a certain point, and so
They make you want to lose those freedoms.
they make it right. Well, but the thing is that it's fear. The underlying thing is fear. Is what really, when people start fearing things, is where they start going crazy and are like, "Oh my gosh, I don't know what I'm going to do." And the government's like, "Oh, we got this under control," but what we're going to do, and I've heard certain people say it's a conspiracy theory, and it was brought over here for a specific reason. And the FEMA camps that they've had
the
set
Ebola
up
thing.
well,
And all those.
the FEMA camps that they've had set up for a long time. Now, if
And
I was
the caskets or whatever.
right now, if I was a government official, I could say, well, basically what I can do is I will shut down and create martial law and have everybody stay inside their home, or place these people that have been in contact in quarantine and place them in a concentration camp, and that's where they will stay until we deem it fit necessary for them to leave. Well, that's sort of taken. I mean, it's as a health precaution, but that's sort of the way. It's a thin line between human rights and what it really is for the protection of the whole. You know, so I mean, it's just certain things to look at on how on a government level
There's also
things
the
can.
population control angle to it too.
Right, exactly.
I am feeling resonant. Like I want to make sure to like hear Angela and like
Yeah.
maybe if we want to keep it more of like a positive conversation centered, we can. Um, you know, but
AJ, we can talk about it later.
what?
Well, I
Well, one
okay.
last thing I wanted to
If
say on that
if
is, as far as the FEMA camps go and Ebola, follow the cause and effect chain, and I'm pretty sure you're going to come up with an effect before you come up with a cause for
right,
FEMA camps, because they were around before Ebola started outbreaking, and you know.
correct,
Anyway, so yeah.
correct.
Yeah.
Wow, I love that. That's a wow. Zafra?
Yeah.
I'm just throwing out ideas.
I don't know. The
I'm just
whole
throwing
like
out.
the fact that it's just so close that it's like 4 hours or whatever.
Yeah.
Not 2.5 hours.
It's just like whoa, kind of like real whoa thing.
Yeah, I don't want. I mean, I don't want. Everybody's gonna scare you. I don't want to keep on talking about it because it's just gonna scare you. You don't need all that.
Oh,
You don't need.
yeah. Oh, I don't feel scared, but I do
don't think that.
like
I don't think
it would be cool to not have to talk about it anymore. But don't fear me. I think the key here is no fear. Have no fear.
right. Have no fear.
I mean, I feel so like, capable and trusting.
I really do.
Even if
Because
I
how can you be brave? How can you
feel
be
like it was part of the divine.
courageous if there is no fear? How can you face the storm if there's nothing to face? If you have no fear, then you can't be brave. You can't be courageous. You have to recognize it and then face it.
I think that there's a difference between having fear and then a sense of knowing that outside of everything you're placing trust in something higher than you to either protect you, either intent that you send out for yourself, or a higher power and saying that, you know what, I'm not, even though this is going on, my works, the things that you have asked me to do, I'm not going to let that stop me in doing what I need to do. You know, and I feel like in life, and there's certain fears that I have that it's like, should I really, when I was talking to my higher self, it's like, should I really say what my higher self was saying, or should I just, I'm afraid of saying it. I'm afraid of really facing that.
Have to say it, because you face that fear. Well, fear's not going to go away.
Right, no, I know.
But we
I
can
know.
definitely stand and face it and look it straight in the eye.
12:44. That's one of my favorite.
But I think all of these, I think that all of these aspects don't. I think that all these aspects need to be talked about. I think that they're real issues. And I think that this is a forum to do it, and I don't think that it's like we should all, there's always going to be positivity, but there's also the other side of things, and not focusing on negative, but also just on how maybe to deal with certain things that we deal with in our everyday lives that, I'm really hit upon. Because
I like the idea of focusing on our feelings, like how do you feel, Angela, right now?
I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know.
But that is a good question. It is.
And recognizing our feelings towards different conversations is always interesting too. Like, where do we put up our red flags? And
why do we put up our red flags? Why do there have to be red flags? Should there be red flags?
I got like a freedom of choice, and of course by this situation where I went to Hangout, it's more like a democratic thing, but we also have to understand what the Hangout is. It's paradigm shift, shifting the paradigm,
Mm-hmm.
raising our vibrations, and in that choice that we have is to, go through a field of like rainbows and unicorns, or to trudge through the muck of a muddy swamp, or to
Right.
travel like maybe somewhere in between in a marsh where you can still see the unicorns.
Well, and the deal is that you do realize that there are other people that do watch this, that do have questions or might want to comment on things that are everyday life things. And we can talk about synchronicity, and we can talk about a lot of things that might, it's all spiritual aspects on everything. But then let's still, I mean, when we're talking about reality, real stuff that like we go through, that's the stuff that people need to hear, because that's the stuff that people go through every day. That's the stuff that people need change on. How do we change certain things that people have questions about? That's what creates change. That's what creates solace in somebody's spirit. That's what starts promoting stuff, because it's not above anybody. It's not about following anything. But now I have something clear and definite that I can go ahead and follow, that I attune with, that now I can understand that there's a light at the end of the tunnel. I don't have to fear this, or I don't have to do that. But those topics need to be brought up. And that's just the way I look at it. So it's just the way I look at it. It's just me.
How do you feel? If you could describe how you feel in an emotion.
Who, me?
Yeah.
How do I feel?
How do you feel telling us about that?
I feel like I feel from I'm taking it from an outsider. This is me stepping outside of myself and looking at the community as a whole and saying, okay, this is what I'm dealing with. I'm facing this, and this problem. I'm going through this in my life, and I don't really understand or really know. I have all these fears. I have all these judgments. I have all these things that come at me all the time, and I don't have really a definitive
I was
answer.
more trying to point out, how do you feel? Like,
But,
what
but I'm trying to get to that. So I'm trying to get to that. So
while
that I
you're
make.
sharing this story. I'm going meta here. I'm going meta communicative here.
I feel passionate about it, because I feel like I'm speaking for a lot of people that might want to get the aspect of the community, but it might be over their head, or they might be afraid to comment on something or say something because it might not be deemed necessary, because it might be going down a negative path, or it might be going
Let's
down.
do a temperature check, and everybody can just say how they feel real quick.
I
feel pretty sleepy.
I feel fine
I
and
feel
neutral.
blessed.
Yeah, I'm just fine, man.
Yeah, I'm good. Just tired.
I'm a little tired.
Sitting here right now, I feel sleepy, but I feel happy to be noticing the different like opinions and like voices, and I'm remembering that, like, not everybody feels the same way, and that's okay. And it's pretty amazing to see what comes out of the differences.
Yeah, and it is okay to that, but
And
we've all
I
gone.
feel hungry.
I just want
I
everyone
was
to
just reading what I
say
wrote.
how they
Me.
say. Okay, so here's the thing.
And
Oh,
I'm
wow.
sitting here right now. I feel.
Noises.
Everybody's talking at once.
Yeah, I was just saying over here, I was reading Google Emotional Scale Indigo, because I was telling him to Google the emotional scale, and I got to think about it, and we're talking about feelings. So why do they have feelings on an emotional scale?
Probably feelings are emotional.
But they're not.
I just want everyone to get a chance to talk.
Okay.
Are feelings not emotional?
Are they? Or is emotions like? Is it raw emotions and then you channel those feelings, or? I mean, it's actually a pretty
Okay,
decent
here.
question.
No, it's
No,
just the
so
question doesn't have to be so complicated. It's just how do you feel? So a good way to see how you feel is, or for, so close our eyes and just notice like where any physical sensations are in our bodies right now.
Butt's my butt's numb.
Yeah. So notice physical
How's
sensations
that?
first, and then you can move to emotional sensations. So now, what emotional sensations are we feeling in this
You
moment?
feel in your heart, and that's not necessarily a physical attribute. So, I
Well,
mean,
this
whenever
goes
you
back
do
to
feel
Abraham Hicks.
so
Sorry,
I
whenever you
just
feel
would
we
love
emotion,
everyone to say like
how can
one
you feel
sentence
something that
of
is the same thing it is?
because
So
I'm
emotions and feelings have to be different.
sitting here right now, I feel blank.
Confused.
There you go.
Hungry.
How does it feel,
Neutral.
honey?
I want to know what the difference is between emotions and feelings.
And how does that
Please?
feel?
What's the difference between emotional and feelings? Is there a difference?
No.
Between emotion?
I guess
If
Christian,
I'm,
I want to hear your
but
sentence.
You want to hear
Sitting
my
here,
what?
I feel.
Oh, I said I feel neutral. That's what I feel.
Neutral. What about you, Jack?
Yeah, I feel pretty neutral myself too.
Sitting
I
here,
don't
I
usually
feel.
attach myself to like a lot to stuff.
I'm
Welcome
trying
back,
to get
Tina.
him to listen. Sitting here, I feel. What? What was the emotion you said, Jack?
I don't really have any like strong emotions. I'm kind of just I don't know, I'm very in the moment with a lot of stuff, and I don't usually get really emotionally drawn into things a lot. Which is
Detachment.
but I find that
That's
to be a strong
like healthy
character.
detachment. Is what
It
you're saying.
is. I find that. See, I look at that and I say, like that is what I would like to attribute myself to. Am I there right now? No. I do carry emotional attachment to certain things, or I would say passion. I would say I'm
Yeah.
passionate about certain issues, but passion is not a negative. But the passion becomes a negative if you're not intrinsically listening to everybody and understanding where they might be coming from. So if it's one-sided and you block yourself from any other way of thinking, then I feel that might become a little much.
I just realized, Zafro, I didn't realize that you were in here for some reason. I didn't notice the little other square pop up, so feel free to pop in anytime. And I
But
noticed then, or go for it.
that's a good question that he asked, though.
Yeah, what's the goal or ideology behind Paradigm Shift? I'm pretty sure it's conscious, creative, or conscious conversation. So it's a space to hold conscious conversation in whatever form that may look like. We live in a time when there's a lot of things that people want to talk about, and so it's just creating that container and that space to allow people to come together and talk about it.
What does paradigm mean?
Paradigm mean.
That's a good question. But Abraham Hicks comes up again because it was something that was mentioned earlier, but that was the emotional guidance scale that was brought up as well. I don't know who mentioned Abraham Hicks, but I remember somebody mentioning it.
That was Brittany.
Was it Brittany?
Whenever I put up an emotional scale to Google that.
Yeah, it's the first thing that comes up is Abraham Hicks. I guess thought that was a
she's the
thing.
one who, or that's who like created the emotional set point range and the emotional scale, and it's really interesting thing. Yeah.
Well, that's a synchronistic moment for me because I'm like, oh, okay, we just talked about this, but it was in a different facet. But I see it in talking about something, how it drew me to that. So now I need to go ahead and look into more about that person just because.
Yeah, dude, I actually started my entire like spiritual journey with one of the Abraham Hicks books called Ask and It Is Given.
Cool.
It's a really good book. I wouldn't even. I'd start from the beginning of the book, just open up to part of it. Start from the middle, and yeah, it's great. I want to get their book about manifesting money. And that book, they've helped me a lot. Also, I have an email I can send you of like a whole bunch of different videos of Esther Hicks, like, but essentially Abraham Hicks.
Yeah, she's channeling Abraham Hicks, right?
On YouTube, yeah, she's channeling Abraham. So, but on YouTube, there's a whole bunch of these videos where she does talks and stuff that are really good. And I mean, I really enjoy listening to them. I want to listen more to them, actually. But there's a lot of talks on YouTube if you don't actually, before you get the book.
Tony, I like
the channels I follow have like
Do what?
5 to 10 uploaded a night.
I do not hear
my
that.
name.
And with the Abraham Hicks, some of the channels I'm following on YouTube, they have like 5 or 10 videos uploaded a night of her stuff.
Really? Is
There's
it
heaps out
5 or
there.
10 a night? Man, I haven't looked at that in a while.
See, that's
you have the link?
another.
You have that link at all?
See, that's another synchronistic. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy how we got on one topic, got off of it, and then went to another one, and then all of a sudden it popped up, and I'm like, that's how synchronicity kind of works. It's weird. It's kind of crazy.
What I was just going to say, AJ, is Indigo mentioned something in the chat, and he was talking about, of course, what we was talking about earlier that I don't want to bring up again. And I started focusing on the solution of the problem, and that was raising your vibration, and of course then come up the emotional scale, and what emotions are above fear.
Right.
Focus on, and then I posted it.
But see, that's what.
And that's whenever you got the Abraham.
That's where it all. But see, if those but see, this is my point, and I don't want anybody to be upset, or I don't want anybody to think whatever. That's the reason why things work, because when people have questions or they have feelings or emotions due to something that's going on in everyday life, you should be free to be able to express that, because if you don't express it, you're never going to get your answer. Because and raising your consciousness, the one thing that we always do is we have to be honest, number one, and we have to ask, number two. If you don't ask, you're not going to receive. So you have to be at the forefront to be able to ask the questions that are necessary for you to understand, no matter what that question is, because there's no stupid question, because we all don't have all the knowledge, but we all had to start somewhere. So from our understanding, there has to be a forum to where we're able to express freely, and then let that come into play, and then be shown the revelation in the end. And I like beautifully how that played out. That was perfect. Love it. That's all I gotta say. That's all I gotta say. All I got to say to that.
Yeah, definitely listen to those Abraham Hicks videos, and also read the book Asking It's Good.
But like I said, it was just, I just like the way that it played out. That's all I'm saying. I don't feel a specific way about anything. I just was asking just because sometimes I will ask things for the sake of other people that might be watching. It's not just for myself. It's for just anybody else that might be, because we're a part of the community, but there might be people that are watching that are not a part of the community and want to be a part of the community and have questions or have concerns or have and because they're not able to speak to us, sometimes you got to speak to people that can't speak for themselves. So sometimes I just throw things out there just because. But I like how, but it's true. But I like how it.
That whole emotional feelings thing, that was kind of thrown out there because to me, feelings are emotions you choose to express.
Feeling. Okay. What did you say about that? Feelings are emotions that you choose to express.
Choose to express.
Okay.
No.
I like that.
I think of feeling as sensation, but an emotion as like a. I don't know. I'm confused about that one too.
Well, it's a hard one because emotions and feelings are so closely knit. And they're almost like brother. It's almost like brother and sister. On the emotional side, because when you say I feel hurt, there's an emotion to that. That means that you feel let down. You feel like, but the feeling itself is actually almost something that you can't describe. You feel hurt. Hurt is a word. It's an emotion, but that emotion has a feeling to it. So I think that it's a union between the two. If I were to judge it, because I looked at the scale that was brought, and it talked about the emotional scale, and then it went down with joy, and then it went down with other things, but they were all feelings. I feel joy. You could put those are all feelings. So then what is really the difference? I'm gonna type this in. I had to figure this out. What is?
I've tackled this tiger a few years.
I'm serious.
Like I said, that's what I came up with. Was the feelings or emotions you choose to express or choose to feel.
But
okay. That's just
I love you guys. I'll see you soon, and thanks for hanging out. And I'll keep you posted. Follow me on Facebook, or add me on Facebook, and
I don't have your Facebook. I don't have your Facebook.
Okay, I'll type it in.
He doesn't have your Facebook.
Post it.
And I will tell you all about the authentic relating game.
Oh, I got it. Okay.
Wow. You're like, Bonnie, shut up about the authentic relating game.
I know emotions are like raw, right?
Well,
They're like raw emotions.
There is a big difference.
I think
Feeling
it's
has
what
upwards of 20 different meanings depending upon which dictionary you consult for. For our purpose, feeling can either refer to something experienced as a result of outside stimuli, reacting with one of your five senses, or someone's sensibilities, attitude, or emotional perception. Emotion is technically a state of consciousness in which various internal sensations, which is a great thing that you put, Christian, are experienced. Emotion can be produced by a thought, memory, or external motivator. It can often change our physical state. Because of this, you could say that the biggest difference between feeling and emotions is that feelings have to be triggered by an external motivating factor, whereas emotions can be completely internalized. Now that's good. Okay.
Yeah, and feelings are more temporary, whereas emotions will stay with you.
Will stay with you. Right.
Is that fairly accurate, what I said?
I would have said the opposite.
Yeah, it's yeah. It is. But I think I think that everybody's collective,
Yeah, I don't know, because I wouldn't consider myself a very emotional person, but I maybe because I don't express, like maybe it's I'm not emotional in the way that I express, but internally I feel very deeply. So like I don't know.
Right.
That is an interesting distinction.
It really is. It really is. But thank goodness that we were able to, look it up, figure it out, and like be able to have a conversation about it. That's the great thing about this radio show and about the people that we have met is that we can have a free flowing conversation and it not get crazy.
And we can all have different opinions and different ideas
And we
different
still respect it.
points on things, and it's okay.
It's okay. It's still respected. And that's a good
And we
thing.
disagree sometimes, and sometimes there's conflicts.
But it's
And
okay. I mean, that's life.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
And there's like something magic that happens in this realization that like we don't all think exactly the same.
Yeah,
I really
AJ
like
totally
it because
said.
I like to hear how other people perceive things. Like not from a standpoint of like, well, that's not what I perceive, so it's not true. But it's just like, just with an open mind, not
Right.
no judgment, just like
no judgment, right?
Like seriously considering like, oh, that's an interesting way to perceive it. It's all relative, really.
I feel like I could like stay awake and talk to you guys all night long, and that's why I'm like,
But
Bonnie,
don't do
go to sleep, because or else I'll be here till 4 o'clock or 6 o'clock in the morning. Because we do that sometimes.
Well, I know. I gotta go to work. I gotta go to work early, but I'm gonna stay on. I'm gonna stay on for a little bit because I feel like
AJ's like, I'll be here until tomorrow morning.
no. I'll probably be. It already is tomorrow morning. It's 2:07 over here.
It already is tomorrow.
But what I'm saying is that bye, Bonnie. I love
Bye,
you.
Bonnie.
I'll hit you up. Oh gosh, she's out. She's out.
Yeah, wow.
She was like, "Boop, bye."
Yeah, she does.
Oh, wait, are we gonna? When is it supposed to not be live?
That's a good question.
Well, I think
Well,
the guy,
Skull's on, but he just.
yeah.
Oh, Harmony! Harmony, you came in the room.
Whoa.
Welcome.
You
How
just
are
added me on
you?
Facebook.
How are you, Harmony?
Wow.
Can she hear us? I don't know if she. I hope that she can hear us.
Spread harmony, everybody.
Well, judging by the thumbs up. Yeah.
I love it. We can't. Can we?
I'm
Can
so
you guys hear?
excited. I'm excited because she just added me on Facebook. So. Oh.
No, she's so sweet. I'm trying to figure out. I can't hear her though.
Yeah, I
I
can't
don't know
hear
if it's
her
just.
either.
Okay. All right, Harmony. This is what we need you to do. I'm gonna help you out real quick. I want you to go up to the video. I want you to go up to the top marker where it has like the video camera. Actually, the mic. Is it microphone?
It keeps on going off and on and off and on and off and on.
What for Harmony?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I tried to get it to work, but
Oh, hey.
It's working out. It's perfect. Yay!
See something again?
Yay! It's working. Yay! You're here.
all right.
So have you been hearing have you been watching like on YouTube or like did you just sort of just hop in at the right time?
Yeah,
Was
I've
that
been watching for about 20 minutes now.
okay?
It's funny,
Awesome.
in order to get in this conversation, I had to wait. Like I had to open one like a tab just to see how many people are there. And as soon as one person left, I just like jumped onto my keyboard as quickly as I can.
That's what Tony had to do.
It's like how it is for these hangouts.
Yeah, I tried to jump on about 20 minutes ago, and it was full.
I literally took it out with it.
Just noticed
You
that
said body spot.
I don't know if you guys ever remember. Okay, now I might be aging myself a little bit, but it reminds me of. It's a little bit better, but we used to have talkie chat lines that were on a phone, and they had different rooms that you would go in and you talk to different people, and they were usually all younger cats or whatever. But when I was in middle school, that's what we used to do, and it was just a cool place to hang out with your friends. And this is what this is, but at least there's video behind it. But at least those rooms there are a lot of people that you can hold. This room you can only hold like 10 people, and that's it. So it's kind of depressing in one sense.
Yeah, well, I could see like why they wouldn't want to put more, because then it might get a little chaotic. But
Oh yeah.
Well, depending upon the people that you have in the room,
That's true.
you know.
If you have a room full of atheists and Christians, that would not go down.
Yeah. No, not at all. Not at all.
Hey, 1111.
Yeah.
You know what's funny though is that the other day I went ahead and oh yes, 1111. Oh, Harmony. Okay, so let's go back to you. I really liked what you spoke about tonight a little bit. And what was your take on everything with synchronicity? I want to hear what you felt and what resonated with you.
I just really like how it's all coming together finally. Everyone is finally understanding each other and collaborating with the synchronicities that are going on. Can you still not hear me?
No, we hear you.
All right, go.
Yeah.
All right, yeah. So, yeah, I just really am amazed with all the synchronicities that are happening in my life and everyone else's life. Just last week, it was really amazing. I opened up this juice bottle, and on top of it was 11/11 was the expiration date, and it said be organic, and it had 2 and 16, which are two of my other numbers, my birthday. And I was like, wow. So I posted it, and then about 45 minutes later, I was telling my husband about it, and I looked at the clock, and I was like, you know, I think I posted that at about 11:11. We did the math, and it was about 11:11. And I went back on Facebook, and I was like, wow, I just posted that at about 11:11. So it's just keeps happening, keeps growing. It's amazing.
Right.
Blows me away.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah.
So was
Any
something
other experiences that weren't touched upon?
so was something that consistent synchronicity-wise? Did you pay any attention to that particular moment, or are you still watching that post to see if something else comes up? Or
Yeah, I definitely, it was a confirmation to me that the juice was the right juice to be drinking at that time. It was 100% organic, superfood juice that was really amazing. I usually make my own juices, but I happened upon that juice, and I was just like, wow, this is some really amazing juice. And what was going on at that time, too, is my children were also going through their artwork and their high-frequency creations that they love to do, and were singing songs, and it was just a really beautiful moment. So I was like, this is definitely a wink from the universe or from myself.
That's awesome. Yeah, exactly. That's awesome. I love that. I love that. And that's, it's almost like it's like the universe giving you a hug and saying it's okay. Like,
right?
I got you. You're doing the right thing. Right, exactly. Good job. Like, thank you for listening. Thank you. Like, no matter how you did it, thank you for listening, and keep doing what you're doing. And I think, and that's what I was trying to describe, because when I started really doing research on synchronicity yesterday, on top of it being a show about synchronicity, which then blew my mind on top of that, because I'm like, I had a synchronistic moment, and then I started writing in a synchronistic journal. I made sure that I got like 2 journals, and I'm like, one's for dream and synchronicity, the other's for tarot and other stuff. But then I started writing in it, and then when Skull posted, oh, well, what do you think about synchronicity? I was like, are you serious? Are you serious right now? I can't take it right now. It's too much.
I think that's what we're all feeling, that kind of got the call to go to that, to watch the show,
right,
to listen to the show and watch this video and be here together. Is we're all feeling that, like, are you kidding me moment?
Yeah, it's crazy. But for me to write, I never write anything like, I went ham. I went like complete ham on some stuff because I had to. I felt like it was really needed for me to do it, and I really needed to start writing. Oh yeah, I got 2 of them. I got 2 compositions. I mean, I'm like all in it, and so it was something good that I definitely needed. But it's beautiful to be able to experience it with people that understand, and the love is there as well, and just it was a great conversation, and I really do appreciate what you had to add to it, because it was beautiful, and Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, namaste. You too.
Namaste. Namaste. Seriously.
Hey, I've got a question for you, AJ. When you
Yes.
started doing your synchronicity journal, did you notice that you saw more synchronicities after you
I
started writing that?
started yesterday. See, this is the problem. See, no, it's not the problem. It's what this is how crazy this whole situation is. I started it yesterday because yesterday was the day that I decided to get my tarot cards, decided to get my stones, decided to get everything, and then when this whole psychic awareness sort of thing was matching my free hugs shirt with the color, and it was sitting right, like literally, it was in a parking lot on the ground, and I'm smoking a cigarette, and I look down at the ground, and it says psychic and tarot, and I'm like, what? And I pick it up because it's purple and white, like what I'm wearing, and I'm like, okay, this is crazy. So
Wait, it
I'm
was
gonna
just on
hold
the
on.
ground?
It was on the ground in a parking lot in a major
I
strip
missed
mall.
that part.
Yeah, it was. It was.
I missed that
This,
part.
this was.
Wow.
This was on the ground in a strip mall in a major but it was right by the car. It was like it was just there. It just appeared out of nowhere. It was like it was sent by the universe to say, "Hello, you're on the right track." Because I was just about to go to the spiritual store to pick up my tarot cards and pick up my stones. So I just was like. I bent down, I picked it up, and I thanked the universe for. I showed my mom because I was like, "Mom, you're never gonna believe this," and she was like, "What?" She was like, "I was like, look at what I just found on the ground," and she looked and she started laughing, and she's like, "That's synchronicity for you," and I was like, "Yeah, exactly." So I said, I need to. I said, "This is what I need to do. I need to go, and I need to get the cards. I need to get my stones, and then." I need to get some composition books, and I need to start writing down what synchronicity, like these events, because there's a message that the universe is trying to tell me, and I need to be able to pick up on it. So, and that's when I started. That's when I started writing the composition book. So what I started doing is I went online and I went to YouTube. And I started researching Carl Jung and the stuff that he did. But then I was on top of this guy that was amazing, and he went through this almost
You were on top
2 hour.
of a guy? What?
Well, not on top of literally.
All right.
He's a little old. I don't think he can handle this. Just saying. But to the point to where he went through the basic of like the 17 characteristics of synchronicity and the different levels or 17 categories of synchronicity, and everything was absolutely amazing. And so I just started writing, and then when Skull posted that it was about synchronicity, I was like, this is blowing my mind. I can't take it. This was meant to be. It just was too much. So when Skull was like, are you going to call in? I'm like, yeah, I'm going to call in. Are you serious? Like, I have like so much to tell you right now. I don't even know how to start. That's how crazy it was. So it all played together, and I was able to give information because I studied it the day before, not knowing that he was going to post something about that, but it was something that I was interested in learning. So I was just blessed to be able to add to the conversation what I learned or what I studied the day before, and
About synchronicity.
and write down. So that was awesome. It was awesome.
Yeah. What deck did you say that you were getting, or that you got?
Oh, I got the Robin Wood Tarot deck. This is the deck that was first given to me when I was. It's a beautiful deck. Starting with the full. It's like this deck is very. It's the High Priest. Hold on, I gotta go through. So it's very. It's a very very vivid.
Wow.
Very colorful. Very.
Popular deck.
Yeah, it's a very, very colorful. When it gets down to the swords is what really sort of I don't know. It's just there's very good. The Hangman. It's a very colorful, image-driven deck. Temperance is an angel, and it's just you sort of get the messages very easily from what it's supposed to mean. Okay, the Mayan Oracle. Okay, I saw that. Now, this is what I ended up getting. I ended up getting this. I got the white light tarot, and this is combining Reiki and the tarot together. So what this does is it breaks down each card, and it talks about the like. Let's just say, I'll start with the Hermit. The Hermit is pictured in my cards as a male, but in the sacral thing of what it's talking about, the Hermit is androgynous, and it's the keeper of self-knowledge. So it starts talking about different things and starts going to the heart chakra and tells you like what chakra it should be placed in and how to align it if you want to do a chakra healing on that. So it's going in depth on a lot of different things that I really was, because I wanted to learn a little bit more in depth about what the cards meant, because I was never really trained in how to read, but I read. It's just been a natural thing. But I wanted to. Bonnie does Reiki, and I've always been a person that likes to deal with healing energies. So I wanted to attune myself with that, and so like everything just kind of fell into place. So it's totally awesome. It's totally awesome.
Um, I just want.
Oh, that's beautiful.
You guys were.
Wow, those are pretty.
That's my favorite color. Purple and white. Yes! That's the purple and white coming back. That's the purple and white coming back at me.
Oh, purple!
And get
You
this
see my-
called the
No,
transform.
don't even start. I love your shirt.
Do you see? Yes. Free hugs. Free hugs. Purple and white. Purple and white.
And they're not all like that.
That's
And
what
that's the
started.
back of the card.
That's
the
awesome.
No.
I like that.
So here's
But
what it all looks like.
oh, that's cool.
So that's really one of the only purple
Whoa.
cards in the deck. It's
I
called the
love it.
Transformer,
Yes.
and
That, what
it's
was that
really a
you was
powerful
holding?
card.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's awesome. That like, and it's like the purple and white was just around me. Like literally everything. When I went to Avalon, which is a spiritual store, they not only wrapped my stones in purple, like a purple like little thing, and put sage in it, but on top of that, they gave me a purple felt bag. And it was just, I was just matching all day. Like, I was like purple and white all day. That's like, that
The
was
violet
just
flame.
I'm like, yay.
Yeah, violet has been my color since who knows when, since another lifetime. I've always
Right.
resonated with violet. And
Yeah.
the card that I just drew for you is amazing. It's called the Transformer. It's Planetary Reality, Collective Dream Field, Self-Healing, and Transducer.
All right.
That's some really amazing
That's
medicine right
awesome.
there. I also wanted to share with you the story of how this deck came to me. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the Mayan Oracle deck. It kind of sounded like you were.
No, not really.
Yeah, it's amazing. I've been privileged to work with two different Mayan elders in my times, and one is Mazatzin. He's the timekeeper, and he is an amazing soul. And I had worked with him and been studying the Mayan calendar and different Mayan teachings about potential and how each individual has their potential. And my mom had been going through some physical things, and it was I was going to the pharmacy to pick her up some medicine, which I'm
Right.
not really for
A fan
anyway.
of,
But
right,
luckily,
right.
it was some arnica and some other things for her that were actually for her wellness. And right next door was a thrift store. And I heard a voice when I went into my car, and I sat in my car, and it was 3:33, And I was like,
Oh,
oh
that's
my
crazy.
gosh. And I heard the voice to go into the thrift store because I would find something in there. And I didn't know what I would find. And I looked at like 3 books and I picked out some books for my mom for her healing. And then I looked up and there it was, the Mayan Oracle. And I pulled it out and I was like, what? Mayan Oracle? And it was a tarot deck. And you never see tarot decks at thrift
Right.
stores. And I was
Yeah.
like, it was amazing. I found the price and it was like $7. I was like, okay, I
Are
have to
you
buy this. It's
serious?
amazing.
Get out of here.
And every reading I've ever had, like most tarot decks are it was just spot on and just this really, really powerful medicine for everyone involved, especially myself.
Right.
So yeah, I just
Oh,
wanted
that's
to share
such a
that with
good
you.
story. Yes. Like that, and that's really the essence of what like we when we're stepping into because I knew and that's why the topic when it was brought up by Skull he's just such in tune with certain things and sometimes there's certain conversations that are had that I'm just like man I'm so right on but this was like meant like I was like this is crazy how on point this was and the
Yeah.
timing of the whole thing it was crazy and he's just such a blessing. He's such a blessing. He really is.
May I don't know if the story that I have is with it has to do anything with synchronicity.
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 Sorry.
No, it's
Um,
okay.
is it all right if I? Is it all right, like right? It's not long. It's just if it's all right if
Go
I.
ahead and
Oh,
speak.
absolutely.
Speaking of,
For
bro.
it.
All right. Well,
Important if you feel you need to say.
alright. My girlfriend lives in New York. She goes to school there. She's studying to become a producer. You know, like she's in NYU. She's studying to become I don't know something in the media. And she told me about 2 months ago how she feels unsafe, especially when she walks home from class. And
Right.
I said maybe you should take some self-defense, women's self-defense classes. And she said, yeah, that's probably what I'm going to do. And she took some classes, but and she told me that really helped her out with her self-confidence. One day when she was coming back from walking back from classes, she found a pepper spray, one of those pepper sprays lying on the ground, and she picked it up, and she just like, I guess she needed pepper. She was like, oh, I want a pepper spray, and she she wears a hijab, she wears a hijab, so I
She's
guess you could
covered.
say she's covered, she stands out,
Right.
and they're a block after she picked up that pepper spray, somebody attacked her, or assaulted. Like I guess he was like he singled her out because she was a Muslim,
Right.
and she used that pepper spray in order to like evade him. Like she sprayed it in his eyes and she just ran.
Right.
And ever since it was weird how like all that just came together. I don't know. Like I don't know if that's
But that's exactly what synchronicity is. That's
Yeah.
it was the universe placing something she had already but this goes back to intent. And this is where and I had spoken earlier about it. The intent was that she felt there was something that was placed on her spirit that she said, I need to make moves on doing something
Mhm.
because I feel scared about a certain situation. She started taking self-defense classes, but as she started taking self-defense classes, what the universe said was that, you know what, this is about to happen. I got you. You've been working at what you need to do for yourself because you've listened to me telling you that you need to fix yourself at this point. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to help you out. I'm going to make you realize that there is something on the ground that you need at this point, at this time, and I need you to pick this up because there's something that's about to happen that you might not even know about, but it's there for a reason. And just at that right moment, see, that's when you know it's your higher power. That's when you know it's the source, or you know it's your higher self speaking to you, and that makes it personal for you. There's nobody else that can tell you anything else otherwise than that was something that was another being. That was something that was a higher self. That was something that was a higher power that placed it there for that reason. There's when synchronicity happens like that, there's no denying that.
Yeah.
It's not something that I personally did. I didn't place that there. The intent might have been there, but I didn't place it there. But I know that this is outside of myself, and that connection means that I know that I'm doing something right. That's what makes synchronicity so personal. It's a personal thing. It's personal because nobody's gonna understand. They're gonna look at you like you're crazy. Like, I just can't believe that would happen like that. Well, it did, and I experienced it, and it was amazing because now I know that there's something else bigger than me, but I'm listening to it. I'm doing something that's guiding me on that path. I'm getting it. Like, so I just want to sit in that and be a part of that all the time. And that's what I talked about in the radio show earlier, is that the ancient Greeks talked about how when you're born, you're on two paths. One goes left and one goes right. You go on the right path, it's all money. You have a kid, you have a wife, you have a wife, you get a good job, and you live your life and you die. But the synchronicity level happens on the left path when you are going after following your bliss, following what you're supposed to do in your spirit. And when you're guided by that, then synchronicity happens. Then you start noticing, oh, now I'm in tune with the spirit instead of bucking the system. That's what it is. That's basically what it is.
Yeah. And it makes me wonder about the person who dropped that can of mace, or the person who dropped that card that you found yesterday, or the things that we have lost and have regretted, but who knows, may have affected somebody else's life.
Exactly. That's a good point. But it was never lost. It's never lost, but it's always misplaced, or it's given to some. And I've always said this: anything that I have misplaced or it's been let go, I've only attributed whatever I've accumulated over my lifetime for a short amount of time, because everything is borrowed. Everything is borrowed.
I was just talking about that last night. Yeah, with a friend. It was amazing. We were like talking about how we teach our children with paradigm shifting. We teach them not to have possession over something because it's just borrowed. It's just the item. It's not their item. They're borrowing it while they're here, and then somebody else is going to have it if it's still in good shape.
Hello. Can I get an amen on that one?
You know what all this goes back to? You know what all this goes back to?
What's up?
That the conversation earlier, someone made me think of the circle of life.
Oh yeah.
What I was thinking was whenever somebody mentioned something about leaving something on the ground for somebody, like notes. Like leaving a note with a crystal on the tree, under a tree, or taking a can of mace and just dropping it on the ground because that's what you were told to do.
Yeah. I think it's the fox totem that does secret favors, and it's the one that goes throughout and leaves favors for people without them knowing. And that's just one of the totems, the teachings of one of the spirit animals they teach you, and doing secret favors. It's a really cool concept. My kids really love too, and I love it.
That's cool.
It's kind of like that theory of giving anonymously. It's really quite fun, actually.
These past few months, it's just been like I'm a former atheist. It's just these past few months. I haven't found a religion, but it's made me like I felt a sense of like spirituality, and there's a quote that I heard from and it's by the creator of South Park, of all people. He said that you could say the story of Jesus Christ was silly. The story of Siddhartha Gautama, Buddha, was silly, but the silliest story of all is that the Earth is expanding, the universe is expanding. It started with a bang, and then it's all gonna cave in on itself, and we're here just because it's a coincidence. And
Right.
I just yeah, I mean, there's a sense.
That's just the out breath.
I'm sorry.
Well, it's just the out breath, right?
Yeah.
An inhale and an exhale.
Yeah, there's a sense of I don't know. There's a sense of I feel there's a sense of connectivity within humans that just it makes it feel more than just a coincidence. I don't think to me it doesn't feel like that. Like it's just
Oh yeah, it's definitely more than coincidence, especially at this stage in the game.
hmm I mean, I'm still finding myself, and I think everybody is still finding themselves. It's just.
I would
More and
discredit
more
South
every
Park.
day.
I mean, there's a lot of people that might not realize it because it is a goofy cartoon and they'll do just about anything on it. But the writers of South Park, they really have some knowledge in some of those
Oh
shows.
yeah.
In the
Oh.
background, the backwater slurries. I mean,
Oh
it's
yeah.
like what was that one thing, the United Atheists League, where
Yeah.
Cartman went to the future, and they were all atheists, and they couldn't fight over anything else except what position to put the letters in for the acronym of their name.
Exactly.
What about that?
It's so
But that's
good.
kind of the whole point of the show was. Yeah.
That's what I love about South Park because you can literally watch you can from all the years it's been on, you can tell what was the like a relevant issue at that moment in time, or like when like what everybody was talking about, or and they have that's and then they have a reaction, and they do it very satirically and very vulgar, but they do it, and they do it incredibly well, and that's why it's one of my favorite TV shows.
Yeah. I mean, same here.
I don't watch TV anymore. So I don't
What show was that? I kind of came in late.
South
So.
Park.
There's
Oh,
about
South
South
Mm-hmm. It's
Yeah, some of them are goofy, don't get me wrong, and some of them really don't have much of a message to them, but the ones that do, they do. They really do. That's like, wow.
Well, Hollywood is full of clues. That's what the Illuminati does. They infiltrate all the clues throughout so they can say that they told us so.
Yeah.
But it's well, like, let me say one of my
To figure it out. That's what they think.
it's fine. One of my favorite episodes from that show was whenever the internet left, or like everybody they're still running water, the economy is still intact, everything is fine. It's just there's no internet, but the whole world goes into a sense of panic, and it looks like World War III just went through, and then everyone's in like refugee camps, and they can't even like function. They don't know what to do, and like there's mass hysteria spreading. It's like if like a virus spread.
But the thing is that we're so adept to, they're coming out with so many things that electronics, and this is what worries me. And I was thinking about this watching 60 Minutes tonight. A guy created a bike that the back tire, it works with a kinetic energy that it kind of moves you, it propels you, and it's something that he created. He went to MIT or whatever. But I'm like, we keep getting further and further into everything being digitalized, that if there was something to where the grid broke down, then what happens? Because then all of that ends. People aren't going to know, younger generation aren't going to know what the hell to do with themselves, because they're like, I'm so accustomed to having my cell phone. I can't go. Like, for me, I went without a cell phone for almost a year. By choice. And everybody thought I was crazy. And I'm like, I have a home phone, but if I need I would say, I meet you, and I would say this. I'm like, give me your phone number. And they're like, you're not going to write it down? I'm like, no, I want to memorize it. And they're like, you're not going to memorize my phone number? I'm like, yes, I will. And so they give me their phone number. By the end of the night, I would ask them, I'm like, so do you want to know if I still know your phone number? They're like, yeah, go ahead. And I gave it to them, and they were shocked. And I'm like, well, this is stuff that we used to do back in the days. No
Yep.
different. We used to use our mind,
Mhm.
but we stopped doing it because we started becoming accustomed to being nullified by electronics and saying that we don't have to memorize. So we're not using our mind. We're just putting it aside. And that's what is really dumbing us down and creating a space to where we don't really know or don't really use what we've been given.
Becoming
And that's
mentally lazy.
yeah, and it's sad. It's
Are
sad.
you
Yeah.
shuffling cards?
I'm shuffling. I'm shuffling my tarot cards.
Tarot day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I grew up in the era where I'm in the generation. I guess I grew up when searching for when we barely knew about Wikipedia, and where we thought Wikipedia was actually trusted and was trustworthy, and it was actually pretty great. Like I remember I remember my parents actually taught me the old-fashioned way first: go to the library and study.
Right.
But in my 10th grade year, they realized they don't want to drive me anymore, so they just gave me a computer and saved up on gas money. And yeah, I remember it felt so good. It was like it was free. It was very easy. Then I got a little bit too cocky with that, and like I felt the sense of like, oh, this report is due in like a week or two. It's okay. I can always Google up the answers and do everything
Right.
the last minute. Now, I know that's not the way to do it, but it got to the point where, my grades were falling a little bit because I got a little bit lazy. And honestly, it kind of scares me, like what's gonna, in the future, like that's all kids are gonna be like what's it called? They're all gonna. I feel like that's all what they're gonna do. That's all what they're gonna be exposed by. Is just.
But we feed into it. We
Yeah.
feed into it. We fund that. We say that is exactly what we want. We want to be stupid. We
Well, it's
want
up
to
to
be
us to teach our
lazy.
children how to use it properly.
Right.
Mhm.
I mean, but that's up to the parent. And so for me, I remember my father was like, "You are not getting Nintendo. You are not getting Super Nintendo. You are not getting Sega Genesis. I will get you." He used to build computers, and he worked for Westinghouse. So he was a computer programmer, and he wanted me to learn AutoCAD at like 10 years old, and I was not trying to hear that. It just wasn't. But back in the days, we had to program if we wanted to play games on the computer. It's just what it was. It was C semicolon backslash. We got a program to play. So, but we didn't look at it as kids. We don't look at it as programming. It's like, I want to play this game, so I got to figure out how to. I got to figure out how to play this game.
Mhm.
So you just did it. And looking back in retrospect, I'm glad that I was able to do that, and for him to say, "No, you're not getting on video games. Your time's going to be limited. If you're going to be on a computer, you do something productive." And I used to write short stories, and then go outside and play. Go outside and go with your peers. Go play manhunt. Go play football. Do something, but don't be in a house on some video games. But most parents, it's the easy way out. I will get my kid a gaming system.
Let me. Can I like say something? Can I say something real quick? I'm just adding it in. I saw this picture, and it's basically how it's so true right now. It's like saying, Dang it, like, parents right now, man, my son is always on that internet. When can he just play some video games like a regular kid? Parents in the 90s, oh, when my son is always on those video games, why can't he just watch? Why can't he just watch some TV like a normal kid? Then parents in the 80s, oh, my son is always on that TV. Why can't he go outside and play? Or
Yeah.
why can't he read a book?
Why can't I read a book?
Parents in the 1800s, oh, my kid is always trying to read books. Why can't he just go outside and work? Like, it's like,
But that's the truth,
yeah.
because it's the source of the means, and we start getting away from what was what our purpose is. I think that there's a greater depth. Now, I'm not going to discredit video games because there is a certain cognitive realm that is attributed with video games. There is a certain sense, but that's a false sense of reality. And a lot of the times when people get consumed with video games, and a lot of the gamers that you meet, they're so introverted and they have no sense of reality because their reality is created by what they create or what they're involved in. I used to play Final Fantasy. Trust me, once I was able to get out the house, what did I buy? PlayStation 2 for myself. I'm buying it. I buy it. But my friend had a PlayStation, and I played Final Fantasy 7. And I remember staying up for hours. I'm talking about, like, I would get 2 hours of sleep, go to work, come back home, and be right back on that system and get another 2 hours of sleep, if that, and then go back to work the next day because I was playing that game all day. That's a problem because you start losing your sense of reality, and your reality
We
is
play it to escape from this reality that they don't
right.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So it's not a good thing. It's not a good thing.
Well, like everything, it can be good or bad when you move
It
out
has to
of
be a
the
balance.
view. Because technology is a gift. A gift to us to be able to use in the right way.
Right.
And what was that?
I'm sorry. No, keep going. I'm sorry.
So I work with a lot of children, and I get a lot of parents saying, what do I do because I don't want my kids being submersed in technology. And really, it's about balancing the technology, like you said, making sure they have a time to have the technology, and making sure that they know how to use it properly, and that they're using it to benefit themselves. Maybe the child wants to be able to express themselves through the internet but doesn't know really how, and so to give them that option and to give them that space, like maybe they want to write a book, do that on the internet and give them the creative source at the same time as you're fulfilling that need to use technology, because to me it's a bridge that we created for ourselves to help expand our extra sensory perception, and it can be used because what I thought of immediately when he said the internet's knocked out, I was like, oh good, now we can finally start using our real telepathy. That's what's going to happen. It's not going to be like, oh, everything's in shambles. We're going to be like, oh, we need to activate our DNA here.
Yeah.
A lot of people bag on the internet for being, oh, it's destroying. Or some people, I'm not saying everybody, but there's some people who are like, oh, it's, making everybody be, on social zombies, or some people. But if you think about it, the internet just shows you the human desire to be connected with people.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that's just like, if you really, it connects everybody. How throughout the history of the world, the invention of the wheel, the automobile, planes, trains, all these things that just keep constantly being invented so people could get closer to, some people are like, oh, it's just to go out farther, to travel faster. But in all reality, it's just to meet it's to get people closer together.
But the problem is that we're using the internet for betterment of ourselves and others. but majority of people use the internet for one thing, or for a few things: gaming, porn, and porn.
Yeah.
That's it.
I disagree.
I'm so sorry.
I disagree with that because those with
Because you're a
disabilities
girl.
that actually need to live, because the internet helps them.
No, but I said
Some technology with people that can't drive, they have to have certain things made in their car so that they can get around.
I agree with you. I agree with
you.
That is a small percentage. It's a very small percentage. I'm saying for the majority. For the majority of guys, when guys go on the internet, we're very focused beings, and we think about certain things on a certain level. So, for those that, let's say, are gamers that use the internet to play games, okay, they usually don't have a social life because their social life is the game. So they have to get stimulation in some sense because it's what their fantasy is. So what do? They use porn as that segue to that. Now, in a feminine standpoint, I would say that it'd be much different. Where women will use it is that they'll go to chat rooms. They'll go to chat rooms and they'll meet guys, or they'll get on eHarmony or whatever.
Are you saying women don't watch porn?
I'm saying that. No, I'm not saying that women don't watch porn. I know that a great majority do. A great majority do.
I'm not. Yeah.
But what I'm saying is that what the internet is used for, and the majority, because I'll be honest with myself. It is what it is. I'll get on. I got the consonants group. I got porn. There you go. How you doing? I'm not playing games.
Let me ask you guys something. Which is being more impactful? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna ask, what do you think is more impactful? Which invention is more impactful? The light bulb? Or actually, no, that's a stupid question. The wheel or internet? The internet.
Well, the internet, but hands down. I mean, the wheel is great, but the wheel had to come first before the internet because the internet is derived, like, to create the computer. The wheel had to be there had to be things in motion for that to happen. So it had to be the wheel first and the internet second, or the internet like 1,556 times past what it was.
I would think that it would depend on the perspective that you were viewing that from, wouldn't it? Because
it's actually I'm sorry. Well, let me say.
It's technically a wheel also.
Mm-hmm. Well, let me see. Like I don't know if you get it. The Aztecs were, in some aspects, they were far more advanced than, say, England at the time of the discovery, like with the city planning and everything. But they never invented the wheel. So I don't think.
No, the Aztecs. No, I mean, so because the Aztecs didn't invent the wheel, does that discredit them for their attributes and what they did?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, true.
They need a wheel.
They don't need a wheel.
No,
I'm saying
And actually, they did invent the wheel because you look at their calendar and it's a wheel.
No, I'm sorry,
not
the Aztecs.
Thank you for that, because that was totally right, Harmony. I was about to say the same thing. I was like,
Aztec and Mayan, not the same thing.
Exactly.
Yeah, actually,
I know they're not the same.
Just a different generation.
Matter of fact, the game that they played, they were shooting a ball through a circle, which could be considered a wheel. Like it kind of.
Yeah, but they never they never had carts or they.
Because they could levitate.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, about that. About that.
And to go back to the porn issue, when you talk about the issue of male and female, and everyone is doing this or that, it's all about impression of our society and dualistic viewpoint. Because whether you're a male or a female has nothing to do with it. Because I know a lot of men that are balanced and don't have to look at porn, and a lot of women that aren't balanced. and do have to look at porn. And it has to do with your chakra balancing and whether you're looking at the world through vices or through balance and through a sense of awareness. And
Okay.
if your
Okay.
chakras are balanced, you don't need to go
I
elsewhere.
agree.
Dudes are
I
horny,
don't think
huh?
that I don't think that looking at porn is a negative aspect either. Okay, for myself, I've been single and celibate for 5 years. Okay, so for me, I have not had sex. Yeah, exactly. So, but this is something that I have attributed to where I'm not going to let anybody into my the wholeness of my spirit, unless I trust them 100%. And in gay world, it's very hard to be. Everybody is so deemed on sex that it's like, I want there to be a spiritual connection. If that connection is not there, then I'm not willing to sacrifice my spirit for that. But,
I think that's more of just society. Society wants us to just be all sleazy and just
but,
not
but,
care and be
but
all
what I'm
physical.
saying,
But
but what I'm
we're much more than that. The mainstream media has an impression upon us, and it is, like you said, the environment is our program, and it's trying to program us in order so we have dysfunction, so we're dependent upon them. And as long as we're non-dysfunctional, then we are slaves. But if we find function and we find sustainability and we find that place, whether it's balanced, non-balanced, whether you're finding your balance through extracurricular activities or whether you're finding it inside of yourself, the main key is finding that balance within us and within society to where we can be
right.
amazing creatures that we're supposed to be.
And for myself, 5 years for any male and or female that has had sex is a long time. And most people wouldn't go 5 years and saying that, you know what, no, I'm not gonna go 5 years without sex just because I feel like I need to have somebody in my life that's worthwhile. It's not one of those things. But in retrospect, I have porn there just as a little. It takes care of the problem temporarily. That's all I'm saying. It does.
Yeah,
It
man.
does 'cause I'm able to get
No
out
judge, no judge.
what I need to
Yeah, exactly.
without me sacrificing my moral standard based upon what I set up for myself. But I have an out. I have an out, but it's personal. You know what I'm
But it
saying? So
provides you with that ability to take care of what you need to take care of without
right,
putting
with,
people at stake, right?
right, exactly.
Yeah, so it can be good.
Can
It
I?
can be bad. It
Hello.
just depends on the perspective. And I think
It,
that's what the main paradigm shift is all about, is finding perspective. That
perspective.
everything is black and white. Everything is dark and light. Everything is day and night, but depends on where you're perceiving it from.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And neither one's
Can I make
necessarily
an
bad.
Yeah, and good and bad only
So-
exist in duality.
Right. Yup.
Right.
When I was younger, like growing up in elementary school, one of the things I always noticed was that there's over-sexualization even with kids who don't even understand what sex is. They don't have an understanding of what it means to even touch a body. They don't understand what it means to have a child. They don't understand what it means to disrespect somebody by even just making a small comment, because children are very, very susceptible to what the media does, and just the over-sexualization is quite damaging. And like when I was, grade 5, I noticed this change where the males I was surrounded by, they would talk about, I can't wait to be in high school because then I can see titties. I can't wait to have sex, and I can't wait to be a virgin. And it's literally like the only conversation that goes on. So not only is it from the media and education in your parents, it's also from your peers, because the addition of always hearing it from your peers then deepens the damage. And I completely agree with you when you said, Harmony, that it doesn't matter if you're male or female. Because it's true, because even when you look at porn, there is non-offensive porn, if you know what I mean. Like, some males are taught that all porn is okay, but they don't really know that there's physical, mental, spiritual, and emotional damages going on just for someone to be in a film like that, where the physical pain could probably cause them problems for their entire life without them realizing that. And then you're having entire generations of people watching that. So not only are they watching something that they think is sexual, they're also watching pain. And since they've been accustomed to that pain, it makes it hard for people to recognize when a person is in a non-healthy mental state during sexual actions. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
That does. That does. It does.
Yeah, and it's a collective wound that has been created that, maybe through AJ being able to look at it through a different perspective, he's able to heal energetics, So there's no judgment placed. It's all about what is bringing balance to the person, the individual essence, and the healing that needs to take place for all of us. And just a conversation like this, can help, waken that 100th monkey and help affect everyone who's being traumatized by mainstream media.
But the funny thing
I
is,
just wanted to say that I watch porn too, so it's not just AJ.
well, but the thing is that, but again, but let's get okay. So let me get down to something that is absolutely 100% true. Whenever males figure out, and I don't know if this is the same for females, but I can speak for males. Whenever males figure out about masturbation, the first thing that we do is we visualize. So even if you haven't seen porn ever in your life, you visualize something in your head, because there has to be some visual connotation for you to stimulate yourself to get to that point. There is just no nothingness of nothing that you can think of to where it's like, I think of nothing and then I can get off. Not going to happen. There has to be a visual standpoint. So
I don't know if the wind's blowing right.
What?
I said, I don't know. Maybe the wind's blowing right.
Well, the wind.
I got some, loose shorts on or something.
But the thing is, but this is the deal. So, but the thing is that for the most part, if you're going into a session, we're talking about a jack off session, but going into a session, you have got to think about something. There's some visualization, whether it be a man and a female, whether it be two girls, whether it be whatever is the thing that excites you the most is what is going to make, and this is where people start figuring out human sexuality. This is usually around the age of 12, 13 years old, to where people are like, oh, I just found out what jacking off was. Okay, cool. Now I can sort of sit back and think about visualize what gets me off. Well, a guy and a girl really isn't doing it for me. But a guy and a guy for me is kind of hot. Like, I'm just saying, this is what is exciting me. So I feel like I assimilate to this instead of it being a guy and a girl or two girls. So I don't know why that is, but it just is what it is. This is what
I think it's because of the nature of the ascension and the process that's going on with the merging of the divine feminine and masculine within each person.
But some people are able to accept
gender isn't really playing a role anymore. It's more about the balance inside of us and the essence that we resonate with.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's true. And I would definitely love you, Angela. Love ya. Mwah.
Night night.
Mwah. Good night. So I feel that, but when it gets to that state, there's a definite transmute. There's you kind of figure out exactly where you stand and whatever. But again, with the visualization, there's always a visualization. So I feel like for me, it's another visualization where I can be able to see something that I might want to be involved with, but don't set myself up for unless it's going to be with the person that I will be with. But I'm not going to sacrifice again, and I'm different than a lot of guys. I'm just not going to sacrifice my spirit for anybody. I'm just not going to do that. You don't deserve that. You have to earn your right to be able to get in freely with me. That's it. And if you, and I'm not looking for you, I will find you when it comes. It's almost like the synchronicity. It will happen when it happens. It will be there when it be, and when it's there, I know. But otherwise than that, I'm okay. I'm good. I'm good. I'm okay. And that's where I leave it.
Yeah, it's beautiful. And, that's like with the synchronicity with my husband and I. I was not looking for anyone. He was not looking for anyone. We were on our own journey. And basically it was both of our friends who were like, you guys need to be with each other. And we're like, I don't know about that. I'm not set up or anything.
Right.
But then when we met each other, we were like, wow, we have a lot of common. And, over the course of a year or two, we decided, oh wow, we do have a lot in common, and that's the way it should happen with almost every relationship. It should fall in place. It shouldn't be like work
right
in order
exactly.
for it to happen in the first place.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And that's the way I did for my one friend. I had two best friends. So one friend, my one friend, and then my other friend. My one friend's a girl. One friend's a guy. They're both in the medical field in some aspect, and they're just beautiful people. And I choose my friends wisely, and I have really great friends. And I was just like, Anthony, I really think that Liz is like, I really think that you guys could get together. And he was like, well, I've never met her before, whatever. Months go by. All of a sudden, we randomly, this is synchronicity again, let's synchronicity moment. We went out to a bar. I was doing karaoke, and he was like, why don't we go over to this bar just to end the night out? And I'm like, okay, fine, we'll go there. My one best friend ended up being there, and she gave me a huge hug, and she's like, AJ, I love you. I haven't seen you in so long. And then she's like, who is that guy? Like, this is my friend Anthony that I've been talking about for so long. And she's like, are you serious? He's hot as hell. And I'm like, yeah, he's hot. And I go over to Anthony, and Anthony's like, yo, who's that girl? I'm like, that's Liz. I've been talking about Liz to you forever. He's like, that's Liz? And I was like, oh, God, here we go. It's done. And so I start laughing. And I'm just like, oh, this is so good. This is so good. Because I know they're going to get married. I know they're going to get married.
They're similar frequencies.
I know they're going to get married. I'm going to sing at the wedding. I already have the whole thing planned out. Trust me. No, you don't understand because there's
their colors will be purple and white.
But hello. They are two of the most genuine, down to earth, like would give anything to anybody, but they do that for each other. It's so beautiful, but they are successful, and they love each other, and it's like, and I knew from the first day that they like that click happened. I was like, it's over, it's done, and I'm watching their relationship blossom now. And I just find it gets so amusing. They spend every day with each other. It's sickening. But there's no work. They're friends. They're friends. They're friends that can enjoy a sexual relationship within the friend boundary, but it's strictly platonic, but it's not work. It's like hanging out with your best friend every single day. And that's what it should be. That's how it should be. If it's not like that, then it's not a relationship. Sorry. Sorry.
Unless you live with each other for 5 years.
What's up?
And then there's some days where you're not best friends, but that's normal.
That's normal.
You make it.
Yeah.
Yeah. You
But you
live in the
should be
same house with anyone, whether it's your best friend or not. You're gonna have days where you just don't
right.
mesh, you know, and
Yeah.
that's okay. That's
But
learning process.
but
That's what being with your twin flame is about, because they're your mirror. They're gonna
right.
show you all this bullshit that you're putting out into the universe and put it right back into your face. And then you know, and until you're fully balanced, they're gonna keep showing you that.
But are you
So
but
I
are you
get that every day.
receptive? Are you receptive of that? And that's where it comes down to. And they're both receptive people, and like it's so beautiful. They're gonna have the best relationship ever, and I know they're gonna get married. And I knew that from the first day that I was just like, this is done. It's done. That's the way it should be, and that's the way I want it for myself. And I'll wait for that. I'll wait. I'll wait for that one, Tony.
Me and my girlfriend just met in study hall.
Really?
Yeah, no, I wish I had a cool story, but no, we just met in we met in study hall, and I was kind of like, I was kind of weirded out, like with the whole. This was around the time where. Oh no. Okay, no, sorry. We just. It was weird. My family has this thing about Muslim. I grew up in a conservative family. We have this thing about Muslims, and I don't know. It was just weird. It's not that I didn't like at the time. I didn't like him. It's just that at the time, it was still in what do you call it? Like not interracial,
Right.
religious,
Well, interreligious, yeah.
interreligious couple. Like I don't know. I never thought that, but I remember at a party, we clicked. There's something that just made me like just go in for the kiss,
Mm-hmm.
and she rejected me the first time, and but like well she backed up, and then she kind of just went into it, and we it was sparks, and it still feels like that first kiss, like every time
That's
we
awesome.
yeah, like I'm still young, but if there's anyone I'm gonna marry, like that, she's the girl.
Your age does not matter about anything. I respect what you said, and that's the sign of a true man. When you can respect a woman to the place to where you can look at her every day and you can say, I still love you, no matter what, and you still excite me, that right there is everything to her. Because it's not just a hit it and quit it sort of thing. I can just go ahead and get somebody else. You're tagged into her, and you're everything right now. And that's the way it should be for the rest of your life. And when you get with somebody, that's the way it should be.
She was, I was thinking about.
Sorry.
I was thinking about just keep saving myself till marriage, but I don't know. I guess I just felt right after we didn't have sex until like after 2 years. After 2 years.
You waited that long?
Well, because we were just both thinking maybe we like she.
That's good. No, that's a good thing.
She was abstinent. She believed that she wanted to save herself from marriage, but and I was just like if it happens, it happens. I was a teenage guy.
Yeah.
And it happened, and it was beautiful, and I wouldn't have. She's the only woman I've had sex with. And I'm proud to say that.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
I'm proud to say that, and me and her, and it's like I feel connected whenever we have sex, and it's my favorite feeling.
I think that is a beautiful thing, and I hope that that works out for you. Like honestly, because that makes me feel like I'm not the only one out there like waiting for something. I could be out wearing myself around right now, and everybody's looking at me like, "You're gay and you've been single. What? It's celibate for 5 years? Are you serious?" I was like, "Hold on, wait. slow the world. Maybe I shouldn't say this on live TV. Skull, you need to take this down now. Take it offline. Take it offline.
It should
You were
be
supposed to take it offline like a half hour ago. Good work, bro. Good work.
It
What's
should
up?
be offline, eh?
What's
it only
up?
it only goes for like 2 hours, so it's offline by now.
No, it's still live.
It's still live.
Oh, it's still live. Yeah, it's still live.
It's still live.
Yes, sir.
And it'll go as long as Skull lets
Yes,
it
sir.
go on, basically, until his computer needs to shut down. 'cause
His
that's
computer needed. I
what
need to
happens
send him a message.
before
Skull, take this shit offline right now.
Say it just like that.
So, let's move up the chakra system to the heart chakra.
I just want to I feel like there's like one year.
Have anybody had any amazing heart chakra activations?
Actually,
breathing exercises.
I can link a synchronistic number to a heart activation. If we're gonna still stay on the topic of synchronicity, it's very simple. I was reading about something, I don't know, metaphysical or whatever, something shifty, and then I looked at the clock and it was 3:33, and then I just felt my heart chakra just activate, and I just felt like this loving presence all around me, and I was like, oh, what is this? This is amazing. That's only happened one time, but it was really great.
Wow.
That's
You know
cool.
what, that circles back around to, like, I don't know, hours ago, whenever, I can't remember who it was talking about it. Maybe it was you, Kristen, was talking about the birth of Christ and how is it the
3:33.
That was Nate.
No, that wasn't me.
That was earlier in the show.
Yeah,
That was Nate.
that's interesting because that totally goes right back to Christ, and that's in the heart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Christ
you know what?
energy or the ascended master energy. Apparently,
But
they
You don't want to call it Christ. I mean,
yeah.
but
But
yeah.
the funny thing is that when he said that, it was considered in the Easter story at 3 that the heavens sort of split, and there was that chaos, and he ended up losing it and lost his life to ascend. And it's kind of funny how 33 just plays in. It's like it just all connects. It all connects in some weird way, and I don't care how it's written. It still connects, regardless. It's just
I mean.
Well, we know that Jesus was murdered by
Right.
the same people who are taking out people at the age of 27, which is another power number, just to maintain control.
The United States government? No,
Actually,
I'm just fine.
that's like, they're the patsies. Yes, the U.S. government is a patsy. The British government is a patsy to what's actually going on. Yeah. So, anyway, back to the rainbows and
Indigo.
unicorns.
Wait. Indigo had something to share, and I wanted to think. He's been quiet all the time.
So, when you talked about like the whole visualization, that's something that's kind of lost, because not even in a sexual term, like for quite a while there was this distance with spirituality where most kids were not basically allowed to be imaginative, and the reason I brought up boredom was because it also ties in with gaming. Like, for me, I was dealing with PTSD as I grew up, but I didn't know this till, only a few years ago. And so, when I got into gaming, I got revolved around it because it was quite early on that I got into gaming, because it was like the time where the first Game Boy, the black and gray one came out. So like I was always playing that, and
Right.
like that in a sense was kind of good for imagination because it was only really a little bit. But then as ages have gone on, in 15, 20 years, the considered quality of the gaming nowadays has gotten better, but in a sense, it's gotten worse because there's a complete lack of stimulation for imagination. It's all plot based. Like there's only like one plot. You gotta do this. You gotta obey orders. You gotta do all these things. And when you're trying to escape your own reality, like that's something I was also doing because I didn't like being in my head. And it felt good to be able to put myself in another realm. And I got into spirituality a little bit. I realized that there was a lot more to who I was than I ever thought, because a lot of what my dreams and stuff were about as a child were quite vivid, and I didn't understand that the brain could do all these things, and so I didn't trust my imagination, and I didn't trust my intuition, and I didn't understand these things, and it's so common, especially in my age group. I'm only 21, and I feel that looking at the kids that are coming out nowadays, it's the complete opposite, because they've got such an incredible sense of wisdom inside, because they're just, the way they're in tune with the earth is like nothing else. Me, my personal path is I want to be a shaman so that I can help the children who are coming out nowadays. And
Are you burning sage right now?
No, it's actually a coconut incense. It's just like hem cone. Oh.
Nice.
Yeah. With the boredom. When children are...
Yeah, right?
Yeah, heavy. When kids are bored, we teach them that...
A very noble pursuit, because that is one of the most important things, is the next 7 generations, and most essentially this generation of children that have come in to teach us, not only for us to help them and teach them, but they're here to teach us and help us through this transition that we've separated from further than they have from the real truth of the divine. And they help us every day to remember who we truly are. And with my children, they have allergies to food that we can eat but we shouldn't, but they have certain built-in mechanisms that protect them. They get a rash and stomach problems, and they don't want that kind of food anymore. So it's it's a beautiful thing with everything that they're going through, especially with the geopolitical awakening. My own 6-year-old, before she went to bed the other night, asks me, Mommy, why does the global elite want to enslave people and have them build the railroads? Why don't they just build them themselves?
Excuse me, you're a 6-year-old? Your 6-year-old said that?
That's a mind right there.
Wow. Wow.
Man.
Powerful.
Yeah, that's a 6-year-old.
Yeah.
She knows what's up. My 2-year-old asked me, why do we go out every day and see chemtrails in the air? When are they going to stop? why can't we go to the store and get real food? You know, why is there poison food in the store? They don't understand it. It's foreign to them, you know? It
Yeah.
shouldn't be that way.
Kids,
That's why we're here, to change it to the way that they expect it
kids
to
surprise. Kids, there's never like a moment where they don't surprise me.
be.
Well, you're doing a good job by teaching as well.
Yeah.
Wow.
If Andy were here, he'd have something to say about.
Do you guys have hope for the next generation?
I have hope for everybody.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because we're no different than anybody else. I mean, we learn the same way. I think that we are evolving quickly. My only issue is that I hope that us as the parents of the next generation, that we teach our children the ways, the ins and outs of what we've learned, and are able to be expressive without having the old school mentality like the baby boomers did in the 50s of beating your kids or doing whatever, and it's just spare the rod, spoil the child, as to where we're instilling we're instilling intellectual pieces into their mind, which they're going to gravitate towards, which is going to change the mentality, which can then change the world to progress into a better place. I think that, to be honest with you, we have better standing on a lot of things more than the baby boomers.
Yeah.
And the way they raised us.
I just
honestly,
I just want to keep the innocence. I'm like, I don't know. I guess I'm not obsessed with a child's innocence, but I feel like that is something that, I don't know, a lot of parents would strive to keep in a child.
Right.
For like the longest amount of time possible.
Yeah.
And because it's refreshing sometimes, because I remember my uncle Tony is married to his boyfriend of 5 years, and my little cousin was saying, "Oh, why does Uncle Tony keep bringing his friend to the family dinners and stuff?" I'm like, well, their parents didn't want to say anything. They just let me explain it to her, and I was like, oh, well, the same way your mom loves your dad, that's how Tony loves Jared. And she's like, oh, okay.
That's it. And that's it.
Exactly.
There's nothing else that needs to be said about it.
There's
nothing else. It's understood.
She's just like, okay. I'm like, wow.
They understand love. Yeah, that's one of the most.
Love is universal. There's no need for explanation.
That's why all the hate and intolerance of the world right now, I know all of it isn't going to go away, but a lot of it, all you just got to do is wait for, and you can't change the views of the old generation, so you just got to wait for them to die out.
They can choose.
But it's true.
But you can.
Change their own views. They can respect you to the old ones.
You can change the views of the older generation. I was called nigger until, oh my God, like my one friend, I couldn't go into her house. She was my best friend, lived across the street from her. We did everything together, but was never allowed in her house. Her father was like, I don't want that nigger around this place.
Wow.
Blah, blah, blah. It didn't really bother me because I'm okay with what your feeling is on what you're used to. It doesn't bother me. Like if that's the way that you were raised.
Yeah, they've been programmed to. Yeah.
If that's the way you've been programmed, I'm not gonna hate you because of that. I'm just not. But what I did, I broke him down after 5 years. After 5 years, he was like, you know what? You're really cool. You're not like those other niggers out there that just, blah blah. And I looked at him and I was like, you know what? Thank you. I appreciate that. And I left it at that. There wasn't anything else that needed to be said. There wasn't anything. I'm going to argue with you. Like, look, you just changed your view on how you perceive me. So that's really all I wanted from you the whole time. But all I had to do is be diligent and show you that my character means more than what you view on what society would automatically assume it being pretentious that I would be. And so once that change happened, then it broadened his horizons to a whole new landscape. So, as people, we have to be susceptible to saying that it doesn't matter the way people are raised, but we have to stand above what they do, what they say, who they are, because they are just people. They just have different mindsets. So
Yeah.
if you want them to see you for who you are, just be who you are, and don't change that for anybody. But for me, I've always been myself. I've never gone towards the norm, and I was really rejected more by black people than I was white people because I spoke eloquently and I read books and I used to write, and so it was one of those things to where I assimilated more white people than I did black people because they were like, well, white people were like, well, you're an Uncle Tom, you're trying to be white. What are you trying to be white for? And I'm like, I'm not trying to be white. I'm just I don't even know what to say. What do I say? I'm not ghetto. I'll tell you that. I wasn't raised. I wasn't raised in the hood, so I don't know anything about that lifestyle. I'm sorry.
Same thing with some white kids who were raised in the hood.
But it's where you adapt to your environment.
Yeah, right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You adapt to your environment, and where you're raised is, and that's a sad part of society, is that your environment really has a large part to play in how it could be for your life. But you can stand above that. But that's why I said, well, and even with people that say, oh, well, I don't understand why black people would want to speak like that when, they can't get jobs, they can't, you can't speak that way and use all that dialect in a regular job. No, you can't. But the problem is that their parents perpetuate everything that was placed on them and put it on their children. I feel like that's abuse. I feel like that right there is abuse. Honestly, I feel like that's abuse. For it to be to where you're going to hinder your child based upon a social standard, that right there, I feel child abuse on the biggest level ever, because you're keeping them almost prostrate to where they can't. You're not making it easy for them to make it in society. That's hard to me to see. You can rise above that, and a lot of people have.
What if their parents just don't know any better? I mean, that's.
But they don't. But that's the problem. But see, that's exactly what I'm saying. They don't know any better. A lot of the parents don't know any better. That's exactly the way that they're raised. So the way that you're raised is what your parents teach you. The way that they were raised, they put that on you. But now they might do it to a lesser form, but it's still the same thing nonetheless. So you will pick up either dialect, or pick up mannerisms, you'll pick up a lot of things.
It's funny. It's like what happened. I don't know if some of you are familiar with the Adrian Peterson child abuse.
Now I don't think that was child abuse. I got hit with a switch. Oh, what?
Yeah,
what? I don't think it was child abuse. I'm sorry.
Have you seen the pictures of the kid afterwards?
Oh yeah, I got wait, time out. First of all, time out. Bro, I got beat with belts. I had to choose which belt was going to be the best. I had a big, thick, black leather one, and a skinny one. I hid the belt in the freezer. I was trying every which way to duck the belt. And I put plates. I put plates in my ass with pants on, thinking that maybe it would block. And then when the plate broke, I realized then I had to be butt naked. Then I had to be butt naked. And so let's talk about welts, bro. Let's talk about welts. And you know what my dad said? This is what he said. You want to call HRS? Because it was HRS at that time. He was like, yo, I got you. You want to call HRS? Call HR. I will dial the phone for you, because you know who's leaving this house? you. Ain't nobody else leaving this house. This is my house. If you don't like it here, you go for the foster family. You think they're gonna treat you any better? Go right ahead. That's what he told me.
And to Adrian Peterson's defense, that kid kind of deserved, because he pushed his sister off of a moving bike. You know.
Yo, you push your sister off a moving bike, you couldn't ass with him. Sorry.
Yeah, that's what I agree.
Sorry. I'm getting that ass. You don't do that to your sister. You're supposed to protect your sister. You do not push your sister off a moving bike. Sorry. Because you think that
I would have gotten.
Yeah.
I do recognize the usefulness of timeouts and modern child training methods, but yeah, I also feel that sometimes you just have to tell them like it is.
Exactly.
I
No, I'm not saying.
Techniques where you ask your child how they would feel if that was them, because I have abuse in history of our family, and it's not a beneficial thing, really. It's not.
It's not.
It creates scars for a long time in humanity, and children are here to rid us of those scars here, and it needs to be like, it's like the old saying, you know, you can't solve the same problem with the same mentality that created it. You can't. Two arrows doesn't solve the first one. You know, the second arrow is not going to help anything.
Well, this is what I find. This is what I find in society. What happens is, like, the older generation, they used to get really beat. Like, my dad used to get beat with 2x4s. He had a gun pulled on him. Like, it was crazy stuff. It was crazy. But then he subsided to where his form of abuse was a little bit, it was downplayed, but it was still bad. And I felt like it was abuse. It was abuse. Plain and simple, it was. But the thing is that I appreciate what he did. He still had good character. His intent was still correct, even though it might have been a little extreme. But I also did some extreme things that I deserved the ass whooping. I'm sorry, I just deserved it. It was just coming to me, and I knew it was coming to me, and that's what it was. There wasn't any, okay, go on timeout. Because timeout, I'd be holding 7 encyclopedias by the door, and if I dropped any, and I have to hold them for an hour and a half, if I drop one, that's 10 legs. So did you think I'd let any of those drop? No. But could I hold the encyclopedias and put them, like, on the door? If he saw me holding it, like, it was just like that. So it was, you know, but it teaches you not to mess up. Don't mess up.
Yeah, that was what you created for yourself, for you to learn in those times. But now we've moved to a different time.
It's funny
where physical abuse, mental abuse isn't acceptable anymore.
What I'm looking at is like pretty much like AJ says, intent. You know, because my dad, he whipped me with a belt, but he done it twice. Like, if I got a lick, you know, there was 2 lashings basically. You know,
I wish it was like that. Please, I would take that. I would take that too any day. Go ahead.
It's funny how, like,
because it did hurt, but I understood before I got the spanking what it was I did wrong, that he didn't want to do it, and that he had to help me to understand, and it was going to be done.
This is going to hurt me more than it hurts you.
Frustration where you want to do something physical to your child, but you also have a conscience and you can decide not to.
He put it as a lesson.
I wanted to punch my dad in the face every time he said that.
It's funny. White people get slaps on the hand. Black people get belts. Spanish people like me got shoes that my mom would take off.
Chancletas.
La chancleta, mira. Porque, no, but it wasn't always a chancleta. It could be like a high heel.
Oh no.
Yeah, like it could have been, and she wouldn't. And believe me, she would not hold it on the heel. She would make sure I'd get the heel part.
That ain't right.
I don't think race has anything to do with that.
But it is a racial. It is. But see, this is the thing about the race that is it's unspoken, but it's true. White people get the hand, Black
No.
people get either the belt or the switch.
I had a
But I'm
friend who
saying
had a white
now,
parent and a Mexican parent, and she got the belt.
no, but what I'm saying is that I
He
deal
got
with
a wooden spoon.
but when you talk about it, with the Spanish, the reason why I know chancletas is because majority of the Spanish people, because I was raised in a Spanish community, well, half Spanish, half white, so it was like I was always hearing like chancletas. I would be seeing shoes fly all over the place. Oh my God, like it was crazy. It was out of control. But
It's
it's a stereotype. It's a stereotype. But the stereotypes ring
It's a culture
true.
thing. It's not.
It's a culture
It's a
thing.
culture thing, yeah. Like
It
we
is.
honestly we it's like it's something that and a lot of Spanish people do like
It is.
admit to that. It's something like it's like a lot of like it's like the equivalent of you seeing a black person making fun of the fact that he loves watermelon or something. It's
Right.
we
Right.
do talk about it like that. Like it's like I remember well it would kind of be like I guess the whole meaning behind that is just, you know, your parents want to kick your ass, but they can't do it fast enough, so they just want to bring the shoe right to you as fast as they can.
As fast as they can. Boom.
As fast.
I mean, I would rather get the shoot than the belt. I mean, I got some. I mean, the one ass woman I remember. This is just a piece of my dad. He drank ginger ale, and my brother and I. It was a hot summer day, and I went into the refrigerator. And I was young, maybe about 7 or 8. I don't know, but I was old enough to know better than what I did. But I left his soda out, and I drank a little bit more than I was supposed to. But when it went flat, the soda went completely flat.
Oh no!
Oh my God, what do I do to make bubbles? Like I need to make this fizz up. So I took Ajax. I took Ajax dish detergent.
Whoa.
You see, there's
I was like, this will make bubbles. This will be great. And I shook it and I put it in the refrigerator. And I'm like, this will be great. This will work. I remember him coming home let me tell you what happened. So he gets home at 11 o'clock at night, and I'm still awake because I'm like, okay, now this can go either one or two ways. So I heard him open up the bottle, and I heard the shh, and I'm like, okay, good. Like there's carbonation. It's awesome. And he poured himself a drink, and I remember him drinking a little bit, and him screaming my brother's name and my name, and I run and I wake up, supposedly wake up. And the way it was, because when you have siblings, if you lie about something, you both get beat until somebody tells the truth. You guys are just both getting your ass whooped until somebody admits it. So I held out for a long time. My brother got whooped for it. And then once I admitted the truth, he almost killed me. My mom had to step in and was like, I will leave you right now. I was almost dead. Wow. I deserved it though. I poisoned his ass. I poisoned him. I poisoned my dad. I kind of deserved that ass whooping.
Can I ask you if you have children?
What's up?
I said, do any of you actually have children though?
I do not. I'm gay, so there you go.
Well, that doesn't mean anything. You could have children.
That's true, but I would never do that to my child. But
lesbian, so I know.
But I would never. But see, for me, I wouldn't have to beat my child because
Yeah.
I already know. In that sense, I speak differently than my father spoke to me. I can relate to a child because I get on their level. I'm much more sensitive person in even dealing with animals. I speak to animals, and animals will listen to me, and they're like, the owners are looking at me like, how do you have so much control over the animal? And I'm like, because I understand them, because they are on my level. I'm on their level. They're no different than I am. So that's the way that I view them, and I give them that respect, and they feel that. So as to where, they might have been like, my father was raised a certain way, I would not be able to do that. Like, I'm beautiful with kids, but the only reason why I'm like that with kids, but I don't play either. I'm beautiful with kids, but when I say, like, look, I had a kid, I'm a server, and I had a kid the other day was like, give me Sierra Mist. And I said, excuse me? I said, who are you? I said, wait a second, who are you talking to? I said, if you want something, you need to say, may I have, and then you say thank you. And until you say those two things to me, you're not getting anything. And I looked at, straight up, and I looked at it, and the parents just looked at me, and I looked at them, and they thought I was playing. And I walked to the next table, and I said, hey, and what can I get for you for your order? And they looked at me, and they started laughing, and I'm like, I'm not playing with this kid. So
Nice.
I took their order, and I said, and I walked by the table, and I gave a look to the kid, and the kid looked at me with the drink still held in the air, and I said, oh, you want to play? Nothing? Okay, goodbye. And I walked away. Until you say what I told you to say, you better trust that I'm not going to move, because I'm not going to take disrespect. You're going to learn respect. You're going to learn how to treat people. You're going to learn how to say certain things, because you're not going to get what you want. And if you think you're going to get what you want, you're sadly mistaken. I'm not going to bend. I'm not going to be doing this. Oh, but if you do this, then I'll just go. No. Mm-mm. I'm not giving you what you want. You can cry me a river, build me a bridge, and drown yourself in your sorry tears. You better get over it. Because I'm not. I'm done. But I don't need to beat you. You just ain't going to get it. So
Yeah,
you
well,
cry
our
all you want
parents didn't
to.
have video cameras, so one thing I do when my kids start acting out is I pull out the video camera and I say, okay, action. And then
Hello.
they're like, ah,
Oh,
and they run away. And they're like,
how
oh,
about this? How about this? And that's good. That's really good. That's good for a
Yeah.
setup later on. Because
I'm
let me
gonna post
embarrass
this
you in
on
front
the
of all
internet.
your friends. I'm gonna embarrass you in front of all your friends. Because I'm gonna have them all over for a sleepover, and I'm gonna show them all these pictures about how you cry like a little bitch. Boop. How you doing?
All
That's
right,
what I'm saying.
Rob. Now we're into extortion.
Oh yeah.
Alright, guys, I'm gonna
we all
it
fantasize
was,
about that.
That's awesome.
hey guys,
Good job.
hey guys, I gotta go. It was great meeting you guys.
Oh man, that was great.
Oh, blessings.
Yeah, you guys are awesome. You guys are awesome to talk to. Stay beautiful.
Me
I gotta
too, man.
go. I
Have a
gotta,
good
Hey,
night.
man.
See you later.
Indeed. I think a lot of the things that we've been talking about in the division, whether it's in culture or our gender or our race or any of that stuff, if we just look at it, it boils down to programming. And it boils
Right.
down to the division that divide and conquer. Divide and conquer. That is their motto. And as long as they can keep us thinking divided, then we are conquered,
Right.
whether it's voluntary or involuntary. And so now
But you know
it's
what?
time to start thinking in terms of unity and not division and not putting labels and stereotypes on ourselves.
But
Because
you know
the
what's
more we learn, the more we realize that there is no stereotypes.
Yeah,
That,
and
that's just
their
bullshit.
attitude.
But you know what's funny about what you said? I just now correlated this whole thing. As kids, we innately, without being taught, learn how to divide. Mother against father. Whoever is the weaker one, we go to first. And we say, Mommy, can I go ahead and do this? You need to ask your father. No, but mom, seriously, like this is, and you know you can break your mom down. It's a divide and conquer It's the divide and and you do this without anybody telling you that you're gonna get, like, you just know. So we are born into that divide and conquer tactic. That's what we're born with. So
But then
unity.
when we're faced with that situation and the divide and conquer comes along, and then the two parents don't divide and they're not conquered, then
Then it creates change.
we
Then
reprogram that old collective program that we
But when,
inherited from our
but see,
ancestors.
you're absolutely right. But when one succumbs to that and they give in, then the child knows that they have a certain control over that parent. See, that's the issue, and that's the issue. So just like we understand that from youth, it's the same way in our society when it comes with the bigger part. Well, let me go ahead and get this. I can break this down. Now we have control over a certain situation, and there's too many people trying to have control without it being
Yeah.
a source saying, no, we need to do this as a unification. This is right and this is wrong. And if you're wrong, everybody has to come together as a collective whole and let you know that you are wrong. Now, not saying that we're going to chastise you and put you in a corner or anything like that, but you need to know that there is nobody that's going to give in to you. There's not going to be any backbiting or ooh, because this is what happens, especially in jobs. In jobs, this is the way it usually happens. You get the job, and I mean, at least for me, get the job, do a good job, and then you have haters. And you have people that really try and bring you down. So all they have to do is talk. Oh, well, I want to get this, and I want to do this, and I want to do that. And then they make it seem like you're not doing anything, and it causes strife for you. It's the same mentality. It's that same, I'm going to go to mommy and daddy, and I'm going to go, I know that I can get whatever I want. And certain people hold that. But until there's a collective in saying that, no, you're wrong. You shouldn't be doing that because I've watched this person. He's been working the whole time, and what you're doing is you're trying to manipulate. And I know what you're trying to do, and I'm not trying to have that. So if that was nipped in the bud from the beginning, it wouldn't happen. There would be an environment. But because people feed into that mentality, that's what perpetuates a whole bunch of drama. It's plain and simple. Plain
Absolutely does. Yeah.
and
That's
simple.
why we're
I
here.
like how you, I like how you lay back when you're done.
I know.
Plain and
Right?
simple. Plain and simple. Here's what it is. And it sucks that it has to be that way, but it's something that we're all accustomed to and we do naturally, but don't really realize it. But it follows us our whole lives. And so, but if you want to be really united as a whole, there has to be a sense of if you're in the wrong, you're in the wrong. And there is no, we're going to go placate this or we're going to do this. No, we're going to let you know you're wrong. We'll love you still, but we're going to let you know that you're wrong.
Yeah.
But people don't have the balls to stand up and say, you know what? No, you're wrong in this issue. You're wrong. They don't want to do that because they'd rather be your friend. They'd rather
Mm-hmm.
be, I'd rather be buddy with you because it keeps everything kosher,
Well, we
and they don't have
think
to deal with
that we're
drama.
programmed by society to think that that's the only way to say you're wrong. But before Europeans came to America, the Native Americans, there was no illness, there was no disease, there was no poverty, because they knew
Well,
how to
I wouldn't say that there
coexist with
was an
each other.
illness.
They
There
knew that when
was.
somebody did something wrong, they would take them to the center of the community and they would sing to them their birth song. You know, they
Mhm,
would sing and they'd say, "What's going on? Something's obviously off balance. We need to fix
Mm-hmm.
this right now, right
mhm.
here." And that's how we need to start doing this. I know there's 7 million people, 7 billion people to deal with, but you know, we got to start somewhere. We got to
But the
start
thing
with
is
ourselves.
that if that context were to be played the same way, I feel with the way that society has become and the exposure. I mean, I never swore until I was 15 years old. I never did because I was afraid that my father would find me and kill me. Honestly, I guess honestly felt like if I said anything, I just didn't try and say any swear word.
My
But
parents didn't care, and I didn't swear till I was like 16.
really,
My parents didn't care, and I didn't swear because it didn't resonate with me because I didn't like the way it sounded.
I didn't like the way it sounded either. But I will say I've heard kids that were 5, 6 years old
Oh yeah,
cussing their parents out, and I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
it's
Well, no,
shocking.
no.
Excuse me.
Yeah, that's just plain
I, I,
That's
disrespectful.
when I step
I guess I
in
don't
and
even
I
know.
say, "You're not gonna treat your mommy like that." You know, that's what it's for.
Right.
That's what we're for. And if the mommy
That's why I
wants to
couldn't
say
wait.
something to me, I'll be like, "Team mommy."
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like you don't know my child, but see, that's the problem. It's you. You don't even have the right to say anything because you say something to somebody else's child. Now there's a fight between you and the parent. Who are you to come talk to my child like them? I'm an adult.
But if you make it like you're
So
on that team, then
right,
they're
right.
like, okay, cool. Right
Well,
on.
Yeah.
Thanks
first
for
of all,
saying
first of
what
all,
other people won't. You know how many
what
times I get commended for people saying thank you for saying what other people just sit there and watch.
get to watch. I'm not doing that, and that's the reason why when people sit in my section, you're in my house, first of all. And second of all, I'm not going to put up with disrespect. Once I turned 30, I got to the point where I'm like, I'm grown. So I'm not, you got your children run around this restaurant, I will yoke your kid up real quick. Come here. Come here.
Right?
Come here.
You're not going to do it? Someone said.
I need you, where are your parents at? What table? I need you to show me right now. And I bring them over. And they already know they're in trouble because of the way I'm speaking. So I'm like, look, this is the deal. And I look at the parents and I say, look, what's your name? Johnny? All right. Johnny over here, he's running around, and this is creating chaos within the restaurant. I have servers, and I myself, I'm running around with trays in my hand, or I'm carrying food, and if anything were to happen to your child, that would be a liability against the restaurant. So I
Yeah.
can't have your child running around the restaurant thinking that this is kinder care or, Chuck E. Cheese, because it's not. This is a restaurant. So I need you to facilitate your child and make sure they stay right by your side. If this happens again, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up your food and to kindly leave the restaurant because it's a liability for us. I just want to let you know what's going on. I'm not trying to, it's okay, it's cool.
Well,
But
if you're not going to set boundaries, then they're just going to seem like there's no boundaries. They're not
I
going to
don't
care in
play.
the first place, the parents,
How do they usually react to that?
They sit the hell down. The kid will sit the hell, and I'll look at the kid. If the kid starts acting
No,
up,
the parents. I mean, how do the parents usually react to that?
the parents can't. How are they going to react? I told them the honest truth. Like reality is, there's nothing else that you can do.
Well, that's cool.
Because if you react any certain way, then you can leave. Goodbye. That's it. You can go to Chuck E. Cheese and have your kid run around a Playboys, or go to McDonald's. But you're not going to a restaurant.
A business would much rather lose a customer than get a liability suit.
Right. Exactly. So I'm doing the company a favor, but I'm also establishing boundaries. And I will say stuff that most people are just afraid to say, and I don't know why they're afraid to say it. Because I'm like, I'm trying to protect your child.
Yeah, and people are also afraid that if they say something, like number one, that the person is not going to comply with them, or two, that it'll create some kind of problem that they are afraid they can't deal with or they don't want to deal with. But usually what happens is if you say what needs to be said, the problem goes away.
Right.
You know what I mean?
But you have to address the problem.
Yeah.
If people have a problem with addressing the issue, they would much rather, and that's, you know what? And that's really what it is. People have a problem addressing issues in life.
Yeah, like
Period.
instead of going up to somebody and saying, yeah, if you knew how to keep your kids to behave, then I wouldn't have to deal with this. That's the wrong way to do it.
Right.
Yeah.
Because if you're dealing with, like you said,
you're not on their side.
like if you're dealing with the issue and you use the truth, they cannot refute the truth.
Right.
They can't argue. There's no argument.
Right. There's no argument. It's straight up truth.
And it's an amazing thing that we have the ability to do when we do interact with the youth, because they are looking for boundaries. That's the reason why they're acting out. They want
Exactly.
They're like, set the boundaries for me. Please tell my parents to set boundaries for me.
As adults, we still want certain boundaries, and so, as adults, we still do. And I was faced with the situation the other day, and I'm like, you know what? I really wish that there was like a little boundary on this one. Like somebody would just say, yeah, just step in and say this too much. Just step in.
And then we just have to remember that a lot of these parents are just, before they had kids, they were kids themselves. So they just need a little bit of guidance along the way, because they're just repeating and dictating what they've seen, or what they've experienced themselves.
Yeah. And one of the other things is, with the whole thing of parenting. It's all about the mother and father doing the parenting and nobody else. And we've kind of lost our community
Exactly.
because being a parent, you don't have to have a child to be a parent. That's a part of growing up and being an adult because you serve guidance to people who are older than you and people who are younger. Like being a parent means you do so much more than looking after children. And we've segregated ourselves to every home. And like what I see in the town I live in, people don't communicate at all at a community level, but there are segregated circles of people, and like it's really caused distortion at almost a global scale, because when you look at the monetary side of having a family, that also means you need a career. So that means up on a lot of things because you have to go after money. Because raising a child, or if you have multiple children, it's expensive, it's stressful, it's time consuming. Parents no longer have the time to actually be with their children because they've got to work, and then their children are off at school where they're in a peer-orientated society and they're no longer getting parental guidance and love from their parents because they're not there. So children no longer have a choice in the matter. And it makes me happy when I see people nowadays doing homeschooling, because even though it's keeping them away from being with other kids, it's a much more productive way of teaching. Like, a lot of the issues I went through in high school, or not in high school, but in elementary school and high school, I would have completely avoided all of those issues if my mom had homeschooled. And like by the time I was in grade 7, that was when I got assaulted. And like I remember her talking about that, how like when I was a kid she wanted to homeschool me instead. And I'm kind of glad she didn't, because everything I went through made me a stronger person.
Right.
And like I've found with you that enables me to really like what AJ was saying about getting down to that level of a child. Like I feel that. Like, well, in the past.
The biggest, what hurts, my question is, what hurts more than anger is disappointment. And I feel like, as for me as a parent and getting down with a child, if I'm disappointed in a kid, there's nothing I need to say. My look will be enough. My look will be enough. I'm done. I have nothing else to say. I'm done.
Yeah.
And
sometimes silence is way more powerful.
And
way
that
more
right
powerful
there,
than
that right there will hurt,
and they know.
will hurt a kid to the core, because they're like, oh man, like I did something worse. Because when you retaliate with anger, a lot of times they start getting angry themselves, so they feel like they're out to do something else to maybe one up you, or they'll push their boundaries. But when there's a look of disappointment and you're seriously hurt by them, and you reciprocate that by that look of disappointment and that shame, that right there will shake a kid to the core. And then it's like, I'm sorry. Well, I know you're sorry, and I accept your apology. But let me tell you, this right here, I can't go on anymore. Like, I love you, but this is it. And hug it out and keep it moving. But but sometimes it's like there's certain tactics that you just kind of have to take. And I would never be one to be abusive to a child because I've already gone through that sort of thing for myself.
Yeah, we can learn from our mistakes
But
either
you can
way,
learn,
or learn not to repeat them.
right?
And learn from our
Now, little papao, and it's that they call it than he be as a kid. Sometimes you gotta learn. Sometimes you gotta set boundaries and do what you gotta do. But I really want kids. I really do. Like desperately, really want more than one. I want to grow
Well,
the
you can
boy.
Apparently, I'm
definitely
gonna
handle it.
have
That's
kids
the
and write a
mentality.
children's book, right?
What's up?
Write a children's book.
Oh yeah. I was just it's a joke because AJ said I'm gonna write a children's book.
Who said I was gonna write a children's book? Me? I didn't say that.
You said I was gonna write a children's book.
Oh, that you were. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. I did say that. I did say that, which is still gonna happen.
And then I was gonna and then I was gonna plan to have 2 kids, but it'll end up being more. I remember you said that too.
Really?
Yeah. Or
There's a
like
lot of things you remember. I think I whenever I give readings, I tend to forget. Like I had your piece
Well,
of
that was a
paper
long
for.
time ago. I mean, there's
Well,
no
no,
reason
but
why
I
you
had.
should remember that.
But there is because when I used to do readings before, I used to remember everything I used to tell somebody, and it became a part of me, and I became because I was an empath. I was feeling their drama, and I learned how to separate myself, and then I just gave the message and then released it. It wasn't for me to know, so I just sort of just took myself out of the process.
Mm-hmm. I'm down for another reading.
Are you down for another reading? Well, who is homegirl with you? Matter of fact,
Oh.
speaking of, yeah, go ahead.
Oh, she's just a friend, not just a friend. She is a friend who I met a long time ago, and like we didn't talk or hang out for years, and then we just reconnected last year and started hanging out because we're both kind of on the same level, you know. So,
Is there any possibility of relationship?
I think that she was interested in the beginning when we first started hanging out.
I think she probably still is.
Probably, I guess. I don't know. But I think she's cool just keeping it at friends. You know, I don't think she's not gonna say anything.
No, of course not.
But
if you were to make the move, she would definitely not say no.
yeah, I kind of get that feeling, but I'm not going to. So
Yeah.
You know, and that's fine.
Whatever happened with that whatever happened with the girl?
With the gym?
At the
yes.
gym?
Yes.
You know, I haven't seen her for a while. I think she got injured or something. Maybe she hit her head.
What?
Did not say that.
Oh my gosh,
Everybody shit in their head, I swear.
Yeah, it's true. So yeah, I don't know. I haven't. Yeah, I really haven't seen her. I saw her like last month, and I said hey, and there was like a very small exchange of words, and then I really haven't seen her very. Like every time I go in, she's not there. So I don't know.
That sucks.
Yeah. But
you might have missed your window of opportunity, bro.
I guess I don't.
You waited way too long. You had too many opportunities to nail that one in the bag, and you choked.
Yeah.
Like,
it was meant to be. She'll come around.
I know.
Yeah, but I'm not really interested.
Wasn't meant to be.
I was excited, but I was just like projecting my excitement from what you said onto her. I don't think that was it. I just.
It might not be
And then
because I did say
then I
if you
got
were
over it.
funded. Yeah, I did say you were
Uh-huh.
funded through a job.
What?
I do remember saying that you would find the girl through a job of some
Yeah.
sort.
So yeah. Anyway.
So, I can't
Yeah,
remember.
it's not her. I mean, she's cool and everything, but it's not her.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Cool. So I wanted to add on what we were talking about the homeschool. Um, really, there's nothing that you can
Oh
really
no!
avoid
Oh my
by
gosh!
keeping your children homeschool.
This is
Um,
bad. This is bad. Hold on. I just want to interrupt.
What?
I really want you to say what you're gonna say, but this is live right now, and she was in the episode, and she might want to watch it. Brittany, I'm talking about.
Oh. Yeah, but no, I don't think that she get to this point. I think that most
Okay,
people,
probably
after they
not.
listen
Probably.
to probably 2.5 hours, are probably going to be like, you know what? I'm done. I don't think this is
You know
ever
what?
going to be.
I don't even think she knew that it was live, so whatever.
It's cool. It's
Okay,
cool.
sorry.
I
I'm
don't think you
sorry.
have.
Keep going. Keep going.
Listen. This started. The live feed started at what 11 o'clock, and now it's 4.
Oh my God! I just.
my clock says
Sorry. I'm
1:11.
sorry. I just looked at
It
the
says
clock and
what?
it's
1:11.
1:11. Yeah.
Where are you?
1:11.
Where do you guys live? 111?
Yeah, Washington State.
Oh no,
I live
111.
in.
Pacific time zone.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's 4 over here, so
Yeah.
like yeah.
Oh.
Wow, this has been
Okay.
live for that long.
What's up?
5 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna watch a video for that long.
Ain't nobody gonna watch it for that long. I wouldn't even do that.
I wouldn't. I think the most I've gone for is 4, and it was like Spirit Science, that really long ass video.
Yeah.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Love spirit science.
Anyway, continue,
Everybody's
Harmony.
sending it
I'm
to.
sorry to interrupt you.
I homeschool my children, and I do it for mainly because I can provide a better education for them. But I also do it out of fear-based thoughts of trying to protect them from certain things that I had to experience and things that I see other people experiencing. And I found that there is no protection from those certain things. We have neighbors. We go to parks. We go to libraries. We go to festivals. We go to functions, all sorts of things where they're exposed to other children that are taught in public school. And just the interaction that happens with my children and other people's children is unbelievable. Like the little boy across the street says, "You can't have hair on your legs," to my 5-year-old. "You're a girl. Only boys can have hair on their legs." And my daughter comes to me and says that, and so I have to go talk to him, and I have to tell him, no, just because girls shave their legs sometimes doesn't mean that they can't have hair on their legs. I said, you know, are they born with hair on their legs? That means that they can have hair on their legs, right? And like
Right.
they finally had the light bulb go off. Oh, okay. And then I showed them my legs. I said, look, I don't shave my legs anymore. And they were just like shocked. They're like, oh my God, no way. And, you know, I used to feel really awkward about that. And I don't anymore. And I've moved beyond that program. And it's a little bit easier because I'm already married and I have blonde hair and it's not as thick and coarse. But,
Right.
you know, it's an issue that people deal with on a day-to-day basis. There's the anger and frustration that these kids put out on a day-to-day basis that my children experience. My 2-year-old started calling people idiots because these other boys were down the street calling each other idiots. I'm just like,
That's a
do you
no-no.
understand how much that hurts my heart to hear my baby call me an idiot? Because you
No,
guys
see,
are
that
not
would never
mindful
happen.
of your
It would never. I wish my child would say something like that to me. You're an idiot. If you say that to me, I'm gonna let you like you have lost your mind.
No,
I'll lead you
literally.
and say,
So, 2-year-olds, you know, they go on their temper tantrums, and you know, you tell them, no, you don't need honey on your banana or whatever, and they're like, no, you idiot. And you're like, what?
No, there's
You
an
don't call
there's an
people
excuse
idiots, and
me.
you have to
There's an
explain to
excuse
them
me.
how
You
that
say
hurts.
no. I'm not. There's no explaining like that hurt. You say that word one more time in this household, I swear you will lose all your limbs. You will not get any more bananas. You might not eat for a week. I'm not playing with you. Try
Yeah.
me.
With me. He went to timeout. He went to timeout, and we have to put him in the high chair and like put him in there and say, no, you're not going to say this. He says it. We have to just do all sorts of things and explain to him. But I'm not gonna hit him
No,
for that
no, no,
because I
no. You don't
can't
have to
teach
hit
him.
him, but you
Yeah.
definitely have to
Oh,
lay
he
that
doesn't
law
want to say
down.
it anymore. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
I laid down the law. My husband and I had to lay down the law for a week before he dropped the idiot stuff.
yeah. My
But
mom, she
you have to.
homeschooled and we went to public school as well. So she got the Becca book, the A Becca books that were for private schools, and so then we were homeschooled as well as like I had homework that I had to do on top of homework when I was in elementary school, which was good because I was in the phonics, but we had sing, spell, read, and write. That was our phonics program. And instead of hooked on phonics, that was what it was um, when I was a kid. So, we were doing that, and it was also, doing the ABECA books, and so we were accelerated in certain areas because, you have to have conscious parents that understand exactly what's going on and the way the school system is. And she was a part of the PTA, so she was always up at the school. She knew what was going down. You have to be involved in your kid's life, and that's one of the problems that today's society. It's now become, as to where my mom was able to be a stay-at-home mom, and it was easy for a while. In today's society, both parents have to work, and most of the time, you don't have both parents. It's a single parent. So on top of that, you got one person that has to work to try and provide food for the household, provide shelter for the household, but they
Both
can't
people
be at the
usually.
school. They can't be at the school. They can't be hands-on. So the school ends up raising their kid, or the kids end up raising their kid instead of them doing a job, and it makes it hard. It makes it hard. We don't have that village. It takes a village to raise a child mentality that used to be. So we've lost, even though we might talk about baby boomers and how that mentality that they carry about prejudice and all that other stuff, but there were also some good things that they held on to that we lost. That we
Yeah.
lost.
Yeah, but we're
So
regaining that because
I don't know
like
about that.
my
I don't
husband
know
and
about
I,
that.
we both
You might.
had away jobs, and as soon as we had kids, we had to reprioritize our lives.
Mhm.
And we both have 5 part-time jobs now instead of 1 full-time job, so we can spend time with our children, so we
Right.
can both homeschool, so we can live the life that we want to create. And that's what it's about. That's
There's not a lot of people
it's
that do that. It's
about
not a lot of
shifting
people.
all your priorities to make sure
Hmm.
that the most important priorities are taken care of first.
Mm.
And when you have children, you put your children way the hell up top. At least you
That's true.
should.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
that is like what you're saying. A lot of parents, they don't think they can because the society tells them that they have to go away and work. They have to have
Right.
3 cars and 2 houses or
Yeah.
whatever. And like even just for one house, it's barely enough to like you can barely even afford the bills and everything on that because the elite are trying to hoard it all.
Mm-hmm.
And that's,
Right.
I mean, if it was all divided equal, we'd all have $10 million and we'd all be good. But
Yep.
Hmm.
until then, we need to figure out ways to rebuild the infrastructure while the unsustainable one is crumbling around us. We can't
And I
just
think
wait for it to crumble. We
and I
have
think
to
you're
Right.
do it
doing a
now.
beautiful job. You're doing a beautiful job. Seriously, I respect and love you very much. Like seriously, Harmony. That's amazing that you are able to do that, and you have a partner that backs you up in that as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Yeah,
a
it's not
rarity.
easy for either one of us. And we have people coming to us and telling us their problems all the time and we just, smile and say, we understand. And I don't think they understand really the kind of things that we're going through. And
Right.
just being in a relationship with somebody is difficult. Then adding kids is difficult. Then add a house and then jobs and all that gets difficult. So, it is, you know, like a congratulations if you can make it through all that shit, because it is hard.
Yeah.
It is, and you know, everyone's got their shit that they're going through right now. Everyone's dealing with all the troubles of the world, you know, and soon all that stuff's gonna be done, you know. That's what. Soon I will be done with the troubles of the world, you know.
I was just
It's gonna
about to
occupy my
sing
mind.
that. I know that song. I sang it in high school. Shut up. Stop playing. I was like, when you said that, I was like, soon I will be done.
With
Old
the
Negro
troubles
spiritual.
of the world, troubles of the world, with the troubles of the world. Soon I
Soon I
will be
will be
done with
done
the
with the
troubles of
troubles.
the world.
Go home to live
Now, yeah,
with. No
you know
more.
it.
Yes, no more weeping and
No
wailing.
more weeping and wailing. No more deep salvation. All right.
Yes.
Sounds like Johnny Cash marching home. Just find a musician
It's
for
a,
it.
it's an old Negro spiritual. The old one.
Oh, then it might be. It might have the same music as Johnny March's song, because they did that quite a lot. They take
Yeah.
music from certain
Yeah.
songs and just add different lyrics to it. Like
Yeah.
the Star Spangled Banner.
Yeah, it's an old spirit chant, like you
Old
said, from the slave days when they had
Yes.
to sing their way through it.
I can't believe you know that song. I cannot believe it. That was awesome. I was not expecting that at all.
A little bit more synchronicity for you.
That was awesome. That made my night.
Yeah, it's coming through. It's all coming back full circle.
Yep. That's the way life is, though.
Pure beauty, pure beauty. And I love that you use the composition books. Like, that's awesome.
Yeah,
That's what I
like,
do.
yeah,
I have
it
like
was.
4 of them filled up.
It was funny because it just tonight just so resonated with me, and it just brought a lot of things into perspective that it needed to be. And you know, I just appreciate Brendan for doing what he does, because
Yeah.
you know it's amazing. And there's no other premise. I feel I've gone to other groups and I've seen other things and people trying to create certain things, and there's nothing like what we have, not with the same level of respect, because it just doesn't happen. So because you always have those people that are just
Teal
like,
Tribe.
well, yeah, right. No need to put anybody out there or anything, but it's like, you know, you have those people and you have these the prima donna attitudes, and it's like, I know everything and you don't know anything, and it's too much. I'm like, you're supposed to be about the awakening, but you're doing everything not to awaken anybody, but to boost your ego, and that's not what this is about. And so it's just a breath of fresh air to just be around people like you guys, because it's just refreshing. It really is.
Yeah.
And
Really
thank
is.
you.
Wonderful to be in your guys' presence and in this paradigm shift community. It's heart opening, you know.
It really is.
Wonderful.
It really is.
It's been such a good thing for me, because I'm trapped here in this bubble of conservatism.
You're really not trapped. You're only as trapped as
No,
you
I know.
want to be.
But I don't have a lot of people around me that I can relate with. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
So
That's true.
Yeah. What's going on with Paradigm Shift community, I haven't seen it anywhere else. It's just
Neither have I.
people, I mean, just coming in out of nowhere, people that, you know, like Zaphro earlier. I didn't know who he was, and he was just right in there, you know, just give him a second and introduce yourself. Michael Lloyd is another one that just dropped in, and I started talking to in chat first. He wouldn't even talk. But it's just incredible how much heart is in this community.
Yep.
And I love that.
Yep. Like, I only...
Yeah. Go ahead, man.
Okay. I only just found the Paradigm and Brandon like week and a half, 2 weeks ago. So like I've only listened to a couple of the radios, but I took part like last Sunday in the talk, and then in the after chat, like I was on it till like 6 in the morning.
Wow.
And
Yeah, that's
like
kind of like what we do.
it was just awesome because like I have the same issue with the town I'm in. Like there's not many people who are really accepting of a lot of the new changes that are going on. Like so it makes it hard to communicate with people because
Right.
Because
most of
you
the
have to
people,
speak their language.
Hmm.
well,
You have
there's
to
so
take
much
speak your
racism and
language
sex.
to them.
There's so much
Yeah,
what?
there's so much racism and sexism in this town. Like
Where do you
it's
live?
Kenora, Ontario. It's a very
Okay.
backward place because it it's so backwards because the people who live here, um, it's what's been passed down to them, and
Right.
then all the people who grow up, they all leave because
Right.
they supposedly hate Kenora, but then they end up coming back here. Now, I wasn't born in Kenora, but I've been here since I was basically like 1 years old. So
Hmm.
I've been here.
Most of your life.
Yeah, and like um, having that outsider perspective was kind of a good thing because I well, not stayed away, but I was kind of pointed out as different,
Hmm.
as a lot of kids would get that because the
I got that.
bullies or the what was that?
I said, yeah, I got that too.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh
And
yes, that
and so that's like a big part of that strengthening mentality because being outcasted, it it's so interesting when you're able to appreciate what went on
The hermit
because to no
card.
longer what was that?
The hermit card.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah, I've always been very introverted and like one of my biggest issues up until basically like a year and a half ago, I was always in this very dark mentality because of dealing with like depression and suicide and um, anxiety and PTSD. Like it put me into this down spiral, and it was constant.
Hmm.
And like um, well, actually, it's been just 2 months and a day since I started drinking ayahuasca, and like it's given me this just a completely new way to look at everything I've done in my life. And like one of the biggest things is I'm starting to actually connect with my parents because the biggest issue was when I was a kid, I never had that parental guidance and I had a unhealthy view of what love was.
Hmm.
And so um, I'll go backwards a little bit. Before school started, I understood some things about myself, but I couldn't explain them. And part of that was being transgender, because I realized that even though I didn't have the language capabilities to explain it, I was more of a feminine person,
Hmm.
but male body. And like um, when I got into school, it was this very confusing thing because I was being taught that I was male and that I should act and speak and be a certain way. And a part of what Harmony was talking about earlier with like all the kids being very angry, it's like I understand because
Right.
that's what they teach males is to be angry. And it's so like I don't even know how to describe it, but it's scary
Yeah,
what it
it's
does.
bad. It's
Oh
bad.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
and like to come to where I am now, it's like after drinking ayahuasca 5 times, I'm really starting to um, regain connections with my parents that I never had before. Now, they've been split since I was just about 4 years old, so there's always been some pretty rocky issues that kind of led to the issues. But
Right.
one of them was my dad when he was young. He was sexually assaulted by a cop, and all his life he had never dealt with it. He had never told people. And
Right.
so when I was born, a part of that basically became a part of me because I was having major sexual issues where I was basically sexually crazed as the teenage years came on. Now, that could be just normal, but I also being a Scorpio, I
Oh yeah,
was
it's like
just
yeah, it's kind of crazy.
very stuck in a high sexually crazed mentality. And like it was unhealthy because I never had guidance on how to actually balance myself mentally, and that's a part of what caused it because I was not accepting myself. I was running away from myself basically, and that was a part of me only thinking I was male. And then once I got to about the end of high school, that's where I started like opening up to being transgender. And
Hmm.
like once I did that, it was basically this switch that made things happen in my life that had never happened before. And I was starting to like regain my connections with my intuition, and I was starting to see my life in a different way. Even though I wasn't in a positive environment, just being in the relationship I was in at the time, like there was a lot of things going on, but in a sense, it was bringing me to a better place. And like um, with my mom's issues, like a part of it was a very, very stressed mentality. And like um, due to my father having his own issues, he would cheat on her quite a bit. And so once the relationship ended, his true colors kind of came out because between them being divorced, there was basically this little game he would play where he would start telling lies about who, like, about what my mom would do. And then so, because we basically would spend a Wednesday and every second weekend, he only got limited time. But there'd be these weekends where he'd input shit. And then we'd fight, like, in between parents. And, like, um, that, like, really is what added on to the anger, you know? Like, I don't know, part of what I've just been doing these past 2 months is really starting to collect the lessons from them. And it's not the greatest thing, but it's becoming healthy. because
The healing.
yeah, it is very healing.
Ayahuasca's
I
very
appreciate you
powerful.
being so candid about that, because I know that probably took a lot, but it was definitely good to hear, because I'm always pretty expressive about the things that I've gone through, and I think that that's amazing for you to be able to be as open and feel as free as you did just then, and be able to say that. That takes a lot of courage, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. I've kind of gotten to that point where it's just like, the more I'm open about myself, the better my perspective becomes. And then not only that, I'm basically bringing the people that I want to communicate with to me.
Right.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Well, I haven't. I was just going to say, I pretty much told people here on the Hangout that I'm bi, and I think it's absolutely awesome that you have gone through the life that you've gone through, and on top of that, being transgendered and become the beautiful person that you are right now. Because I'm not only bi, I'm transgendered as well, so it's just incredible to hear somebody who's had a life like you had and maintained a sense of heart.
Thank you.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it's a rarity. It's a rarity, and you are definitely a blessing to more than you would even know, and you don't know the impact that you carry. You have no idea. You have no idea.
Thank you. Like,
Yeah.
it's great to be able to actually, like, share with people. And one of, like, the biggest things that, like, happened was on the 18th to the 20th, I was in Thunder Bay, Ontario for a retreat for 3 ayahuasca ceremonies with the maestro Juan Flores, if you've ever heard of him. Okay.
Vaguely, I think so. Where at? In South
I was
America?
in Thunder Bay. I was in Thunder Bay for the retreat.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
We'll probably hear of them 20 times after this.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Synchronistically.
the biggest part was, like, there was a lot of growth that went on. And on the way back, one of the people I drove up with, she did a card reading. And so in the card reading, there was 3 very significant cards. I'm not sure if I can post pictures in the chat, but I'll just tell you about them.
You can post it as your picture.
Yeah. Or you can tell us what the cards were, because I think we all pretty much know how to read.
So you can also do screen share.
Yeah, you can do that too.
On the left-hand side, it's the little green screen with the arrow on it, and then you can pick what you want to share on it. It's really neat.
So the first one was transformation.
There you go.
And
wow,
it was
that's pretty
massive, because
I can't
like
see
one of the other things is my 2 like colors that I'm deeply connected with are green and purple. And so
me too.
All my life.
Me too.
That's a starseed thing.
I held this man.
Oh, go ahead.
What was that?
I was just gonna say I like that hexagram that our evolution has. That oh god, that's beautiful background.
Yeah, I was just about to say.
Yeah. Well,
I'm not.
with
I
this
can't see any of this stuff.
Oh, do you want me to reshare it? Here,
Yeah,
I'll
I
retry.
can't even see the hexagram you're talking about. I just see you. Maybe if I hang up and come back in, I'll see stuff. I don't know. That's what happened last time.
In the middle of the screen on the pictures, the
Yeah.
bottom middle.
Yeah, I'm on an iPad, so that might have something to do with it.
Those are some cool finds.
Anyway, back to the transformation.
Yeah, keep going. Sorry.
Yeah.
So, with the mask, like, basically, it was a combination of everything, but the beginning was in school, because, like, well, it started with me being told I was male, and the repercussions of that, but then also, just how, like, teachers and police and all the authority figures were taught to appease them, and we're taught to not really think of ourselves, but just appease other people just because they have some kind of authority, whether it's small authority or not. And so that had kind of disrupted my learning process quite heavily. And so a part of what I've gone through is like letting go of a lot of what had caused me those anxieties. And now I'm still learning and I'm still processing. I have a long way to go, but transformation is key because in the past year I've done so much work just by getting into meditation and yoga and breathing, all these, making my diet very simple. Like, all these things have just helped me in this process of actually becoming myself. So the next one was recognition and reward, if you know that. And this one's kind of a big one because the symbolism of the number 3. And so when she was doing the reading of this was kind of the biggest point in the reading because she told me that I'm on the path of being an ascended master. And it kind of shook me a little because I had always kind of understood that I was born for a reason and that there's something I'm supposed to do, but I was never really able to understand it. And over the past year or so, that's one of the things I really got interested in, is just all the yogic teachings and everything, and then to look at how it's kind of helped me get onto this path. And one of the biggest things I have to do is just learn to be humble with people, because even though I've got the understandings of what I do, I have to accept that some people just aren't going to accept me in what I'm going through. And the biggest thing is also my parents, because my mom and stepdad have a hard time listening to me, even just with the simplest of things. And I know that a lot of parents, children go through this issue, but when I try and open up about any of my negative issues that attach to depression or suicide or anxiety or PTSD, it's like an instant switch flip for them where they just turn off, and they'll either just straight up interrupt me, or they'll just get pissed off and completely ignore what I say. And so it's kind of been very complicated, and I can see how it's also teaching me that way to learn to be humble, because I have to learn to be patient, and like, I don't know, it's a very, very deep reflection for me, and I'm glad I got that reading because it brought a lot of calm to me, but it also got me to really just purge some things out, especially with the next card. Because it was sacrifice. And that was the third card. And a lot of what my sacrifice... Oh, now, this one showed up upside down. So, it really connects to... It connects to the transformation process, because everything I was doing by holding on to the mask of who I thought I was, it was really all about sacrificing who I was. And I no longer knew how to be me because of that mask. And in my first ayahuasca session, which was 2 months ago yesterday, I had this really intense part where it was after I purged, and when I did so, you know Alex Gray's painted theologue, where it's of like the body, but it's all like circles and vibrations, and it shows like the chakras. Well, it was something similar. It was something kind of similar. And so when I got back up to the space, and I'd basically just like sat down, I was right exhausted, and like my spirit body has a lot of connection with black jaguars. So all my life I've had some connections with that. And she basically walked up to me, and we had a little conversation. I can't remember what she said yet, but I'm getting there. And the last thing she said was to bloom, my child. And she pressed her third eye against mine. And it was strange, because when she did so, this seed grew from my third eye. And basically, like, this flower started to grow out of it quite quickly. And as this happened, my body disappeared. The space disappeared. Everything was just water, and I was sitting on it. But I didn't really have a body. And so the roots kind of just like grew through my body to get to the water. And when it got to the water, that's when it bloomed. And it was this blue lotus. And so as it did so, it kind of popped off from the stem. And there was like some very interesting visuals that I don't really have the language to describe. But as this was going on, she basically like went through my third eye into my body, and like we became one. And so what it was healing was my soul loss. And do you know what that is?
Soul loss?
Yes.
Like you lost your soul?
Well, it's not that you've lost your soul. It's
Or
More of
lost
a
connection to
Peruvian.
it or something.
Connection. There you go.
It's that process of losing connection, which it
Okay,
can
yeah.
come from past lives, it can come from issues in that life, it can come from traumas, and so what was happening inside me was like I never felt fully connected with myself, and a part of that was the fact that my spirit body was never really all there. It was kind of just around me, and so what it did was basically brought me into myself, and it was something I had never felt before. So like the day after, well, even like right after the ceremony was done, I felt like a completely renewed person. And like
That's
a lot of
beautiful.
what was going on, yeah, like I had a in the process of purging, it like completely swiped clean my kundalini system and my chakras, and like I'm still in that state of being a blank slate because I haven't fully awakened all my chakras. But that'll come with time because I'm, in a sense, still figuring myself out and still figuring out who I am. So it's a interesting process.
Thank you for sharing that, man.
No doubt.
Welcome. Thank you for listening.
I would actually like to get a hold of some ayahuasca too. And
Me too, man. I plan to go down
not
on
as
an
much as
ayahuasca retreat.
just a self-awareness process. You know, just pretty much like he was talking about. I wouldn't necessarily call it a journey. It's if anything, it's a journey into self-awareness. But
Yeah.
I guess you could say that.
It is such a journey. Like nothing else.
Well, I've done other hallucinogenics like acid, shrooms, stuff like that. But I've never done, or I haven't ever done any DMT or ayahuasca or peyote.
Those are all on my list.
No doubt, right?
Well, you've done mushrooms.
Yes.
So that's fairly close chemically. But it's, I don't know. Like the other thing that's come out of ayahuasca is I have this inner craving to do mushrooms because I've done them 3 times before, but I didn't have the knowledge I do now. And same thing with the respect for the spirits and the things you should do before going into ceremonies. So, like, I don't know. It's very interesting what mushrooms can do because it's not like ayahuasca at all. Because you can just go and get mushrooms, pick them, and you can eat them. But with ayahuasca, it's all alchemy. You know, that wouldn't be possible if it wasn't for the ability to have a pot and to boil things. And it's incredible what it can do for healing. But it's also amazing how that and mushrooms are so close chemically. And like I've looked into like McKenna's Food of the Gods, and I've been very interested in, you know, how humans came to be because like we're so close to plant life because in our brains we have neurons and the receptors to accept all these different types of plants, and they can do such incredible things that, you know, of course part of our actual evolution had to come from entheogens because it's our brain chemistry. So I don't know. What should we talk
Either
about
that
now?
or they were placed there for
So I wanted to
evolution.
say something about the card that you first chose. It was pretty synchronistic. I don't know if you noticed that it was the transformation card, and the card that I chose earlier was the transformer.
Mm-hmm.
I was guided kind of to read that to you guys because it's pretty prevalent and important information. So it's pretty quick, 3 paragraphs. I'll read to you. It says, the transformer, you are a planetary transformer. Awaken to your vast potential. In receiving this lens, you are being asked to transform the collective reality constructs of this planet by expanding your own limited belief systems. By their sheer force, the collective energy and thought forms of all human beings shape reality into what we perceive. What we call reality is actually a collective dream field, a holographic reflection of our shared beliefs. As you process your personal experience of apparent separation, pain, fear, denial, judgment, and limitation, you bring healing and integration not just to yourself, but to all of humanity. Your personal changes affect the collective reality of the entire planet. In fact, all your dreams, visions, and beliefs have an impact on the collective dream field. By simply embodying the consciousness of love, you help to realize the miracle on earth. To choose to enter consciously into the evolutionary playing field of the greater reality. On your journey, you will encounter feelings that reflect parts of yourself that have not totally been freed into love. These feelings will give you the keys to your transformative power. Come, dance, and play in this dynamic planetary field. Do your personal part, your own self-healing. Offer yourself as a transducer for clearing and transforming in the collective planetary field. Help to midwife the emerging reality. Let self-healing be your walking stick and transformation be your planetary path.
Wow, that's really cool.
Enjoy.
That is really cool.
Very deep.
Pretty synchronistic.
And
Yeah.
I like the yes, I guess it's the vocabulary behind it. I just really liked how it was written.
Yeah, all the entries of this deck are mind-blowing.
Which deck is it?
The Mayan Oracle.
Wow. That's awesome.
Yeah, I like
So
keeping.
are those
I like
considered
keeping
tarot cards or oracle cards?
spirituality kind of side too.
Oracle cards. They're not the actual traditional tarot deck and the arcana, but it's their tarot oracle cards.
Oh, how many's in the deck?
Okay.
How many are in the deck?
Uh,
There's 20 star glyphs, 13 numbers, and 10 lenses.
what's that,
10?
43?
11 lenses.
44.
So, yeah. 13 plus 11 plus 20.
I think that's right. It's too late for math.
35.
I'm trying. 44.
44?
That's what I got.
44. Yeah, 44. Magic number.
Not too late.
So yeah, it's pretty amazing deck. I'll post that card and a picture of that page that I just read on my Facebook, and I'll send it over to the Paradigm Shift discussion group too.
Oh,
If you guys want to have a copy of that. Pretty awesome.
All right.
Enjoy. On that note, I have to sign out. It's 2 a.m. and if I don't get to sleep, my children will wake me up and I won't I'll not be happy.
Was you,
It was very nice.
Harmony, was you here earlier when we shared Facebook pages?
No, I don't think I was on there when you guys did that. My Facebook you can find is harmony.fronterhouse at Facebook, and then I also have the Paradigm Shift Washington page, so you can find me there.
That should be easy to remember.
And then you can find I'll post a few of my links. I have an Ascension site, facebook.com/ascension. Wildcraft Wellness is my business with my husband, our project of delivering wellness education products and services. And I do Global Children's Council as well, so I'll post all those on my site and share to you guys if I get a chance there.
Yeah, I was so happy that you added me. I saw you, I've seen you, or I've heard you on the radio show and stuff. So it's nice to like talk to you and be in here with you. I don't know if you know that you added me, but you did.
Yeah, definitely. I'm just honored to be in the presence of awesome people that are here to shift the paradigm and bring in the new paradigms that, we all thought that we were coming to this earth to live, and we didn't realize that we were the ones that had to bring it in. So yeah, blessings to you all. Have a great night. Namaste, and thanks again for your wonderful listening ears.
And thank you.
Thank you. Yeah,
And
good
thanks
night.
for everything you've taught me. Blessings.
Blessings.
Yeah.
Boom. Where'd AJ go?
I don't know. I was just wondering. I guess he's there. The mic's not muted. He falls asleep sometimes. Literally. I heard him snoring.
He just went to the bathroom.
Oh, okay.
No, I don't know.
Now, me and Michael was up. I guess it's till about 6 o'clock, 7:30, and AJ hung till about 5:30, I think it was.
Wow.
And then we're sitting there talking, and then we hear. What was that? Like, oh my God, he started. So we muted him. But yeah.
That's fine. Yeah.
I guess I was gonna leave this on all night.
Guess so.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Gonna get a refill.
So, Indigo. I don't remember your name, but
It's Brendan.
Brendan?
Yeah.
That's fine. Anyway, where did you go for your ayahuasca retreat?
Well, the first two were actually in Kenora because the shaman I dealt with learned from Flores. And so she's currently like in school in Thunder Bay. She's doing like biology and neurology, and she's also teaching people about plant medicines. And she's, even though she's new, fucking incredible. Like I'm so thankful that I got to do 2 ceremonies with her, and that I got to like meet her and just chance to talk, because like, by the time 10, 20 years comes around, she's gonna be an incredible maestro. I see that, and like
Very cool.
I'm glad that. Oh yeah, it is. I'm very glad that she got taught by Flores, because he has an energy like nothing else. Like,
who's Flores?
Juan Flores. He's
Flores.
from Peru.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, he's an Ashanunka. I can't remember how to pronounce it, but I got to do 3 ceremonies with him,
Mm-hmm.
and I talked to him through an interpreter, and I asked him if I'd be able to train under him to be a curandero when I make it to Peru, and he accepted. And like, oh man, like him, his wife, and his daughter, all 3 of them hugged me, and like afterwards, like I felt all of their energies mixing with mine, and
That's very cool, man.
I can't describe it, but it's the most amazing thing I've ever felt in my life.
Mm.
And like anyone who can make it to Peru and drink ayahuasca, it's so worth it. Like,
yeah, I'd love to go. I am going to go.
mhm.
So
Do you know where you're gonna go?
I was looking into it last year, and there was a couple places that I thought of going, but I couldn't tell you at the moment.
Mm.
There was a film that I saw about this guy who he went to Peru and had drank ayahuasca and it like changed his life, and then his wife was all mad at him because he wanted to pour all his life savings into like making a retreat place. Um, and you might have seen that, but anyway, and then
Is it the Blue?
she came down and she did it, and she was transformed, and now they're like, oh yeah, let's do this. So that seems like a cool place, but so either that place or
Is it the
is it the what?
Is it the Blue Morpho?
Blue Morpho. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I don't remember. It was I watched
'Cause
a movie a long time ago.
yeah, well, it is from a film that's been around for a little while. Because the guy, Hamilton Southern, or Souther, like, he comes from the States,
Yeah.
and, like, he started in, like, 2001, and now he's, like, he's a master shaman now.
Oh.
And,
Yeah,
like,
I think that's a different guy.
okay.
Because this guy is just a facilitator, and they have a shaman there. Yeah.
Different. Okay.
So he like poured all of his money into making a place that people can go, and then there's a shaman there. Yeah. So.
Yeah. Lots of people do it. It's amazing.
Yeah, I've heard lots of stories of people, they drink ayahuasca and then they're like, I have to tell everybody about this, and they like devote their life to it. But yeah, for me, mushrooms was the transformative experience for me. Actually, it was the combination of mushrooms and cannabis that really did it. It really did it. It was it really did. Yeah, like I think looking back, I think it actually pushed me into like a kind of like when I read about people having Kundalini awakening, that sounds a lot like what happened to me. So I think that's what happened.
Yeah. Actually, in my first ayahuasca session, that's what I went through. It was pretty
I basically felt like my crown just freaking explode, and all this knowledge just came flowing into me, and like I don't know. I'm not gonna go into it, but it was amazing. It changed my life forever. So yeah.
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 My hair is long. How long does
Mm-hmm.
how far does it go down?
Uh,
Oh, okay.
when it when it's like brushed out a little bit, it's getting close to my belly button now. Good like inch and a half away, so it's not bad. I've been growing it for um 4 years, so it's not too bad.
All right. I had mine. I had
Um,
mine down to my waist, and uh, I think I cut it about 2 or 3 weeks ago. I just couldn't. It took me, oh gosh, 30 minutes to 45 minutes to wash my hair. Just wash my hair.
holy crap!
Right.
Yeah.
I was like, no, I cannot deal with this no more. And I had to keep it up in a ponytail all the time. So yeah, I finally cut it. It's about the same length as yours is. Well, a little bit shorter than yours is now. It goes to about the middle of my chest.
I'm even getting sick of my hair. I'm getting sick of this, like.
Yeah, and I mean, it's about shoulder length now, a little bit longer than shoulder length on the sides, and in the back, probably about to the little bit above the middle of my back. But yeah, it's so much easier to deal with. Oh my god!
Mhm.
I basically went on YouTube and found out how to cut hair and did it. Figured out how to layer, doing sections, different sizes and types of faces. I went to beauty school.
That's funny. That's cool. Yeah, YouTube is a wonderful thing.
It really is. These are
Yeah.
like tutorials.
Mhm.
I've learned so many awesome things because of YouTube. I've also
Yeah.
learned a lot of stupid things because of YouTube.
Oh gosh, yeah. Well, it's just like anything else, and Michael would laugh his butt off if he was here because he would already know what I was going to say. It's a tool.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
it's a
depending on
tool.
how you use it, well, what you get from it.
Yep.
Yeah.
A perfect example is if you use like a circular saw to try to cut a piece of paper, you know, that's not going to turn out real well.
Nope.
Tools have a certain reason and a certain use. And once you figure out what that use is, and then you're good. But if you don't know what you're doing, you can wind up in a situation.
You ever find yourself in the darkest corners of YouTube where few venture to go?
I have taken the YouTube train before, yes. Oh my god.
You're like, wow, how the fuck did I get here?
Let's see. It
Anyway.
normally starts with looking up something that has to do with the chakra system or a paradigm shift, and then inevitably Palladium comes in, and then you jump from Palladium, and then you get to the Buru.
Oh, dude,
Then, oh my god.
I've been trying to like look into this Palladian starseed thing because, well, first of all, I know that the only way I'm gonna like figure out that kind of thing is some deep internal work and stuff like that. But just as far as like what people have written down about different stars, or different entities from different places, and they're like, I don't know. Anyway, basically, I was just reading like I was identifying with these characteristics that people were saying were like, oh, a Palladian starseed is kind of like this. I'm like, well, I'm a lot like that. But I know I'm a starseed. I know that's just a label. I don't like to label things really, but so I've been like kind of looking into that, and I'm feeling kind of a connection to Pleiades. or Pleiades. So.
Yeah, I kind of wonder about that myself. I'm normally not into the whole star seeds thing or new way to do things, but
Right.
I'm open. I'm at least open to the possibility that there's something that might be going on.
Yeah. And I think it's kind of like I mean, obviously, it makes sense to me because we're a part of this universe, and this universe is multi-dimensional and multi-layered, and it's like it would make sense for us as humans, or at least a lot of us, to have like roots in other places, even non-physically, just like. But anyway, I know that ultimately we all come from source, but like I realized that there's like source, and then it kind of like branches off from there, and like fractals from there. So
Yeah.
like my starseed origins are like high up the chain of the fractal. So I'm interested in that. I know that's not like the be all end all. I know it's not that important, but I know that it could be really cool for me to like really connect to that, and you know, it could be a tool for me to use, a tool, you know.
Absolutely.
Like I'd like to connect to my star family. That'd be pretty awesome.
It would be.
So, but I know like every time I read anything about star seeds, I'm like, holy shit, man, that's me exactly. Every single thing. So, yeah.
The thing about it is, whenever you get into reading about star seeds, which, again, I don't refute it. I am open-minded about it.
Mm-hmm.
But there's just certain ways that people who are ascending are.
Right.
And if they're portraying the Pleiadians as these ascended people,
yeah,
how are they differently ascended than, let's say, the Buddha? I can't remember what his name is, but
Yeah.
ascension is ascension.
I don't really like subscribe to everything that's said about certain types of beings, you know, like and I don't try to elevate them. I don't elevate them like or try to compare against like the Buddha or whatever. I just think I know, like I believe that there are beings, and that some people have come in contact with them. I know of a few that I like intuitively can tell that they're genuinely telling the truth about their experiences and stuff like that. But and I feel like inside, like that sounds like I have a connection there, you know. So, but I don't. You have to be careful, I think, when you're trying to like read about stuff, because I think a lot of people like to make things up. But and you never know, like especially with channeling, that's a really iffy business there.
Oh, channelings, yeah.
Yeah, because you don't know.
That's why I try to balance it with spirituality, metaphysics, what have you, with science. Because I feel, the path of the shaman is one who walks with his foot or their foot in both worlds.
Yeah.
You walk with one of your feet in the material world, and you walk one foot in the spiritual world, and you maintain that connection.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so anyway, that's something that I've been kind of like diving a little bit deeper into because I feel like there's a connection there. And like all the beings that I've seen so far are like they're aliens. So 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 yeah.
Can you introduce me?
How
You've seen aliens. How did this happen?
did this happen? Oh
Did you like,
gosh.
yeah. Was this actually happen? Did you see aliens? Or, I mean,
Oh
I'm not
yeah.
saying that they're not. I mean, it's not far-fetched at all. I mean, absolutely not.
Yeah,
I'm
okay.
sure they're
There's
here
been a
on our
couple of
planet.
times. One time, the first time, I was sleeping and I woke up, and you know how, like, you wake up but your eyes are still closed? So, like, right before you open your eyes, you're like
Okay,
awake, but you haven't opened your eyes yet. Well, I woke up and my eyes were still closed, and there was a face just there looking at me, and it was very alien. And it kind of freaked me out a little bit. It didn't, it wasn't like, it didn't seem negative. It was just, it wanted to make itself known to me, like, hello. And like, it seemed like it was going to, it seemed like it was going to communicate with me if I had been okay with like staying with my eyes closed and like, check, like, being like, hello, hey, what's up? Who are you? But I kind of just freaked out and opened my eyes and, walked around. Uh, so there's that. And it's very hard to describe. It was like, it didn't look like a physical being. It was like, I hate using the word physical too because that's like what is physical. But uh, anyway, it
it
looked
was
very
corporeal.
kind of. It was very. It just looked.
Corporeal means having form, I believe,
It did have form, and it
but
was
just
just a
not
face.
completely tangible. It's corporeal.
Yeah, it just didn't like. It was more energetically. I was seeing it, and it had very, very sharp, intense features, like really, really angular eyes. Like the bridge went like angled real far down, and its eyes were at an angle and very. I don't know. I can't. It didn't look like a gray alien or anything. It was very. I can't even describe it because I've never seen anything like it.
Huh.
The closest thing I've seen is like people have drawn like pictures of like Arcturians or
Mantises? Yeah, Arcturians.
yeah.
I think that's what they are, is
It was
mantises.
humanoid. It was humanoid. It was like just a anyway.
Or
So there's that
mantis-like.
one, and then second time was when I was uh really focusing on like opening up my third eye, and got it pretty damn open, and and I just was closing my eyes, just like I'm just gonna look around and see what I see, and I like looked through, how it's like it's kind of like you're looking through a portal kind of at first, and then it like gets larger as you focus in.
Okay, yeah.
Uh, so as I was focusing in, I saw the at first it would look like kind of silhouetted. I was looking at shapes and I focused in and I saw that there were aliens faces, just they were kind of like floating around and just kind of like moving their heads like this, just looking at me. And that really freaked me out. And it kind of kept me
Huh.
from further developing that, although I couldn't really help it at that point. Um, but yeah, they were um, typical gray alien with the large black eyes, huge heads. Only it was like much more detailed, and uh, they looked kind of. They didn't look very nice. Anyway, so there was that one, and these are both like I'm not making physical contact with them, or like I'm not in the same space as them. I'm just like viewing them. But then the third time, was when I like had a lucid dream, and then I like it sounds weird, but I like had an EBE from my lucid dream, or OBE, sorry, not EBE. And then in the space that I was moving through, in walked an alien, totally minding its own business, and it was like a gray. It looked like a gray, but it was kind of white because everything was fuzzy at this point. It was like white fuzz, and I decided that I'd try and kick it in the head. I don't know why. I don't know why I wanted to do that, because that was really childish and stupid of me, but I don't know. Anyway, I didn't feel threatened or anything because it was totally ignoring me. And once I tried to do that, it just kind of like turned and looked at me, kind of, and I got the message like, what? It was like the, what do you think you're doing? Like, are you seriously trying to kick me in the head right now? Like, this is not gonna work out. This is not happening. And so
you just, you did that thought that you just had, let it go.
yeah, the impression that I got was, what the fuck do you think you're doing? That's the exact impression I got. And so I tried to kick it, and it stopped me with its mind. Like, the visual, like I saw my like astral leg like trying to kick, but it was like being thwarted. It was like, it was kind of cool. But I tried it a second time, same thing happened, and before I could try it a third time, it decided that I was no longer welcome in its space, and pushed me back into my body. And it was so fast that like my physical leg carried out the kick that I was just about to do there, and I kicked shit off of the nightstand, and it woke me up. So there's that one. Wow. So that's the only, that's like that I was actually in the same space as that being, like, so yeah. So I just think it's strange that the first being that I see when I enter the astral realm is an alien. Of course, I know that there are lots of them there, but yeah. So I don't know, lots of aliens, and I'm sure there'll be more. But.
I wasn't talking about the aliens. You said something about they taught you something or said something, right?
Huh? No.
Oh, okay.
They could have, but I don't remember.
Oh, okay.
You know,
you meant like somebody, maybe you saw it on a video or something, that aliens actually was teaching people stuff.
Oh yeah.
But not necessarily channeling. But I know about
That's
the
true.
channeling.
Yeah, there's channeling, but there's also people who like come in contact with them, or they get like downloads from them. Like they'll download things into their.
I've heard that one.
Yeah. So like they'll meet them in dream space, or they'll be abducted, but in like a weird, not like a scary way, but like a really really cool way. But
well, aren't you going to probe me? It's like, no, that's the scientific department. We're philosophical.
Yeah. No, usually it's like they're like, hey, if it's not like the scary abduction thing, it's usually like, hey, we're your family, and like we're just letting you know that we love you and we're helping you, and you can call on us if you need help, and then they'll show them, like, sometimes that'll be certain people's awakening, like they'll activate them there. They'll, like, I've heard some stories of they'll touch their third eye and then they'll be like activated. And then like this one lady came in contact with a being, looked kind of like a man, and it was like a weird like dimensional break. Like they were in their own little bubble in a public place where like people were asleep, and and like he like entered her reality, and they like came into this like little bubble, and he taught her all these things about herself, and like looked into her body, and uh and he like touched her, and then she levitated and felt all this energy, and after that she could hear people's thoughts, and like she stopped some chick from being stabbed by this guy who was like holding her hostage, and she
Oh,
was
I think
so
I told that story before. But yeah, it's awesome. I would
yeah,
love it to me.
and she didn't even, and she was so full with energy that she didn't need to eat for like 2 months. So anyway, just cool stuff like that, and I'm like, wow, that's really awesome. And I'm sorry, you were gonna say something?
No, I was just saying, wow.
Oh yeah.
I just, but yeah, I think it was the part about, yeah, you said that story where she was going to, somebody was going to attack her or something. She knew everything about him and started talking to him or some stuff like that. Is that right?
That's not the same story, but
Oh, okay.
she just like went over there and pretended like she knew the girl, and then he freaked out and left.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not the same one.
But yeah, I don't know. And also, apparently, um, sometimes beings will like contact you, but it's like your conscious mind won't remember it. Kind of like how you go to the astral realm every night, but you don't remember it. You know, that kind of thing. Or like you don't remember your dreams, that kind of thing. So
Right.
and so a lot of people, when they have like uh, hypnotherapy done to them, they find out that they've been abducted like multiple times. They just don't remember because they weren't allowed to retain that memory for some reason. I don't know. Or their subconscious, or not their, or they like blocked it out of their mind because it was like they couldn't, their conscious mind couldn't comprehend it, so it just didn't
Or, yeah, or
register.
couldn't cope with it.
Huh?
Or couldn't cope with it.
Yeah, that too. Yeah. So I don't know. I even did I even did this test. It was like, um, how star seedy are you or whatever, something like that.
Oh, yeah.
And I got like 90% or 80% or something. I can't remember. Anyway, it was like you'll have a special place in the fifth world. Like, be prepared or get ready or whatever. And I was like, oh shit. I know it's just a stupid test, but
Oh, yeah, one of those little Facebook tests.
no, it wasn't that. It was like a much more obscure test. But
Oh, was it?
yeah. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, I've taken
Also,
a couple of those.
yeah, yeah.
I take them at face value, though. Oh, my God. Some are
Also,
just,
like, just when I look back at myself as a kid and how anything science fiction, like Star Wars, oh my God, I just loved it so much. It was so, and
oh,
I wanted to
yeah.
be an astronaut. I felt like I wanted to be in outer space. That seemed comfortable for me. Not in outer space, but I wanted to venture out there.
Right.
And
Yeah, I always wanted to be a member of Starfleet Academy.
yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I would have loved to have been out there with like Han Solo and
Yeah.
chilling in the space quadrants and stuff. That's how I grew up. Star Trek, Star Wars, Battlestar Galactica. Oh
Yeah.
gosh. There's more. Give me a second. Oh well, 25 or whatever it is, or Babylon 25 AD.
Oh yeah.
Ice
Yeah.
Pirates.
Mhm.
Ice Pirates was pretty cool too.
I've never seen
But
that,
yeah,
but
oh, you'd like it if you like
I
space stuff. Yeah, they're basically that. That's what they are. They're pirates on a
mhm,
spaceship. Of course,
mhm.
Serenity,
Oh yeah, love that.
Farscape.
But there was something about Star Wars that made it so real. Like, I don't know. I just think that's such a great universe there, the Star Wars universe,
Well,
and the
it
whole
was
thing about the
George Lucas.
Jedi.
George Lucas based Star Wars on the Hidden Castle. I want to say
Hidden,
the Hidden Fortress and the
hidden
Last
for.
Princess, and those are both basically kung fu flicks, Oriental kung fu flicks, and
Also, did he
that's
bait
where he got the whole
John
idea for.
Carter too?
I don't know,
Or
but
that
I know
that
that's
movie?
where they got. That's where he got the idea from. For the Force was key.
Okay.
It's the actual, yeah, the dark side and the light side, the yin and the yang, and yeah,
Hmm.
basically that's what that was. And the Jedi were Shaolin.
Yeah, they're basically space monks, warrior
Yeah,
monks. Yeah.
pretty much. Yeah, yeah. I haven't ever watched the show, I've never watched either one of the shows, but I plan to. Just because I want to see the similarities. I've seen snippets of it on the making of Star Wars and stuff, because they touched upon it, but I
Hmm.
haven't ever actually seen the movies.
Yeah.
But I know that they talked about it on this documentary that I watched, and yeah, the Shaolin are basically the Jedi.
Yeah. Hmm.
The
So that's why
Force is
I have that symbol.
all that. Oh yeah,
I've I like
I
to.
saw that one. Yeah, I've got one of the video games for Star Wars, the old one, like X-Wing Fighter, I think it's called. X-Wing versus TIE Fighter or something like that. It's really
Mm,
cool, though. You get to fly around in an X-Wing
Rogue
or
Squadron.
TIE Fighter, depending on whether or not you're with the Rebel Alliance or the Imperial or the Empire.
Was it called Rogue Squadron?
That's some video games I do like. No, it's an older one.
Hmm.
It's just called X-Wing TIE Fighter Duel.
Oh.
I'm not for sure. Yeah, it's an old one, like Windows 95 old.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Rogue Squadron was like Nintendo 64, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Can't play it now because it was made for. Well, I guess I could. I could emulate Windows 98 and use it. Run using Windows 98 or 95. Yeah, there's a right click that you can do on a program, and let me see what I can find here. I'll just pick a shortcut real quick.
I'm seeing
What does it say? At least this is on Vista
some weird
compatibility
screen
tab.
share
That's what
stuff
it
right
is.
now. I'm seeing
Oh, this
a
is
weird
probably
screen share thing.
that little silver box.
A silver box, and there's like a man moving his head and speaking, but it's like that. It's like slanted.
Yeah, that's me.
Oh, okay.
You,
Oh, that's you. I can see you. Hey.
right? Yeah, I can't use it with a whole bunch of people because I'm having to basically hack the matrix, because my camera is old. So it won't let me use it on Google. But if I screen share the camera,
Yeah, but it's all weird. It's all messed up.
how's it next up?
I know. Let me disconnect and come back. It'll probably be fine.
Oh, I don't know. It could be my camera. I'll be totally honest.
Hold on, let me try.
But
Yeah,
yeah,
it
you
does
can
get a
start.
little bit. It does get a little laggy.
Oh, my camera? Yeah, it's an old one. Plus, my computer's not a supercomputer, so. Did Kristen, you didn't leave yet, have you? The
Is that
skull
you?
put over on the side. Whoops. Yeah, skull put over on the side. Whoops, fell asleep again. Holy crap, you guys are still going?
That's not my step.
Skull just come back in.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, he said, whoops, fell asleep again. Holy crap, you guys are still going?
Yep. Anyway, I was gonna say I also resonate with the indigo designation or whatever.
Mhm.
But I don't know if my aura is actually indigo. My favorite color was purple when I was a kid. What's up, AJ?
Hey, welcome. Hey, wake up. Welcome back, AJ. You thought you'd wake up, or Skull just come back in also. He asked if it was okay to turn it off. I said, yeah, it's a content for extortion. Because it's all live. Everything we said tonight's live.
It's all good.
Oh no, I forgot about that. Like at this point, I've forgotten, and I said all that weird shit about aliens and stuff. Oh man.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Whatever.
Skull will be like, okay, guys, I've got the good. Donate.
He'll probably take it and edit it, and then post it again or post it
I
up.
would think so, yeah. It's like 4 hours. Oh, more than likely. God.
He'll probably end it like when
No,
Bonnie
it's
leaves.
6 or 7 hours long. Yeah, yeah, they're not going to post that long. He's going to be going through his conversation.
We can send him a message and just be like, hey man, just cut it as soon as Bonnie leaves.
He said it's all good. I'm not going to edit
What?
it. He said it's all good. I'm not going to edit. Don't have time. It goes up as it is automatically.
Wait, what was the last part you said?
It goes up automatically by default.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's no
All
worries,
right.
Skull. I just messing
Whoever
with
wants to listen to the whole thing, wow, you're in for a treat. Cause talking about some weird shit.
444.
Oh, I got 224, but that's good. That's angelic number, right?
444 here. Night night, internet.
Oh, you guys all out here.
Night, Internet.
I think
Live
so.
long and prosper. May the force be with you. Dream well. Dream well.